Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream. What is today? Today is day 67. So today, of course, or sorry, 60? No, 67. Losing track of days. But anyways, whatever the title says. So today, the big game plan is probably gather with a little bit of carpentry. We've been doing a lot of Hope Forest recently. And, yeah, we kind of have to keep doing a lot of Hope Forest recently. A couple of reasons for this. One is we're still trying to get 200 bone rate, so we're putting all of our knowledge into bone rate. We can technically dunk some of our bones today as well, which, actually, now that I think about that, we might even almost want to start with that. Especially since I have the potions on me already. Might as well do, like, a triple dunk kind of thing. Get a little bit of extra value from them. But, yeah, we need 168 bone rate to be able to go do our bone spikes. And in regard to Gatherer, we need 184 to reach our next tier. So the main things that we're going to be doing today consist of the following. So we achieved 2,500, by the way, yesterday. We actually got it right at the end. We actually had an hour to spare, or like half an hour to an hour. So we actually did make it in time, so that was nice. But today's goal is somewhat similar to yesterday, but slightly different as far as what we're prioritizing. For Gatherer, we are done with the catkins. We have enough now. We will be going back to the bone spikes, back to the bone zone to get to the next bone zone, which is at 184. We might go a little bit further than that, but I want to get like pretty much to there, and then next stream pretty much to there, and then on Monday, boom, do the last 3 levels, and we should be good to go. Since Monday will be a little bit of a smaller stream, so it should work out perfectly. We do 1 bone tier today to go to femur. We do 1 bone tier tomorrow to go to goat horn. And then we do one bone tier, or not bone tier, but, you know, get it to 200 from there, which should be pretty free to do on our shorter stream, even with a shorter stream. And that's pretty much our game plan then. Beyond that, I do want to go dunk the bones. I believe we can actually dunk our bones that we recently got. I know that we can start dunking the bones spikes at 168, because then you can start doing the quarterstaff and everything. But I believe we were already able to do these since like 154, so we should probably go get our value from them before we go and do too much more into bone rate, since we already have like a couple hundred banked, like, you know, about a level or so. So I do want to go process them before we go and go do Gatherer, just so we have a little bit in there. It's not a lot though, shouldn't take that long at all, like half an hour, not even. And of course right now we're currently doing AFK combat since I was a little bit busy earlier, but we are back. I also did a little bit of cooking off stream. We almost got to 99 already, which actually gives us a little bit of a buff on the board as well. And yeah, I've been slowly chipping at cooking. We focused on it a little bit yesterday too, but slowly trying to get that up to, you know, 200, as we are everything. Trying to get all 200s before combat rework comes out. Oh yeah, also, as far as today's poll, we have the following. With the upcoming combat merge in Brighter Shores, what seems best to be doing for prep for combat? Currently, it seems to be pretty spread across everything, but we have 4 options. Alchemy for all the boost pots and EXP. Like, you know, the plus 80 boost pots, the 7% and 10% extra XP pots, which should work on upgrading Obelisk, by the way, as it still levels the same way that it currently does now, in a sense. So XP pots should still work to expedite your upgrading of the Obelisk. Production, which is actually in dead last, which is kind of funny because that's the main thing I'm focusing on. Production currently in dead last, aka making 4-star spec weapons. Do keep in mind, only 4-star weapons do have specs. 3 stars don't, 2 stars don't, 1 star don't. Obviously, eventually 5-star probably will too. But 4-star in the current state of the game are the only things that have special attacks, so do be mindful of that, as you actually can't use special attacks without a 4-star weapon equipped. Of course, you could buy them if you're doing trading, but if you're keeping yourself as an Iron Man, you pretty much have to make your own 4-star weapons. You could try RNG, but there's a good chance you aren't going to RNG whatever the meta is at any given time, compared to be able to craft it. So do be wary of that. Spec weapons do require a 4-star weapon, and only a 4-star weapon. You're not going to be able to do it with any other weapon tier type. So, yeah, do be cautious of that. Beyond that, money, of course, which if you're going to be going, you know, non-Iron Man mode, is really good because you could buy, like, you know, literally everything. You could just buy every item you will ever need. Of course, you would need a lot of money. You're probably going to be marked up. You're not going to be getting it for cheap, that's for sure, especially if something's meta. That is not going to go cheap at all, so do be expecting to pay a pretty penny if you are going to go down the full money route and not get, like, anything yourself and just, like, money all of it off of, like, merchant, leatherwork, or everything else. You could definitely do it that way and you'll have access to more things, but it would get pretty costly depending on how many people are actually trading within the market. Beyond that, the last one was doing combat. What better way to prep for combat than actually doing combat? The main benefit of doing combat right now, even though it's going to be slower than later down the line, the biggest benefit of doing combat right now is you'll be ahead of the curve on obelisk upgrades. So everything beyond level 40 in the final 2 chapters here, and then the first 2 up to 30, everything beyond those levels become obelisk levels. So if I go do some guard combat right now after the update, I would only have 20 obelisk levels, which is not a lot. Only 20 to go and allocate. Whereas, you know, in something like Chronopolis, because we're so far ahead, we would have 195 to go and allocate, as 40 of them goes to our combat, and then the other rest of it will be all into our obelisk. So in that kind of situation, you know, we're like pretty much good to go on that thing's obelisk. Whereas in Chapter 1, if we're going to be doing that combat, which we probably are to 200, I'm going to be pretty far behind on our upgrade. So, yeah, doing combat to prep for combat, decent. Even though combat's going to be quicker after the rework, you know, you can still do it if you really plan to go, like, super heavy into combat. Though do keep in mind, it is slower to do combat now than after the rework, almost guaranteed. I'm not sure how it's going to be slower after the rework. Unless they, like, nerf the XP rates, like, crazy, it should pretty much definitively be quicker to do combat after the rework rather than now. But, of course, the more you do now, the more ahead of the curve you're already going to be if you really want to go all in on combat. So it really just comes down to if you really want to super prioritize combat or just kind of partially do combat. We're kind of in like the partially category, even though I will be like super doing it. As soon as we have the full rework to the you know, obelisk system as well, or you know, the great mergening. After the great mergening and special attacks, not one or the other, but both. As soon as both happen, we're pretty much going like a combat only account. We won't even look like a skiller anymore. For like a month straight, honestly, I'm probably just like grinding combat. Obviously, we'll throw a little bit of skilling here and there, just so it's not like as big of a whiplash if it's just kind of like full pivoting. But that is the game plan when both the 2 reworks come out. Not one or the other, but once both are in the game, both special attacks and the great mergening, we will be going really heavy into combat for at least a couple weeks, if not longer. As I plan to 200 all, obviously. But beyond that, yeah, might do 500 Mind Fighter, might do 500 Watch Person. Definitely doing 500 Watch Person. It really comes down to if I'm doing 500 Mind Fighter first, is the main thing that's up in the air. Do I do 500 Mind Fighter, then 500 Watch Person, or do I just go straight to 500 Watch Person? Is the main thing I don't currently know and still need to determine. But for now, one of them will be 500. We're going 200, 200, 200, and a 500 at minimum. The double 500 is still in question, or for the single 500, we'll have to wait and see. But I'll figure that out later. But for now, alright, we're back to the bone zone. Also, if you guys have anything to chat about, definitely feel free, because this mode, or you know what we're doing right now, is going to be pretty chill. We do have to do it for a decent little amount. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I was going to go and dunk all my bones. I should probably go do that. I was mentioning that and then didn't do it. After this cycle, you know what? Let's go do all the bone dunking, and then we'll come back to the bone zone. Even though I do want to go and do these, of course, all the way to at least 184, if not even further. But, yeah, I do want to go dunk the few bones we have. It's only a few hundred. It's not that many. It might even be less than that. I may be overestimating how many we grabbed earlier, because I know we didn't grab a lot, that's for sure. Anyways, hello Tyrion, hello more zombies, hello Isabel, hello MK Jets, hello Unda, welcome. Happy Saturday, happy weekend, welcome. Yep, 2 days to go until 69. We're saving the max boning until that day. I want to try having 168 bone rate and 200 gather on that day, so that we can finish the full boning on 69. In celebration of 69. Yeah, we're going to go get the full bone set. 200 gather with 168 bone rate. Obviously, 168 isn't max, but it allows us to do bone spike, which is really relevant, as we have a lot of bone spikes banked. We have a lot of bone spikes banked. But that's the goal. Have 200 gather and 168 bone rate by Monday is the game plan. And we'll still be grinding some other stuff in between. That's not the only thing we're going to be doing, but that is the main thing we're going to be doing. Anyways, let me go teleport over. Not there. Over the other area. Oh, yeah, our dailies should be ready soon, too. Oh, perfect. I'll go dunk all the bones, and our daily should be ready. Perfect. Alright. Oh, yeah, also, they buffed Tentacle Road, by the way. If there's someone doing combat here, you could just walk it. And someone is, so you could literally walk a straight line. Look at how easy they made this room. They nerfed the room. They nerfed high-level strategy, but they buffed literally just walk straight line. But you do have to do 2 diagonals if someone isn't doing combat there. But if that tentacle is dead, you literally just walk a straight line through that room now. It's kind of funny. It's like a mega buff to how quickly you can go through that room. No longer do you have to do like a billion diagonals and everything. You literally just do a straight line if someone has killed or is currently in combat with that one tentacle. We're at 711 bone spikes. I can't dunk those though currently. However, what we do have to go dunk is our 343 ram horns. And you know what? Just because we're desperate for a little bit of EXP, I'm even going to pot up every single one. Is it worth it? I have no clue, but we're going to. Get every bit of bone right we can out of this thing. But yeah, we only have a few hundred bones. It should take, like, what, half an hour? Which is perfect. It should take exactly to when our ventures are ready, basically. We'll do these, and then immediately we'll go do our ventures, and then we'll go back to gathering. And probably do that until we hit 184. Because we're probably just going to do it all in one go. And then after that, I'll probably do a little bit of carpentry, because I meant to do 67 grind off stream, and I didn't have enough time to do so between everything. But I do still want to finish that, so that all the ash planks we got yesterday we can start utilizing. Yeah, we want to do this now because we want to invest into higher bone rate XP. Whenever you use a knowledge point into something, it does it based on what level you're at. So the higher your level, the more XP you'll get. So if you have a bunch of XP banked, you generally want to use that before you use too much knowledge, if you can help it. Just because you will end up getting more value from it in that scenario. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here. We're dunking all of our bones so that we can get a little bit extra benefit whenever we go and do dump knowledge into bone rate. For example, our next knowledge point will be going into a 159 bone rate rather than a 158 if I otherwise would have just kept gathering. So it's not that big of a buff, but you know, you get a little bit more than you normally would have otherwise. So definitely worth it if you do have a ton of XP banked. In our case, we only have like a level or 2 banked, but you know, level 2 is still better than nothing. And of course, then we'll have all the purchased bone spikes, of which we should be collecting quite a few of today. I'm actually surprised. We only have 711. I kind of wanted thousands of them. We definitely will be grabbing at least 1,000 today, if not more. However, yeah, not as many as I thought. Also, how are we going to do this? Am I going to juggle the potion every time? You know how annoying that is? How do we do this with a boost potion? Because I don't think I can reboost right here. It's not going to let me. That's really awkward if you have to juggle the thing because it's not worth the 5%. I might just have to bank the potion, which feels bad. I'm trying to think of a way that we could do this. I guess you could drink it, drop it, then grab it, but you're wasting so much time doing it that you're basically negating your entire 5%. And all the time that it takes to go re-grab your one bone. I'm pretty sure you're negating out every effect of your 5% that you just utilized. Like, it's basically EXP neutral. I guess it's still slightly better because you're getting more EXP out of what you do have banked. But the XP per hour is probably exactly the same, but you're getting less knowledge per hour, so I guess it's worse. So it's probably not worth it. I have to go bank it. I'm going to wait until after we do our next knowledge point, though, before we bank it. Because that should put us on a threshold where we don't need to go all the way to a bank again. Thoughts on the combat rework that's coming? Also, hello, Smug. Welcome, welcome. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it. I still feel like it needs a few tweaks here and there, and I'm curious to see overall what they do with the skill tree. I feel like initially it's going to be very unbalanced, though. In a good way. Well, in a bad way. It depends how you look at it. Like, the amount of power you're going to have out of nowhere is going to be insanely, insanely high compared to now. Like, there's no way that you're not, like, 2-3 times stronger. If they had both special attacks and the entirety of the obelisk tree, however they're going to be working it, you're going to be, like, 2 to 3 times stronger than you are now. Like, it's going to be insane how much stronger compared to now it will be. Which I'm not sure exactly how that will work for balance and everything. When you have, like, ultra min-max builds and free special attack damage on top of that you don't currently have right now. Not sure how much they're going to change the XP curve. Are they even going to change it at all? Like, what are their plans for it? There's a lot they haven't really mentioned with it. Like, they gave a whole post on it, but there's still, like, more unanswered questions than answered questions at this point. As far as how they're going to go about it. But, hopefully it gets implemented sometime soon in the next few weeks or so, or next month. And we can actually see it in action. But I do feel like it's going to be very, very broken for the first few days to the first week. Not sure if it's going to keep it like that forever, or if that's how they kind of want it to be, or what's exactly the deal with it, but it's going to be very, very broken. I'll have to wait and see. Up, come on. Yeah, I'm not sure if these are worth potting every single time. We're still going to do it, though, because I have them here already. So I kind of have to. I don't keep juggling them every 9 minutes. I said, hello, Mad Hatter. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. I'm actually surprised. Alchemy's taking the lead. Oh, no, never mind. It's a 3-way tie. Never mind. Why is everyone not voting for production? Oh, I feel bad now. Here I am going all in production. Everyone's like, nope, don't need production. I know people don't have confidence in the special attacks. I have really high confidence in special attacks. Is there anything even remotely like old school RuneScape special attacks? They are going to be pretty strong. Like, I'm pretty sure on average, special attacks in Old School RuneScape are probably about a 10 to 15% damage increase compared to if you use literally 0 special attacks. And I assume it would be pretty comparable in this game, given that he made the special attack system in that game originally. As well as a bunch of extra effects. It could be even more beneficial than just a damage increase. I feel like special attacks are more for PvP. Well, the main thing with special attacks is you don't know how long it takes to build up a special attack. It's the biggest thing that's still up in the air is we don't know how special attacks work. Will you immediately be able to use all 3 at the start of a fight? Do you build up something almost like RuneScape 3, however that system works? I'm not aware, but I believe it uses like some kind of adrenaline system. So do you like have none at the start of a fight, but then you build up adrenaline or, you know, some other bar as you go on? Like every attack you do or something, you gain, you know, more spec bar or something. Do you have like a certain spec bar and it goes down slowly over time? Like how exactly does it work? Like that's the big thing that's up in the air. Because if you can only use like 1 special attack per fight, not in the sense that you can only use 1 in a fight, but you know, if you're doing a standard fight and you only have enough time to charge up 1 special attack before the enemy is dead, that's not that strong. Compared to if you could just dump all 3 special attacks at the start of a fight and then dump all 3 at the start of the next fight, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And then they just have a cooldown on them. Like, those are 2 very different things. Like, if you have to build up some kind of meter before you can use any, compared to if you just immediately start with all 3 and all 3 of them just have a cooldown. Because in the case of all 3 and all 3 just have a cooldown, that is very, very strong. In the case of having to build up a meter of some kind, that's going to be very, very weak. At least in the context of normal fights. Obviously in PvP and in bossing, it would be more matter, or, you know, it'd matter more. But against a standard enemy, special attacks will be very weak if you have to build up a meter, rather than just automatically have them at the start of a fight. Yeah, I wouldn't mind an adrenaline system, though an adrenaline system does make it really weak for normal combat, but a lot more balanced for PvP and bossing. So they might go down that route, we just don't really know at the moment which way they're going. Are they going more the old school RuneScape route, or the RuneScape 3 route, or something completely different? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Because starting with all 3 of your specs is actually something that neither of them do. I think World of Warcraft is somewhat more like that. Because you have like a mana bar or something. So I guess that would be more World of Warcraft-like. Because those are like the 3 main options I could see them doing. An adrenaline system like RuneScape 3, a just full bar system that slowly charges over time, that you start with full initially but then still have to keep getting up, like in old school RuneScape. Or kind of like a system where you have everything automatically, but you just have cooldowns on them. Which I believe is more like how World of Warcraft works. Except it consumes mana, but in this game you probably wouldn't have like a mana pool if it's just purely cooldown based. Since they wouldn't really need a mana system, everything would just function off their cooldown. So it's basically, is it going to be a cooldown system, or an old school RuneScape system, or a RuneScape 3 system? Those are the main 3 it really could be. I don't really see it being anything else. The cooldown system would be the most broken, assuming you start with all cooldowns ready to go. Old school RuneScape system would probably be the second most broken one. Since, depending on how you can recharge it, like if you could drink a potion with it. Like if it's an in-between like what RuneScape 2 was, where you could drink like a special attack potion. Or did they have them around then? I don't even remember. But if you could like drink a special attack potion, but have like a old school RuneScape style of special attacks, that'd be very, very strong. Since it would consume a lot of special attack potions, but you'd be able to like triple spec every fight right at the beginning of it. At the cost of like 1 special attack potion per fight, basically. Which would be really, very good. Or it could be more like RuneScape 3's Adrenaline, which I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I understand the premise of as you go further into a fight, you build up more and more of your special attack meter, essentially, which you can then spend on special attacks. That would also have cooldowns on them. So they basically have 2 cooldowns. One being building up your meter for special attack, but then another cooldown on the actual cooldown of each ability. So you can't just build up a ton of meter and like spam the same special like 5 times in a row. You'd have to actually, you know, diversify them, which makes sense because you have 3 weapons and everything. I forgot, I still have this thing up. I'm also curious if you're going to be able to have more than 1 special attack per weapon. Not in the sense that you can use more than 1, but you can allocate different ones would be kind of cool. Because a special attack box almost implies, like, oh, you can switch it out for a different special attack. Which I'm curious if you've got to do that. Because that's something that I know Old School RuneScape can't do. Because of how it's coded. As well as I believe maybe RuneScape 3 as well. I'm not sure if anyone's played RuneScape 3 recently knows. But I'm pretty sure both those two games, you can only have one special attack ever on a weapon. For them to add another special attack, they basically have to add a new weapon. But in Brighter Shores, they might actually be able to slot in multiple different ones that you would get from either your Obelisk upgrade or quest or other things. Where, you know, every Cryo Knight might eventually get like another, you know, like let's say this mace. You might be able to have like 2 or 3 different special attacks you can slot here. Where you can only have one active, but you know, you can switch it out depending on what you need. Like maybe one that does like better yellow damage compared to one that does slightly more physical. Compared to something that has like some kind of stats effect but less damage overall. Be interesting to see if that's actually the case. Because this special attack box always kind of confused me. Because it implies that you can switch it out for a different special attack. So I'll have to wait and see exactly how that works out. It might just not be like that and all of them simply have one. But I would love to see a system where you could slot out a few different ones. Where you only have one ever active, obviously, but you know, you can still switch it out depending on your needs at a given time. That way the same weapon could still function for multiple things. Like you can still use this as a physical weapon even if you're not really using it for its yellow component, for example. Or make it like super yellow based, where these things are actually viable compared to now where you almost never use them. Unless you just get them as good drops or something like the 218 mace we got, which is kind of good against the 218 enemy we were facing. But it'll be interesting to see exactly how it pans out overall. There's still a lot of unknowns though. That should be known within the next month. Well, I'll just have to wait and see. Various things. Dude, that's something that's really, really important in Old School, though. I don't think he really utilized it too much back in the day. I think the closest he got to it was Bando's Godsword back in the day, where you could basically just lower things down stat-wise. There's a lot of endgame bosses in Old School. That's pretty much the entire meta for a lot of them. Is just reduce down their stats with a special attack, just to make the rest of the fight easier, because you have a limited number of special attacks you can really utilize. So normally it's best just to lower their stats rather than just nuking them with a bunch of damage. There are exceptions to that, though. But generally, the longer the fight is, assuming it doesn't have phases that, like, resets its defense and everything, it's normally better to reduce its effectiveness rather than trying to just nuke it with a bunch of damage. Because you actually get more damage from lowering their stats than you do from just doing a ton of damage in one go. It looks cool to do a lot of damage all in one go, but it's normally less DPS overall across an entire boss fight. I'll have to see how he does it with it. Right now, it's basically just all speculation, because we honestly know nothing for the specifics of special attacks. The only thing they really said is you'll be able to unlock new special attacks via the obelisk as well. So if we go to news here, we go over to this, and we drag this down. There was something over here that mentioned mentioned a thing with that. Where was it? It was somewhere under the obelisk tab, where you can actually earn. There's something with special attacks here. Oh, wish I could click Control Find. We got our sword and something here says special attacks. It's hard when I'm just like ultra skimming. I got a sword and something there says you can get special attacks from obelisk. Increases the during combat maximum. There it is. Unlocking and improving special attacks. There it is. Yeah, that one. The unlocking part sounds interesting because I assumed 4-star weapons would already have special attacks. So this kind of gives credence even more so that there might be multiple different special attacks per weapon. Because specifically it uses the word unlocking. But I highly doubt that's how you initially get them, or maybe it is. Because that means at a super low level range, you actually wouldn't be able to use special attacks at all. Though most people are probably above that level range where that would matter. Where they're already high enough that they would have access to it. But it does specifically say unlock, but also upgrade, which is kind of interesting. Which means you will be able to get your special attacks to be even stronger than the base value if you do your tree in a certain way. But unlocking is an interesting term here. Unlocking and improving special attacks. Improving special attacks makes sense. The unlocking part could mean a couple things. Does this mean unlocking multiple different special attacks per weapon and you just allocate one? Or does this mean you literally have no special attacks until you unlock it? Because my assumption was all 4-star weapons automatically have the special attacks. But maybe they don't, and you have to, like, literally unlock them. But this could also imply that you have, like, 2, 3, 4, 5 different special attacks you can slot onto a weapon, and you just choose whatever one you need most for the given situation. But unlocking is very ambiguous here as to which one of the two it means. Does it mean unlocking new special attacks, or does it mean you literally have no special attacks until you unlock it? Because it could be either or. And I don't believe they've really clarified which of the two it is. If you're unlocking more than one for the same weapon, or are you unlocking, like, literally unlocking it, in the sense that it has 0 until you unlock it. Well, we'll find out over time. Because I'm pretty sure they haven't clarified that anywhere. So if they have, do let me know. Yeah, originally I thought they would lock it behind a quest. But that mentions it's locked behind the obelisk. Like, this unlocking right here is referring to obelisk. Not a quest specifically. Maybe you do get some from quests as well, who knows. But this is referring to the obelisk when it says the word unlocking here. Special attacks. Because let's ignore the improving part. This literally says unlocking special attacks from obelisk. Is literally what it says. Does this mean more than one though? Or like how? Like the exact of what that means, we don't quite know. But it literally just says that special attacks unlock from obelisk. So we don't know if that means more than one, or you literally have 0 until you do unlock it. But, I don't know, we'll find out over time. And obviously you can also improve them. But the unlocking part's the interesting term there. Because that either implies more than one per weapon, or it implies you literally have none until you get the tree for it. I know, we'll just have to wait and see. There's so many things like that I just want to know, but we won't know for probably like weeks. Unless he does a Q&A again. The Q&A for all the questions that were accumulated during the last Q&A. The Q&A. Alright, let's see if we have enough time to be able to get this skill point in. It's going to be really tight, but we might be able to make it. I want to try to allocate this to Bone Right before the XP potion goes out. There's almost no way we make that. Yeah, I'm not even going to try it, you know, that I'm looking at it. There's no way we make that in time. We're going to have like 5 seconds. Not even. I don't know, do we try? Do we try? There's no way. No, it's not going to be possible. Got it. Gosh, that timing is tight. We got it, though. Barely. With like 1 second to spare. And this will bring us to 160 Bone Right. So we got 2 levels from it, basically. It's not too bad. Better than we were at before. And once we're done with Dunking these bones, we'll go back to Bone Right. Actually, I need to go do my dailies, and we'll go back to Bone Right. Which should be perfect, because by the time we finish our bones, it should be the exact time we need to go do daily. And then we focus on Gatherer and Carpenter for probably the rest of the stream. Gatherer to bare minimum 184, maybe a little bit higher, like 185 or so. And Carpentry bare minimum 67, but probably even a little bit higher than that. So we can start running some of the ash planks. Because we could finally do tier 3 Carpentry now. We're at the lowest end of tier 3 Carpentry, but we could finally do tier 3 Carpentry. We're out of tier 2 once I finish the few that are still in the bank. But I'm still really hyped for the combat rework. I wish they would stop teasing things because I want all these things now. Between the Q&A and the combat rework, it's like, oh, so many nice things coming in the next year. If only they were actually in the game right now. There's the only problem with like a newer game. Because if you're coming from something like RuneScape 3, Old School RuneScape, World of Warcraft, probably even Final Fantasy 14, it has like so much content in it already from existing for so long that, you know, you could do like literally anything for everything. But, which can be overwhelming. But it also gives the benefit of, you know, having like endless stuff to do. Brighter Shores, since it's so new and has such a small dev team, is, you know, we gotta wait a while before we really get to the point where this game is content complete. But we'll be here for the whole ride, though. From day one until whenever the servers shut down, if ever. Hopefully never. We're here for the long haul. As long as you keep supporting and keeps the servers up. Oh yeah, by the way, I finally remembered to buy the Steam Deck the other day. Hopefully it arrives here in one piece and not stolen. But I have finally ordered the highest end Steam Deck. It's like $700 after tax and shipping and everything. But it'll still probably be worth it. Because I don't have a laptop I could bring with me whenever I travel, so I'll be able to use that for at least 2 weeks this year. We're going to be getting like the floors redone in this house sometime this year. So it'll be really good for that. Because otherwise I wouldn't really have any way to play. And stuff like that. And I'll be using it for all the indie games going forward. So for like Slay Spire 2, we're definitely going to be doing it on that. Obviously when we stream it, we won't be. But, you know, when I'm playing it like off stream, just on the side here or there. Like one match of Slay Spire 2, you know, that's really good for Steam Deck. Works pretty much perfectly with it. So I'll start playing any of the indie games I ever do on that. Because before I was using Nintendo Switch for it most of the time. Or just playing it directly on PC. But now I'll be able to do it on the Steam Deck, which will be nice. Yeah, the suspense is horrible, yeah. Like, this game has so much potential, but it's getting there very, very slowly. I don't mind that it's getting there slowly, though. But it will get there. Just gotta wait a long while. It's just like keep hyping up all this stuff, and it's like, oh, I wish it was here now. And the two biggest things coming in the near future are, as far as like the next month or two, is definitely trading and trading, special attacks, and the combat rework. Should all be in the next 2 months, most likely. With how much they've been talking about both of them. Particularly all three of them. I assume special attacks and combat rework are coming at the same time. We still don't actually know that yet or not. Like how that's going to roll out. I would assume they're going to be coming out simultaneously though. Like the combat rework and special attacks. It'd be kind of weird to have one without the other. Because I'm not farming it until both of them are out. If one of them exists but not the other, we're not farming combat until both of them are in. I would assume both of them are coming at the same time though. Or at least within the same week. But given that they kind of feed into each other to some degree, it'd probably be exactly at the same time. I wonder if we can get 168 bone right today. I feel like the answer is going to be no, just because I can't dunk any more bones until 168 bone right. If we could dunk the bones that I'm currently collecting from Gather, we probably could. But the fact that we can't until 168 means we're probably not hitting 168 today. We'll definitely get closer, but I don't think we're hitting it today. As these last 100 bones is like all the bones I have to dunk. The rest has to be knowledge all the way to 168. So I do like how close this is to the bank that you can actually get a 4 cycle in with 1 potion. I wasn't always doing this, but we definitely have to do it for the rest of our bones. Start pre-potting every single time, because it's enough to do 4 and use your knowledge point if you're quick enough. It's actually pretty solid. It does waste a little bit of time, but not that much. And for the 5% XP, I think it's worth it. Because you get more value out of the bones that you do have. Oh no, it had a delay. No, because the level up, it had a delay. No! Alright, we'll get you next cycle. The extra delay from the level up pop-up. Unfortunate. Hello, drop, please. I wish you could queue a drop. Because it just eats your input sometimes. If your potion animation isn't fully finished yet. It eats your drop input because you currently queue a drop. So if you try dropping before the animation is done, it cancels your drop. I've done that so many times. It's one of several things that can't be queued. You can queue the pickup of it, but you can't queue the drop of it. But no, what are you guys working on these days? Because based on the percents, it sounds like you guys are doing combat and money making. Based on where the poll's currently at. Is no one joining me in the production route? No one going for like 300 in their current class skill? Because keep in mind, you get an extra free 60 as of the patch. So if we get to like 250 by then, we will be able to make 310s. 310 3-stars anyways. 4-star will be a little bit lower. But keep in mind, all those get boosted too. So we'll be able to make a 260 stonemason, a 260 bone right, and like a 310 blacksmith. Which comes out to like a 270, 280 4-star. Which should be perfectly fine for us to use in Chronopolis immediately. Because keep in mind, you will be able to use weapons higher than your level when the combat rework comes out, most likely. Because there's weapon proficiency and armor proficiency. So you're going to be level 140 when the patch comes out. But you'll be able to use weapon proficiency and armor proficiency to be able to wield higher stuff. Which means if you go and focus all in on weapon proficiency and whatever other damage you can get along the way, you're going to get a lot of value from that. Like, you can wield at, like, level 200, like a 300 or 400 weapon. If you just try beelining for, like, every single weapon proficiency you can get. We don't know exactly how many you'll be able to go hit on the tree. But you will be able to wield a weapon higher than your current combat level. Like, at 235, we will easily be able to wield a level 300, 4-star, or 3-star, or any number. It'd be at the cost of us probably wielding weaker armor, and some other buffs that we wouldn't be taking. But we would be able to wield potentially up to 300, 350, maybe even 400 at level 235. Something that is extremely impossible to do right now. Because right now, the best we could wield is 235 at 235. But after the update with the obelisk, you'll be able to wield like a 300, a 350. We don't know exactly how far you'd be able to get, but pretty far. We just don't know how many of those nodes there's going to be on the skill tree and how far away from each other they're going to be. Like how many obelisk points you need to get to each one. But you will effectively be able to wield a weapon stronger than what you can currently. The only thing that might be weird about that is, I wonder how you get to 500. Because I wonder if there'll actually be enough nodes to go all the way that high. Because there's a small chance there might not be. We'll have to wait and see. Because my understanding, it takes your combat level and then your weapon proficiency, and that's the weapon tier you can wield up to in a given chapter. So we're level 140. And then everything else beyond that is weapon proficiency. Or, you know, pretty much everyone's going to be 140. As long as you have 30, 30, 40, 40. You're at the max level of 140. But then everything beyond that has to be done with weapon proficiency nodes on the obelisk. The main thing that's not known is how many of them are there? How many do you get per node? Like, is it 5? Is it 10? And, there we go, we got it in time. And is there enough nodes to be able to hit 500? Because there would have to be, let's say, 36 nodes giving 10 each to be able to hit that. Are there going to be that many? We don't currently know. There might be, there might not be. That'd be kind of weird if you can't wield a 500 weapon. Imagine people are 500 combat right now, but there's only going to be like 30 nodes for 10 competency each. Which means the best you could wield is a... Oh, our daily's ready. Perfect timing! That would mean, in that situation, if there was 30 nodes that all give you 10 each, and the current max level is 140, that means technically the max level weapon you could ever wield in the current state of the game would be a 440 in that hypothetical scenario. You wouldn't actually even be able to wield a 500 weapon. Even if you already own a 500 weapon. Or a 490 or anything around that range. So it'd be interesting to see how that pans out. Did they actually add enough weapon proficiency that you can go all the way? And if they did, that means you're going to be dodging them quite a bit. Because way down the line, you're going to have like a really, really high combat level and don't need weapon proficiency at all. Oh, unless you get 0 weapon proficiency. That's something I didn't consider. What if your 140 combat doesn't give you any weapon proficiency? So maybe you have to do all of it through weapon proficiency only. That could also be the case. And there's a lot about it we don't know. I don't think it's going to be that way due to how the double symbol works on the thingy, though. I'll have to wait and see. Anyways, let's go do our dailies, and then let's actually go do the main thing we wanted to go do today, which is get to next bone tier. Basically, for the next 3 days, we're going to go up 1 bone tier. Today, we got to go from 175 to 184 at minimum. Tomorrow, we got to go from 184 to 197. And then on Monday, since it's our shorter stream, we only have to do the 197 to good old 200. And that means we'll go 1 bone tier per day until we complete gather. And in between, we'll do a little bit of bone right. We'll do a little bit of carpentry. You know, anything else we need to kind of get done in that area. Oh, can I get this in time? No, I don't think we can. I'm going to pre-pot this. I don't think we're going to be able to get him in 5 seconds. His animation takes too long. Hello, Chino! You finally hit 3K? Nice! Yeah, we both hit a big milestone yesterday then, or today. We just got our 2,500, as you probably know. But huge congrats on 3,000. Also, hello, Genki, by the way, as well. Welcome. Hope all has been well. Also, I'm not going to bother potting up the other venture, the detective one. I'm just going to go there and... oh, yeah, that reminds me. Let me go check the cooking thing, since we're out and about. Yes, as Genki mentioned, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps out and is greatly appreciated. If you guys have any questions, definitely feel free to leave them in chat, and we'll get around to them all. You're about to say, where's your hello? Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's sometimes a slight delay on the stream. I don't add any extra delay, but between the streaming software and my connection and everything, there's like a 5-10 second delay sometimes. Let's see. Where are we going? Chronopolis Market. Alright, let's go back to the bone zone. As soon as we go take this daily. And then there's nothing to distract us now. We've dunked every bone we can. We got all the potions we need. We got all of our dailies and timers done. There's not a single thing that could possibly stop us from doing the rest of the bones we need. So we're just going to camp them pretty much until 184. After that, if we feel up to it, which we probably will, we'll do like a little bit of carpentry and a few other things just to kind of bolster them up for later. As we do still need to work on the 200 woodcutting carpentry grind at some point. And we've been slowly poking at it recently. Like everything that isn't a 200, that isn't your combat, we need to go get to 200 at some point, so we've been poking it here and there. With that being said, let me go get my cooking contracts, in case we have anything worth taking. Because we're still poking up cooking here and there. You know what, I'll even bring some bacon sandwiches with me. Who knows, maybe we even have a task for it. Because I'm going in there anyways, I might as well do like a set of 11 or 10 bacon sandwich. We're going to be in there anyways. Plus, we'll get a cooking level from it, oddly enough. That'll probably be enough to get us to the next rank. Especially if we have a bacon sandwich task right now. But yeah, if we're going to be checking the board anyways, might as well grab 10 of these. Grab 10 of these. Would be 12 if we had potion storage. I was wondering where all my money went. I forgot. I bought a bunch of EXP pots for the AFK EXP. Now, let's see. Do we have any bacon sandwich turn-ins? Oh, we actually do have 2. They're both scrap merchant. I guess we turn them in now. Why not? They really want me to go to scrap merchant, apparently. Yeah, sure. Might as well. I already have them on me. How many do I need? I need 5 of them. So 5 I sell, 5 I keep. Yeah, might as well. Bring a 5% XP pot with me, too. That's actually a lot of XP. That's definitely enough for a level. So that brings us to 99. Which is good, because every time you unlock a new dish, the amount of XP you get from the message board increases. So this will bring us up from a 94 rate to a 99 rate. Even things that aren't this grilled bass will increase in profitability. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This also means we no longer need to do oysters anymore. So the tier 1 oyster, we will no longer get as a task anymore. Alright, we'll go cook these. Then we'll go sell 5, go get an XP pot, head to Scrapyard, and then teleport over to actually go to the Bone Zone. The main event of what we wanted to do today. We're like half an hour into the stream. Actually, we're almost an hour into the stream, and I haven't done the main thing I wanted to go do today yet. Like our whole main goal for today. And we haven't even gotten to it. Alright, so 5 to you. Make sure to only do 5 and not more. That'd be a big fail. Alright, there we go. Alright, let me go get one EXP pot real quick. And apparently, double turn-in on Scrap Merchant is actually really good value, even though it's a little bit away. That is so free. Both the turn-in location. Oh, wait! I thought that was also a thingy. No! Why did I think that was, never mind. I can only turn in one to him. But if that's the case, I might as well go get the other thing made real quick. Wait. Hold up. I made a mistake. Why did I think that was both bacon sandwich? I'm still going to do this, though. Let me just go grab the other thing real quick. Wait. I totally thought that was a bacon sandwich again. That was a mashed instead. Might as well turn it in just because it's one item and we're already going to be right there. Like, literally right there. Because I have to come back anyways to go sell one sandwich. There you go. I have one more sandwich. Alright. Now we go to this real quick. Do that, do that, do that. Boom. And then we go turn these in. Whoops. I totally thought that was a bacon sandwich and a bacon sandwich. Apparently not. Mistakes have been made. But yeah, there Chino is. 3002 level. Nice. Huge congrats on the 3000. Nice milestone. Alright, let's go turn this in now. Alright, now we can go turn it in. And then we'll go back to doing gather for the rest of the stream. Well, not the rest of the stream, but until, pretty much until 184. Then I might do the other thing just to 185. And then we're probably doing a bit of carpentry. I meant to do some more off-stream that I didn't have time for, so I might as well do it now. Or not now, but, you know, during the duration of this stream. That way we can start doing the ash planks that we got yesterday. Because I want to try keeping my banks clean. I don't want to keep keeping clutter in them. With the exception of alchemy, because we're not doing alchemy yet. But aside from the alchemy bank, I want to keep most of my banks pretty clean. Void of, like, excess junk. It just makes assessing the items we need a lot easier. So aside from the alchemy bank, I want to try cleaning out every last bank we have. And so far, we've done pretty good on it. The only bank that's still cluttered is our log bank. Everything else only has the current tier of what we're doing. Like for iron ore, for smithing, or for the bone spikes for what do you call it? For bone right. There we go, 99. Maybe we'll get 100 today. Probably will. As long as we keep checking contracts here and there. Oops, wrong telly. Gotta do north. Alright, off we go. And there we go. They're now all upgraded. It's also a really easy dish to do. Unfortunately, we have to go all the way over there and we probably lose money on it. But it's a one-step dish, so it makes it really quick to do a contract for it. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. No! We got cliffed. Not too much we can do about that. We got cliff blocked. And that one we're one tile too far. Luckily, we don't actually have to aggro skip for what we're doing right now. We actually never need to go into a combat room for Bone Spike. Another thing that's nice about Bone Spike, compared to like Femur, is you don't have to aggro skip or use a fear potion or anything for that other room. Bone Spike is still Bone Spike and Suavia are probably some of the most broken when it comes to Storage Rift. I can't think of any resource in the entire game closer to Storage Rift. I know Juniper is decently close, but the cycle for doing them is kind of awkward. Unless you just really need the material for building something. Which, what is Juniper used for, now that I think about it? What's the full list of things you use Juniper for? Juniper. And it doesn't matter what's here. Oh, it's only bone right. That's why I don't know why it's used. Yeah, it's only a bone right material. So you could kind of ignore that it exists. However, it seems like it's used for all the bows for bone right. That's interesting. It's basically your bow crafting weapon. So if we ever want to use that with the new class system, or, you know, where you're going to be able to use other classes' gear, we need Juniper and able to make all the cool-looking bows. Let me see what they look like at the highest tier. Let's see. Yeah, that's what the crossbow looks like at the highest tier. The longbow we don't really care about as much because we already have a bow ourselves. Oh, there's 2 different bows? And then the light crossbow. Ooh, I do like it. It's the main weapon type I really wish we had, that we technically will. Is the crossbow from Bone Right, I really like. Oh yeah, what elemental damage? Oh, please tell me one of them is green. What elemental damages are the 2 crossbows? It doesn't say, it doesn't say, it doesn't say. Where in here does it say what this bow does? I'm trying to find the damage type that it does. And does anyone know Guardian's 2 crossbow damage types? There's a heavy and a light. But I'm not sure which damage type each one does. And I can't find it by going to their page somehow. One is Necro. Yeah, I don't know what damage type they are or what their attack speed is. And obviously what their special attack is because they're not in the game yet. I need to look into it later. Because I was hoping one of them is green. But it might not be because I believe Bone Right has a green bow. So I don't think it has a green crossbow. I think it's physical and necrome, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure what their attack speeds are. But I'm pretty sure it's physical and necrome. Which means not green, unfortunately. Oh, does it show on the main Bone Right page? I don't understand why on like the sub pages it doesn't show things. Basically, you have to go to the main page of anything in order to figure out what anything is. Alright, let me see. Here we go. Yeah, heavy crossbow is the slowest attack. Oh no, it's actually the quickest attack speed. And it does necrome. Oh, they're both quick attack speed. Interesting. It's one is one-handed, one is two-handed. One is blue damage and one is necrome. That means you probably would never need them then. That's unfortunate. The main one that's relevant there is the longbow, which is kind of sad. But even that I don't really need because we have one on well, I don't know. Like the 3 that really matter are the Tushian, the quarterstaff, and the longbow. Because those are all the ones that you have a better percent on. Like if you're a non-Guardian, these are like the only 3 weapons that Guardian has that you would care about. Which is sad because the longbow is not as cool, and we already have a bow on Cryonite. It's not even like we're getting a new weapon type. I do like the Tertian and Quarterstaff though, particularly the Tushian. But yeah, these are like the only 3 that non-Cryonites, I mean non-Guardians would probably care about. Tertian, Quarterstaff, and Longbow. Everything else is probably too weak to bother using compared to what you have on your own class. Unless his special attack is just really, really, really good on it or something. Or you just really like how it cosmetically looks. But otherwise, everything else should probably be weaker other than those 3. Let me go check it for Hammer Mage. I know the Great Hammer would be probably the best one for Cryonite because it fills the 1 yellow gap we have. Because Cryonite doesn't have a yellow 2-hand. And the yellow 2-hand that you would put there is basically the best in slot for Cryonite. I mean for Hammer Mage. But also for Cryonite, as well as for every class. But it's one that we're distinctly missing. But let me go check Stonemason. Stonemason. No, not Spear. How do you get Spear out of typing in Stonemason? How does that even happen? Alright. Yeah, you would have the Warhammer, which Cryonite already has a better option for. Well, maybe not better, but an alternative option. Great Hammer is the one we really care about. And then Throwing Hammers, we probably don't care about as much. But are still like the 3 that you would end up getting from it. But it must be the Great Hammer and the Throwing Hammer. But more so the Great Hammers. That's the only slot that Cryonite doesn't have a yellow weapon for. It's also, oddly enough, the best in slot on Cryonite. I mean, on Hammer Mage. As far as, like, overall damage. And then, of course, for... we already know the 3 for Cryonite. But, of course, for Cryonite... there are the Rapier, the little blue throwy disc, and the big ice 2-hand. Where you have the Rapier, the Broadsword, and the Throwing Rings. I'm not sure on what classes those are viable on, but some amount of classes would want one of those weapons, if not two of them, to fill out whatever holes they have. And you have a pretty nice variety too, because you have like a slow hitting broadsword kind of thing, and then the super quick rapier and throwing ring. We also, I believe, have the only slow hitting for both of these two. We basically have like every slow hitting category, except for throwable slow hitting fire, if that's ever relevant for anything. I didn't even think about that. Cryo Knight has literally every slow hitting weapon for the off things except for fire. It has a one-hand slow hitting. It has a two-hand slow hitting for Necrobay, and then it has the javelin slow hitting. The only thing it's missing is if throwing axes were like fire instead of instead of yellow. I mean, otherwise it would have max slow hitting for all three, which might actually be relevant in the future. Also, my XP rate is probably so bad right now because I keep pulling up the tab and everything, and not taking our bone spikes. There we go. But it'll be interesting when you can start mixing class gear, especially when they have special attacks and everything, what it will come out to be. Because the biggest holes in Cryo Knight is, of course, green. You only ever get one green weapon, and it's your range. So you're going to need the Tertian for your one hand, and the quarterstaff, or whatever it's called, for your two-hand green. The other hole is the two-handed yellow, and for that you use the Great Hammer from Hammer Mage. And then beyond that, I don't know, what is beyond that? I guess, what is our holes for the other two styles? That's something I never paid much attention to. We don't have a one-handed Necromay. I'm not sure which class gets the best one-handed Necromay, but we don't have a one-handed Necromay, and we don't have a two-handed Fire. I'm not sure which class gets the best one, and I guess it would be really heavily dependent on special attacks. But yeah, there's no one-handed Necromay and no two-handed Fire weapon for Cryo Knight. Not sure if it'll ever be relevant to run all three against an enemy like that, but you never know. We do have all the slow-hitting ones, if that's ever relevant for anything, though. The only thing we don't have is slow-hitting fire, which, I'm not sure what gets slow-hitting fire range. I wish you could check all three of these pages at once, like this graph for all three. I guess if we opened 3 tabs, we technically could. I haven't really compared all of them too much to each other. Like, I know generally what each class has, but not, like, exactly for everything. But it really comes down to special attacks, because a lot of that doesn't even matter until, you know, we know what the special attacks do for each one. These will mean really, really little if you cover all three, or don't cover all three if the special attack on it's not worth it. But it's something we'll just have to wait and see what happens with it. Oh, so this is worse XP per hour than what we were doing yesterday, I think? Oh, no, I guess it's technically more. Because we're only doing bone only instead of woodcutting bone. So it's technically slightly better. We're getting 2,000 per bone rather than 2,700 per cacti thing. But those things were also further spread than the bones. There was also only a 6 spawn instead of an 8. And we were also combining woodcutting with it. Whereas here we're doing just bone only. So this is technically better at gather XP than we were doing yesterday, but worse overall XP than what we were doing yesterday. But the main thing here that's good is we're actually banking bone rate XP. Whereas before we were banking alchemy XP. And we definitely need it towards our 200 bone rate. Which is why we're doing these, even though it is still slightly worse overall. But it's slightly better for what our main goal is right now. Which is 200 gather and 200 bone rate. Also, banking is like 0 time here pretty much. Which is so nice about Bone Spike. Honestly, we could technically do them all the way to 200. We're not going to, but we could. We easily could. I'm probably going to be grabbing the femurs, though. Because the femurs are probably like closer to 2.8k each. Even though you have to walk a mile for a bank. I think it still comes out to be slightly better. I guess it's worse knowledge per hour, though. So maybe we don't camp femur the whole time. I'm not sure. Because the problem with femur is we get less knowledge per hour, but we're probably getting more XP per hour. But it's hard to tell. It's really weird to calculate out, because you have to calculate out for bank time. And the bank time for femurs takes way longer. Like, we're talking like 40, 50 seconds? Whereas the bank time for this takes like 3-5 seconds? It's more so just waiting for the animation to load. However long that animation is. Since you only have to move one tile, whereas the other thing has to move like 3 rooms. You do get a free Suave tree with the other cycle, though. You don't get a free Suave tree with this. The bone spikes are actually far enough away that you perfect cycle them by only going for bone. So you only get 8 resources every cycle rather than 9. Technically 10, because ever since the new respawning, you actually can't get there in time. It's kind of weird. It actually nerfed, the new respawning rate actually nerfed femur slightly. You actually have to double tree instead of single tree now. I almost forgot about that. Also, we could be dropping our potion in order to do a triple bank. Or, you know, instead of banking 16 at a time, we could do 24 at a time. The main reason I do that is I know I will despawn this entire stack if I do that. So I've opted to not do that. As there's a 100% chance I will despawn this every single time. Also, when I do femurs, I'm probably going to do it without a potion. And just like full bank whenever we go back. And just do it like 200% bar at a time. Main reason for that is I just don't want to have to deal with juggling it. We've already despawned a stack there before, we'll probably do it again. And then obviously we dump it into bone rate. Which unfortunately we won't have 168 today. I'm not even sure if I'll have 168 tomorrow, though that's definitely a goal we should probably have. It's just kind of hard to do since we have to do like literally anything. We can kind of figure it out too. If the average activity we're going to be doing is like, let's say 3 knowledge an hour. And we need 4 knowledge per level. We can kind of reverse math it. And figure out, let's say we're already at 161, so we need 7, so we need 28, so we need math. We need slightly over 9 hours. I have to do literally anything in game for 9 hours. So yeah, we'll definitely have it tomorrow then. I'm not sure if we're going that long today. But going into tomorrow, we should guarantee have 168 bone rate. So that means we could actually dunk every bone spike we have, which is what we're collecting now. We could technically do it today, but it would take about 9 to 10 hours. Which basically means all the way till midnight. I don't think I'm doing another midnight stream today, though. It's not going to be that every single day now that we're going to be doing it. Because I like just trying to now just kind of doing whatever our main goals are for today. And then after that, just kind of dipping. So if we have a bigger goal like yesterday of 2,500, we ended up taking like a little over 11 hours. But today's goal is a little bit smaller, so it won't take as long. It'll still have to be a while, though. We're still streaming for like another 4, 5, 6 hours. It's just not as long as like another 10 hours. Yeah, that's something that will happen again once the Steam Deck comes out. Because I'll be able to multitask this game a lot better. There's one big issue right now is I can only play this game, obviously, when I'm, like, stationary at the house, like, you know, at the computer. So whenever I'm going out for things or errands or anything like that, obviously I can't be poking it on the side. But once we have that Steam Deck, we can. Because I generally walk everywhere for the most part. For a lot of things. So it's a lot of downtime that, we're not, you know, grinding. Obviously, whenever I cross a street or anything, I won't be playing or anything like that. But, you know, if you're just walking on a sidewalk or something, you can easily be poking occasionally at a raid den or something. Get that free XP in there. Because the mobile version is probably not coming for another half a year to a year. They mentioned they'll look into it a bit more after 1.0. They do have a working build of mobile currently, they mentioned during the Q&A. But obviously they don't have a publicly available one. Unless I recall, they mentioned it would be after 1.0. How much after 1.0, we don't know, because we don't know if this could be like their immediate priority or a back kind of priority. But that means the earliest we're going to get it is like September. The latest would be like 2026. Like some dates 2026. But like the pretty much earliest date is like September for mobile version. So we got a while before you could do it on anything other than Steam Deck. Or streaming it onto your phone or something similar. But that you still need to have like a stable connection near your computer, I believe. These generally both have to be on the same network, I believe. For that to work properly. Otherwise you have a lot of input lag. Yeah, first gathering level of many. We're definitely going until at least 185. It's till 184 femur for at least a level, just to kind of see how they are again. Because we haven't done them much since queuable action. A lot of them does require a manual walk though, is the only problem. Both rooms require a manual walk at the beginning of the room. Bitter fruit, we're obviously dodging. Alright, so what is the point of bitter fruit? Are they literally just for selling? Because there's no way they added a material that's sole purpose is just to be sold for, like, 0. And, like, no other purpose whatsoever. Did they actually add a resource that useless? Because every time I see bitter fruit, I'm always wondering in the back of my head, like, what is this used for again? And the answer is nothing? Question mark? Bitter fruit are obtained by the gatherer profession. There are currently no known uses for the fruit, other than for profit. Why? The other one doesn't even profit that much. They're like 3 silver each. You know how bad 3 silver each is at like 300 something gatherer? I don't understand their point. They're like probably the most useless item in the entire game. You can't bank them. They're not worth selling because they're worth like basically 0 relative to how long it will take you to even go sell them. You can't put them in a storage rift because they're not bankable anywhere. They're the most pointless thing in this entire game. I don't understand why they exist. Other than I guess to fill a few gaps in Gatherer. Because post 200 you might have to take them at some level ranges. Overtaken bones or something. It's because their EXP rate might just be so much substantially better. But honestly, I'd still rather have the bone rate XP. Oh no, is there any dead zone at all post 200 where you would need a bitter fruit? Let's see, here you can do leeks, then you do clover, then you do ramhorn, then you do thistle because I need those for our boost pots. Then you ignore tangle fruit because I still need thistle. Then you do bone spike. Then you ignore snake scale unless you're a hammer mage. Then you do femur. So you do bone spike all the way to femur. Then you probably do those leeks just to save you some on cooking. Orchid, I forget what orchid is for. I'm pretty sure it's pretty skippable. Which means it's a bit of a dead zone right there, unless you want to keep doing femurs the whole time. So we might have to knowledge through that a little bit. Then you could do goat horn. And then you ignore the bitter fruit again and do ram horn. Unless you really want to expedite it. Okay, those 377 bitter fruit might be the first one actually viable to use. As it helps get through this gap really nicely. Because you don't want to do goat horn that entire time. That'd be way too many. Okay, that's like the first bitter fruit that's actually useful. The 377 bitter fruit is the final tier of bitter fruit, basically. Is like the only bitter fruit worth doing. Not because you would sell them. You would still drop them on the ground. But because their EXP rate does fill a really big hole that you kind of need to fill somehow. Then you do ramhorn. Then I probably ignore howberries. But then I also have to ignore tangle fruit. And then you get back to bone spike, the final bone spike. Then we can finally do dock leaf again for the 10% pot. Then ignore tangle fruit. Then do the sage for the... oh gosh, this could be so annoying to bank though. For the 10% pots. And then femur. Hopefully by then those things would be price hiked enough that it's actually worth gathering them. Because those things are absurdly annoying to bank. They're currently the worst thing in the entire game to bank. They are 13 rooms away, plus you have to go cross a river, which you have to talk to a guy, and it takes a couple dialogue boxes. So 13 rooms away and a dialogue box to go bank them, which is absolutely insane. Luckily, you only have to do it one way because you can just teleport to the thing. But still, 13 rooms plus a dialogue box to get to Sage, to bank it, is not ideal. I can definitely see that being a runner activity. How many gatherers are going to be bothering to do that? Who knows? But, yeah, there's no way you're going to be banking that normally. Unless they had, like, a new way to do storage or something, because that is awful. Gotta do that for, like, 9 levels, too. I don't plan to get 500 gather anytime soon, though. I think the most interesting unlock is at 280, though. Because isn't this the highest tier bone spike or the second highest? No, this is the second highest. That's the tier 5 bone spike. Which means 433 is technically needed for the really, really, really good one. The one that can make all the way up to 500. But no, tier 5 goes pretty deep. If we go check how far tier 5 goes, we can actually see it right here. A tier 5 bone spike goes all the way till 450. You can make a 450 spear out of a tier 5. You can't make a 500, but you can make a 450 out of it. That's not bad. Like, that's not a 500, but 450 is pretty high number. But you would need tier 5 to be able to make the perfect one, though. And get all the way to 500 threshold. Which means you'd be able to do that off a quarter staff at level 440. Because at 440, you can make a 500 after the new system. So we need 440 bone, right? And then you would make a quarter staff into a 500. Which means even for... Oh, yeah, bone spikes are even good for that, then. Because, yeah, that would be the main one you would do it on, then. You could technically do it on some of the other ones over here, too. Should be able to get there. But, because every single one of these should be able to go to 500. But you can do it on bone spikes, which is nice. By 440, you could do it on the quarterstaff. As well as get a perfect quarterstaff. Though I don't think it being perfect matters at all unless you're actually using it as a weapon. I guess the other ones would be technically slightly cheaper then. But probably still not worth it for how easy it is to get bone spike into the other thing. Doesn't matter if they're cheaper, if this is easier to get. Because this is the easiest material to get, so their actual cost doesn't matter at all. If we're just gathering it. It matters how quickly they can be gathered. And these can be gathered very quickly. Quicker than any bone by like a mile and a half. But yeah, that's definitely how you'd be upgrading every other class that isn't Guardian. You'd be doing it with 440, you would need to get 440 bone rate. And then with 440 bone rate, you can make a bone spike weapon like that. Or, you know, the quarter staff. And then that 440 will be a 500. You only need 440 bone rate to make it. You'd still need the tier 6 material, though. Because you can't do that with tier 5. So yeah, tier 6 is going to be a pretty nice penny, then. Since it's going to be so much easier to wield high-level stuff down the line. Oh, time to use that. There we go. I kind of want to check. What does that look like for stonemason? What is the easiest thing that you can make in that regard? Probably perfect bolas? No, perfect throwing stone. Assuming perfect throwing stone can go all the way. I believe that uses flint, doesn't it? That'd be the best way to do it for plus I need to go get so much perfect flint when we do mining to 500. But, yeah, isn't throwing stone flint? Let me double check. Pretty sure throwing stone is flint. Throwing stones. You should only use 3 material, and I believe it uses flint. It doesn't matter which one we click on. Yep, flint. Alright, yeah, that would be the best way to do it. If you're a non-hammer mage, the best option you have is at 348, you can make 500s. Not literally at 348, but, you know. The item comes out at 348. You would need 440 stonemason. And your 440 stonemason would make a 500 hammer mage equipment. And you would just make it out of flint using throwing stone. As assumably, every single item can go to 500. That is a perfect one. And if that is the case, then you could just do this. And it only costs 3 flint each, which is very, very cheap. Really easy to obtain. You literally get 3 in a single room. Then just go etch them real quick. Boom, you're good to go. Obviously, you need to keep crafting until you get the 1, but it shouldn't take that long. Because the rate doesn't get any harder after 200. After 200, you're already at the hardest rate. Which means on average, let's say it takes like 40 crafts. Let's say it takes 40 of them. You only need 120 flint, tier 6 flint, in order to make a single level 500 3-star for upgrading. That's not a lot. 120 flint takes like no time at all to get. Like, that's under an hour of flint. I forgot how much you can get per hour, but it's definitely under an hour of flint. So, yeah. And you get like the best in slot upgrade weapon in the game for anything that isn't a hammer mage. Like for guardians and cryonite. That's not too bad. The full process would probably take like 2 hours. Between mining it, etching it, and crafting it through the RNG system. The whole process would take under 2 hours. And of course, so that's the 3 that you would use. If you need a hammer mage upgrade, or, you know, if you're a non-hammer mage trying to upgrade something, you would use throwing stone, get 440 stonemason, and do it off of the throwing stones with perfect flint. For guardian, if you need a guardian upgrade, aka you're not a guardian, you would end up using the quarterstaff that you get at 425, but you would need 440 bone, right? And that requires 1 suave pole and 3 bone spikes. And you see how easy it is to get 3 bone spikes from the ground. And then the other one is actually, what is it for cryonite? I assume it'd be iron. It'd probably be rapier, if I had to guess, because it uses 4. It's probably rapier, because rapier you could do it like this low level. Yeah, rapier you could start making at 141, though you would need 440 in order to make it 500 after the new system. But at 440, you would use 4 perfect iron in order to make a perfect rapier. And then you would go and, you know, upgrade your material with it if you're a hammer mage or a guardian. Which means the main materials that are really, really relevant for crafting then is iron ore, flint, and bone spike suave. Those are the only 3 material you care about if you are not the class that corresponds to it. Unless they're all meta. But we don't know exactly how the class overall like system will work as far as using other weapons. But if you only care about upgrading your own class stuff, those are the only materials that will ever matter. Perfect iron ore if you are not a cryonite. Well, even cryonites kind of need that too because of rapier. Because, of course, all of the 3 classes might still have good weapons in the category. But all non-cryonites care about iron ore the most. Perfect iron ore. All non-guardians care about bone spike in suave the most, which is what we're doing right now. And it's really free to go bank too, which is nice. And everyone who's not a hammer mage cares about flint the most. What's kind of interesting is all 3 of those are really close to a bank. Iron ore is the closest ore to a bank. Flint is the closest stone to a bank. And very obviously, based on what we're doing right now, bone spikes and suaves are the closest material to a bank as well. So it's kind of interesting that they made the best material for all 3 next to a bank. I never really realized that till just now. But the optimal way to make a perfect weapon in the current state of the game for, you know, off classes, or like anything that isn't your class to go upgrade your weapon, it's all right next to a bank. For bone spike suave, it's 1 tile. For iron ore, it's like 15-ish, and for stone, it's also like 15-ish, give or take a few. Like they're all really, really close. Technically, for iron ore, it's close to like 6 if you're doing like the drop method we were doing earlier, like if you're doing the 120 method. But if you walk the full way, I think it's closer to like 15 or 20, same as flint. But they're all really close to a bank compared to the average stone or the average ore, the average tree, or the average bone. So does that mean we need to go 440 all of them then? Are we doing smithing first? As far as the other ones, we'll see. We need to get those 2 alt accounts working on it. They're still a good ways away though. They won't have 440 until like September or October of this year at current rate. Unless I start power grinding them or start leveling them like pre-200. If we spent like a week just power grinding them or something. I don't think that's worth it, though, compared to just AFKing them. I don't know, we'll see. Because right now they're stuck gaining only pre-200 levels right now, is the big issue. They're currently training things from level 20 to 200, using only AFK methods, which is really slow. Because every level post-200 is the same speed as pre-200. So it'd be technically better to train them to 200 manually. The problem is, it is not quick to go train Bone Right to 200 manually, or Stone Mason to 200 manually. That's the big problem with that. So I kind of can't do that. Even though it'd be helpful for them, that is not a quick thing. You don't just simply just go get 200 Bone Right. We don't even have 200 Bone Right yet on this account. And Stonemason took a while. So I'm probably just going to have them AFK from 20 to 200 as they have been. It's just really, really slow. But it also wastes too much time manually getting them to 200. But there's one nice thing about the next patch. We only need to get them to 440, which saves like 1 month of having to AFK them. And that means they can start on alchemy earlier than they otherwise would have. This is my current plan for them. They're currently trying to finish Lost and Found. Was that worth it at this point? I have no clue. But I'm still going with it because we're already halfway there, so might as well go all the way. We're into too deep to back off now. But I'm having them finish Lost and Found. And then after they finish Lost and Found, I'm going to have them get 500, or technically 440, in their respective crafting skill. Which might have some issues if we don't go all the way to 500 in the future, so maybe I'll still do them 500, we'll see. But at least initially, I plan to get them 440 each. One, the Guardian getting 440 Bone Right, the other one getting 440 Stonemason. Which will at least allow us to make all of our 3-star or 4-star upgrades we ever need. There will be a few items I can't make to trade, but that shouldn't be too big a deal. Because most people will care about the upgrade material. So it shouldn't be too big a deal. But eventually I will get them to 500 from there. But then after 440 for the crafting skill, they would both do alchemy to 200. And then just AFK every potion and feed it over to my main, depending on which ones we need. And just keep doing the AFK potions that are like really, really good value. And just feed them over to our main account. That way we have 2 accounts feeding us all the potions we ever need to go boost everything. Between the XP pots and the +4 pots and the +5 pots eventually. Hello, Reptile! You're so excited about the idea about the obelisk having its own ability tree. Yeah, there's going to be so many things you can do with it. Like, the amount of builds. We actually had it as a poll yesterday. Like, the builds that people are going to be running. But there's just so many fun builds you can end up doing with it. Very curious to see how it pans out overall. I feel like it's going to be so unbalanced, though. It's going to be, like, hilariously unbalanced. So I'm going to be doing combat, like, every single day until they nerf it 100 times. Because there's going to be so many broken things on day 1 and day 2 and day 5 and week 2 or week 3. I am curious how much they're going to nerf it, though. Because there's no way they're going to keep the obelisk system exactly as it is on day 1. Because there's going to be so much broken stuff that they didn't fully consider. As far as how you can, like, min-max. Like, they probably will consider it, but it'll probably, like, even beyond what they were comprehending for it. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Because there's a lot of crazy things you can do once that system comes out. And we'll be testing in Chronopolis, of course, because it's the only area we have a really high level in. It's why when we started to stream, you saw we were AFKing the raid dens. Aside from it still being the most AFK activity in the game, I still want a few more levels here and there. Because the main thing that we're testing combat on when Obelisk comes out is going to be, obviously, Chronopolis. Like, whenever we're testing the Obelisk, we're going to be doing it in Chapter 4. Because they said they're going to give you infinite rerolls. And we will be abusing that like crazy. I'm going to be re-rolling like every hour to test new stuff. We're going to be doing completely in Chronopolis. See what we can end up getting out of it. We'll try pretty much everything that can be done. And just power grind whatever the most broken stuff seems. Of which there will be many. I think the funniest one is going to be AFK range. Depending on what the DPS difference looks like between melee and range. There's some units you normally wouldn't be able to kill that way, as well as kiting them around, as well as just being so tanky they just melee everything. My biggest concern, though, is I'm not going to have good armor, so I'm probably going to be testing it on things that are a little bit safer. Because I do plan to go, like, all in on DPS, to the point where you don't even need armor, so you don't even need to be in melee range. So you can just kite them around and just do range only. It does make some enemies a little bit more annoying to kill, like ones that naturally range you back. As that will not work. Those are actually start to be the most annoying units in every chapter. Any unit that can range you. Because unless you're going like the full all-in DPS melee tank kind of build. The problem with that is sourcing armor. Sourcing armor is going to be really annoying to do under the new system, even more so than it is now. Due to how the drop table and everything's going to work. But I have a feeling that's going to be probably one of the biggest issues with combat initially. Is keep in mind, after all the combat rework, we will not have Armor Maker. Armor Maker's not till another like 3 to 5, 6 months. Like, we're going to have the entirety of the combat rework with all the weapons, all the special attacks, all the spec tree, all the obelisks, all the hero level thing. But we will not have Armor Maker still. So armor is still really horrible. It's something that's not being fixed with all that. Doesn't get fixed till Chapter 5. Especially if you don't have trading enabled. Like, you might as well just not even wear armor. Not like don't wear armor at all, but you know what I mean. Like, it doesn't matter what you're wearing. You're basically wearing paper. So you might as well just min-max damage and everything. Because that's one thing that's going to be a problem with, like, the melee tank build initially. It's the lack of suitable armor to support it. Obviously, you can still go higher HP and higher resistance and higher, like, regen rate. But it only gets you so far when you're wearing, like, full Tier 1 armor. Or Tier 2. With, like, maybe one piece of Tier 3. Maybe if you're lucky, like, one piece of Tier 4. It's a good evening, B. Welcome, welcome. So I like how production's in dead last right now. So in our current poll, with the upcoming combat merge to Brighter Shores, what seems like the best thing to be doing to prep for combat? So currently, the votes are as follows. 17% for alchemy, for making boost pots and XP pots, aka like plus 80s, 10%, 7%, stuff like that. Because those XP pots should still work on upgrading your obelisk. Should work the same way they do now as far as assisting combat. And of course, plus 80 pots are quite a bit better than plus 40s. Though are a little bit harder to source at en masse. Production, this would basically be making 4-star weapons. So of course they will have special attacks, so we don't know exactly how strong special attacks are going to be overall. But only 4-star weapons will have them. Not only do 4-star weapons have better base damage, but they also will have access to special attacks. So that one's currently in dead last at only 12%. I guess a lot of people when trading comes out are just planning on buying them all. Well, good for you, because I won't be supplying some. I'm not going to have the highest production in the game, but we'll definitely be selling some. We're definitely not going to be the highest crafter in all of the land, but, you know, for what most people need, we should be able to, you know, get some stuff out. Mostly going into smithing, though. The other two are just going to be at 200. But we'll probably be, like, top 10 smithing by then, top 15 smithing. Not the highest in the game, but decently high. Beyond that, money. 27% on money. I assume everyone doing money are the people who are going to enable trading. Because the only way that money gives you everything in the game is, of course, if you have trading enabled. But basically the whole point of doing, like, merchant leatherworker, if you are enabling trading, or even just, like, combat to 500 or something similar, is to rack out a bunch of money so that when trading does come out, you can just buy everything. You could buy your 4-star weapons, you could buy your potions, you could buy anything you ever need. Problem with that is you're going to have to probably pay a premium for them, with how few people are going to be selling overall. But you would be able to buy, theoretically, everything in the entire game without needing any of the other skills. It might just cost a little bit more than how, you know, how it would otherwise go down. But you would be able to access everything through it, and that's currently at 27%. And the one that is currently in the lead for prepping for combat is, who could have guessed it, doing combat. So combat is currently in the lead at 46%. For the best way to prep to do combat is to do more combat, so that they can get all the obelisk buffs ahead of time. One thing to keep in mind if you are going down that route, though, is combat XP is almost guaranteed going to be quicker later than it is now. So any combat you do now is almost guaranteed going to be slower than combat you do later, XP-wise and everything. And say, like, really heavily nerf the XP rates. But there's no way that an obelisk tree and the skill tree on your hero and the, as well as the special attacks. Like, there's no way that doesn't make your XP rate go up. It really just comes down to how much do they nerf the overall XP rates currently in the game to accommodate for it. Do they over-nerf it? Do they under-nerf it? Because the more they under-nerf it, yeah, the better combat XP will be later rather than now. Like, it's basically slower to do combat now than later. But you'd still be ahead of the curve if you had, like, a really high combat already. Like, if you already had 500 in a zone, or 200 in a zone, or a couple hundred in a zone. Alright, almost at our second level. How many we're getting per hour? Is it like 3? It looks like we're getting about 3 levels per hour. That seems about on rate. Seems about fine. Not anything insanely high, but we're getting there. Just think about all the bone rate XP we're banking. Because technically we'd be getting more XP per hour if we're doing like the Tangle Fruit right now. But that banks 0 bone rate XP per hour. Whereas this banks a lot of bone rate XP per hour. Like almost as much as we're getting gather XP. Especially if we actually made something out of it. Though I will be saving them for later though. These are what we make our 199s out of. Which we could actually technically do right now with the plus 60 bonus from the new patch when it comes out. Because you don't actually need level 199 to make a 199 anymore. You actually only need 139 to make a 199. I think you still need the better material. But you don't need the level of 199 to make a 199 now. 139, or not literally right now, but you know, after the changes, 139 would be enough. And 139 is not that bad to get. Like, it does take a while, obviously, to get 139 smithing or stonemason or bone rate. But it beats getting 199 or 200. I'm still getting 200, though. Just to even it out. But you technically only need 139 in order to make your upgrade material. And the whole reason why you want to make a 199 is the rarity curve. There's one rarity curve for 0 to 19, another one from 20 to 199. And then everything 200 plus uses the really rare one. There's one of the other nice benefits of the update as well. That means if you're doing 200, it's actually worthwhile to make a post-200 item. Because before it wasn't. Because all you'd be making is like a 210 or a 220 or a 230, which doesn't justify the rarity curve. But making a 260 at level 200 is actually worth it. As far as like sell price and everything. They did say that they're going to be nerfing down the sell price and make it so you have to pay whenever you tune an item. But that shouldn't affect profit overall too much. It should still be pretty comparable to now. The problem is whenever you want to like mass tune items, you're going to be having to pay a premium. Though keep in mind, you can merge untuned items. Which means you don't have to pay the merge fee, I don't believe, in that situation. Like, let's say you already have an item tuned in a chapter. Let's say it's a, oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh, I wonder how that will work. What happens if you tune, let's say, a 3-star item to a chapter, and then merge 2 untunes to it? Do you have to pay the untunement cost, or the tunement cost? That's something they haven't clarified yet, at all, on the many, many long list of things. We don't currently know if you're going to have to pay the tunement cost in that regard. Because if you don't, that means it's better to tune a... let's say, for example, I want to go make... I don't know, let's just say a 253-star weapon. For, you know, stonemason. I mean, for cryonite. So, you know, it'd make all the items we need. But I believe the strategy would be... You would tune the cryonite weapon to the chapter. So let's say we're making a rapier. We would tune the rapier to the chapter. You would keep the other 2 untuned, and then merge them into the weapon. And now the question there is, do you have to pay the tunement fee for merging? Because if you don't, that means you only have to pay the attunement fee for a 3-star rather than a 4-star item. Which saves you a lot of money. We're talking in that hypothetical, like 50 silver probably it saves you? Like 50 or 100 silver. It probably saves you in attunement cost. If that actually works that way. If you combine everything into your 3-star rather than doing it the other way around. Because you'd want to make sure you tune it beforehand. If it does work that way. If merging has no cost, but tunement does, you'd want to tune your 3-star, then merge your 3 stars into it to make a 4-star, rather than the other way around. Because if you merge into an untuned item and then it's a 4-star, and then you go and tune it to that chapter, you're going to have to spend the tunement fee for a 4-star weapon rather than a 3-star weapon. So I'll have to wait and see. That's something they haven't clarified on a very long list of things that have not been clarified. Because that means the meta would be to always tune the 3-star beforehand that you're actually making the weapon for, and then merge everything into it. As it will save you a lot on tunement fee. How much, we don't really know. It depends on the level range, of course. But we're talking like tens, if not low hundreds of silver in savings every time you do one. We'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of specifics we don't know. Because currently the whole process is free right now. You don't get charged anywhere during any of that. But it did mention they're adding a attunement fee when next patch comes out. Or, you know, next combat rework and everything. We just don't know if there's a merging fee for untuned items or not. Because they only said there was one for tuning. They did not say if there's one for merging as well. Like if you have untuned items being merged into something. I hope that there isn't. But we'll find out. Because if there is, then it doesn't matter when you tune them or untune them or anything. Because you'll be paying the same cost regardless, probably. So what am I doing? Wanted to wait until we have at least 2 sets of them. We're already having to bank enough. We don't need to bank every 8. It's already bad enough we're banking every 16. Until wieldable potions come out. Gosh, I keep forgetting how quiet this area is. It always throws me off whenever I'm like listening to the music here, and then I'm like, oh yeah, there's no music here. It's like, oh yeah, there isn't music. Just the ambience of the area. Oh, that reminds me. You know something we gotta go do soon? That I keep putting off, but I really need to go do? We gotta do 210 leatherworker so we can get all the money from it. And then I'm probably investing it all into alchemy, to be honest. Just dump all the money we make from 210 leatherworker into alchemy. And potions just in general. Like the, you know, XP pots and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the game plan of all that money. I was considering another tool, but I don't know. The more I look at it, the more I just kind of want to train alchemy with it and XP pots before they price hike them. Because they did mention during the Q&A they're price hiking all shops when trading comes out. I wish I would give some more word on when trading's coming out. Because they've been talking a lot about combat recently, but we still don't have trading. You know, that feature that was supposed to come with at launch. It is like 2.5 months later. Obviously they want to get it right when they implement it, which makes sense. But at this rate, it's going to be like 3 months after when trading was supposed to come out that trading's actually going to come out. Not better late than never. But I'm still leaning towards enabling trading. And if we ever want to play self-sufficiently, we just will on our own. If we ever want to play like a bronze man kind of in-between style. Or we still kind of self-sufficient stuff, but you know, if we ever want to cave in and buy something, we can. Because honestly, my gameplay is not going to be changing too much when trading comes out. It basically just gives us more features to engage with. But I'm probably still playing like 80% the exact same way, even when trading's out. There are a few things we do a little bit different, like money making. We wouldn't be forced to have to do merchant leatherworker to make money. So it diversifies what we can end up doing for it. As well as some resources we can mass buy that would be unrealistic to do currently. Like if we wanted like a bunch of tier 5 ore to go smith or something similar, or even tier 6 ore down the line or something similar. Like that's something you can actually do rather than just mining it all or buying it all, because it's way too expensive to buy it all from the shop. And also the time to keep walking back and forth and back and forth. But it'll be a bit more viable when trading's actually out. Oh yeah, did they actually mention they're splitting the leaderboard? Did they actually confirm that? I don't recall them confirming that. Is that 100% confirmed? That they're splitting the leaderboard between Ironman and non-Ironman? Because yeah, then we'll be top 20 again. Because I'm pretty sure most of the top 20 right now are staying as Ironman. Like, if I had to guess, like, at least 70-80% of them will stay as an Ironman. So it'll be, like, top 10 non-Ironman, then. For total level. Because I don't recall them mentioning that. But they may have. Because if it does have a split leaderboard between Ironman and non-Ironman, yeah, we should be top 10 instantly. Because I assume most of the top 20 are staying Ironman. It makes sense, too. It's just if I really want to play an Ironman, I would just go play the hardcore and old school, so... I figured we'd play a main, because I actually don't have a main account in old school RuneScape. Or in RuneScape 3. I don't really have any account in RuneScape 3 right now, but... I don't really have, like, a proper main in old school. So I'll just play this, like, one. And then in old school, if we want to play Ironman style, we could just do that. With the extra risk of never dying. I do want to do a stream for that soon. I'm almost done with leagues. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream the end of leagues. I don't know. Would you guys even want to see that? If we do one last hurrah stream for leagues? Because I feel like by this point, everyone's, like, done with leagues. Even people who play RuneScape or old school RuneScape don't even care about leagues anymore. But I'm still finishing it out, having my fun with it. On our last little, like, boss gauntlet rush to finish out the points I need. And after that, we can go ahead and actually play the main game. And that's something I actually do want to go stream sometime. Because it's been 3 months since I've actually played the main game. Like, over 3 months, actually. Because a month before, I was only AFKing what I'm doing now, the Redwood Tree, to try to get Beaver Pet. And I'm still been doing that through all of Brighter Shores. So I haven't played, like, proper old school RuneScape in, like, 3 months now. Because I believe it was mid-October was the last time I played properly. Not counting leagues. Because that's basically a private server at that point. But not counting the private server that is old school RuneScape's official leagues. I have not actually played properly old school RuneScape in 3 months. By the time we actually do in a few weeks. That was also when our last stream was. It was like mid-October. Because that I definitely do want to stream. Especially catching up on all the updates that's been coming out. Because that's 3 months of updates that I haven't touched at all. They added a new quest. They added a new run system. They added probably a bunch of other quality of life that I'm not even aware of. As well as probably even features I'm not even aware of. They didn't add too much because they were pretty busy updating leagues and everything, but, oh yeah, we'll be able to claim all of our league rewards, too. Wield all of our cosmetics that we get from it. There weren't too many good ones this time around, though. I think the main ones that I liked were the Aram robe set, but I only have 3 of the 4 pieces, so I can't even wield the whole thing. I can't even wield the staff because I haven't even gotten it yet. It's just way too long of a grind to try for. It's like a couple 100-hour grind to finish the collection log there. Oh, they're also adding some kind of fire and ice boss soon. I'd even bother voting on the poll. There's supposedly some kind of mid-game boss that has a bunch of mid-game gear. And I believe it has some kind of staff thing that's good that I might actually need. Because my mage weapons are horrifically bad on my hardcore right now. It might actually be our best in slot for something. I have no clue what it does, but it's some kind of mage staff. Which must be better than what I have now, because I have very bad options for it. I think the best thing I have is like a smoke mystic staff. which is like 10% extra damage and accuracy, and that's it. If we're doing like elemental spells. I think the stuff that we're going to add is like something good for elemental spells or something. It might only be for water and fire though, which is bad because I would need it for air if we were going to do it with barrows. I'm trying to think of something that's a boss that's weak to water or fire in that game. Assuming it does only work for those two, since it's an ice and fire boss. The first thing that comes to mind for fire is Zulrah, which I still need to finish that grind. I'm trying to think what I even use for Zulrah right now. I'm pretty sure I just use normal trident. So maybe that thing with fire might actually be better than normal trident, but you have to give up Thralls, which is bad. You're giving up all the DPS from summoning, basically. Or Ultra RuneScape's version of summoning. So the extra bonus that you would have to get from fire spells would have to exceed the damage of how much you would get from summoning something. Because you can't do both. Unless you, like, spellbook swap every single fight, which would be really annoying. But yeah, we definitely have to go revisit it. Because I've been neglecting that game so much. I've still been playing it every day, but, like, playing it in quotations. Like, quotations with quotations with the quotations around it. Because this has been our gameplay for the last 3 months. Right there. That's our gameplay. There it is. That's our riveting gameplay we've been doing for the last 3 months of Ultra RuneScape. Obviously, when we stream it, we won't be doing that. But this is what our guy's been doing for 3 months straight. That, but for 3 months straight and over 1,000 hours. Just that. Nothing else. Just literally that. Still no pet, by the way. At this point, I'm curious if we're going to get max woodcutting level before we get pet at this rate. We're at like 70 million almost XP. Max is at 200 mil. We're almost halfway to max and still don't have pet. Luckily, there's a pity system if we do go all the way to 200 mil and still don't have it somehow. Though that'd be kind of absurd if we still don't have it by then. Because you'd have to be like, what, 12 times over drop rate? It's at least 10 times over drop rate. If you somehow don't have it at 200 mil XP, which is as high as XP goes. Which would be absolutely absurd to go that dry. We're like 3 times over drop rate right now. Good old RNG. That's something I hope Brighter Shores doesn't get too heavily. I don't mind a good RNG mechanic here and there. But I really hate going dry on everything. Like at the 2 times dry rate is when it really starts setting in like, wow, this is so pointless. And the worst part is when it's something that you absolutely need. Like obviously the grind I'm doing right now is not needed at all. It's like a full, just a cosmetic pet that just follows you. But, you know, we're in too deep, so I gotta keep going. But, if it's actually something that's like meta, like, you know, like a best in slot weapon or a best in slot whatever, you kind of are forced to have to do the grind. Even if you're like 5 times over drop rate, you know, you just gotta do it. There's no other alternative. And I hope Brighter Shores doesn't go down that route. Because I hate when there's like no alternative to a grind. Where you basically just have to do it. Because the thing that you get at the end of the grind is just so valuable and so needed that you need to have it. It's one of the reasons I probably will be enabling trading in this game. Because in case he does do it, I just want to be able to skip the whole grind sometimes. We're definitely not going to buy it like initially. Like I still want to try earning stuff in this game. But let's say they add a raid and it has like 10 items. And I go like 3 times over drop rate for the 9th and 10th item. I'm just going to buy the 9th and 10th item. With the profit we make from the other 8. Like, we'll try earning them initially. But if we're going super dry on one of them, I'm just going to buy it. It's one of the reasons I actually do want to enable trading in this game. Because I really hate going absurdly dry. It's probably the biggest issue with Iron Man mode in Ultra RuneScape. It's just when you go like 5 times plus over drop rate on something that's actually 100% needed and you have to keep going regardless. Feels really bad. Even just 2 times feels bad. But when you start hitting like 3, 4, 5 times and still don't have it, and you're not even 1 step closer to where you started. Yeah, what level did we need again? I think it was 184. Because we're probably camping these all the way. We couldn't technically do one inventory or glob plant. I actually forgot what they're used for, though. Let's see. I actually completely forget. I want to say this is for the weaker Arbory Potion? I'm pretty sure this is either weaker Arbory Potion or maybe the Hammer Mage one. I'm pretty sure this is for weaker Arbory, though. Let me go double check. Oh, no, this is the Terror Potion. Wait, I know what this is for. I don't even need to check. Because it's combined with the Daffodil, because I know what the Dandelion is. But yeah, the Dandelion is combined with the Glob Plant for the Terror. It's for the weaker Fear Potion. Not sure why you would ever want to make it over the stronger Fear Potion. Because it's just so easy to get from mine to Matubin. But yeah, it's used for the Fear Potion. So yeah, those are pointless then. I guess I'll do one inventory for the one-time bonus then. Of both of them. But I don't plan to do more than that. They'd be great for XP, but the product you get from them is really bad. Because we're going to get so much of it from 200 and or 500 Mindfighter that we're basically have fear for the rest of life. Like, we basically have an infinite supply of fear potions. If we're not going to sell them and just use them ourselves. We basically have endless supply just from 500 Mindfighter. So there's no real need to also get more from Gatherer. Wait, what else is there to gather then? Let me just check everything. Glob Plant, we need one inventory, that's it. Femur, we'll need some, but I'll probably still come back to Bone Spike because it's way shorter to bank. And we care more about just getting the material for later to make a bunch of equipment out of it. More so than the XP rate or anything. Though they're both pretty comparable XP rate because of how far this is from a bank. So I'll probably grab a few hundred and that's it. Bitter Fruit, we skip in favor of Bone Spike and or Femur. Dandelion, we get one inventory and then nothing beyond that. And then Goat Horn, we do to 200. And then never touch it again and go back to Bone Spike or something. I don't know, it depends what the XP rate is. If you're getting like 3,000 something each, we'd probably have to do them over Bone Spike. That's actually our first tier 5 material as well. That's tier 5 Goat Horn. And then at 208, if we were to keep going, we'd do leeks because of cooking and because there's nothing else to do there. Then we do red clover because we need that for Cryonite pot. Then ramhorn because, sure, we'll do a couple. Then thistle because we actually care about it. And then we do that to equal however many clovers we got. And we do that for quite a while, even buying extra clovers from the shop. And then it'd be Bone Spike, which is the tier 5 one, which goes pretty far. I think we said it went to 450 when we checked it earlier. So these Bone Spikes go all the way to a 450 tool, which is pretty nice. Not 500, but pretty high. Snake Skill we don't care about because we're not Hammer Mage. Then Femur. Alright, the path doesn't look too bad. We're not going to 433 for that really good Bone Spike anytime soon, though. It's like a grind and a half. There's the only problem with a lot of the post-200 grinds. They're really long. Like, I don't even have a single 300 yet. And 300 is not even halfway to 500. Does anyone know? What is the exact level that you're exactly halfway? Does anyone know? Because numerically, 250 is obviously not halfway to 500. Does anyone actually know, like, as far as, like, amount of total time required? It's somewhere like 300 something. I'm just not sure the exact level. Like, low 300 something, I believe, is halfway to 500. Do handcuffs boost raid XP? Yes. Handcuffs do indeed increase the amount of XP you get from raid dens. Only for detective, though, not for combat. It only increases detective XP, not combat XP. But yes, it does increase your detective XP that you get at the end. It does not increase combat XP, however. There is a meme about it. You're unsure what level. But we can actually break it down because it... Let's see. We can actually figure it out. Where half is. Because all we'd have to do is minus 20 and just ignore the first 20. So we minus 20, so max level is 480. So now that max level is 480, we now go and take half of the number. But first we have to account for every number that is accounted for. So every level is so every level post 200 is 4. So we have to take 300 and times it by 4, and then add 180 to it. So 300 times, okay, I'll get this number for you guys. 300 times 4 equals 1,200 plus 180, because we're not counting the first 20 levels. Those don't count. This is the tutorial, basically. And then we divide this by 2. 690. Wait, that can't be right. I did something wrong somewhere. Wait. That's the total amount of levels. Sorry, divided by 4. No. Yeah, divided by 4. Yeah, 1,380. My bad. Wait, 1,380 divided by 4. 345. If you ignore the existence of the first 20 levels and count that as just a tutorial and not as you actually playing, 345 is half. I guess if you count the tutorial, technically 350 is half. But if you ignore the first 20 levels as purely tutorial, 345 is the exact half point. So yeah, we're not even close. If you ignore tutorial, 345 is the exact half point of Brighter Shores. If you ignore the first 20 levels as tutorial level. Then 345 is exactly half to 500. And we don't even have a 300, let alone a 345. I said that the math wrong somewhere's in there, which we might have. I think that's correct. It sounds about right. Oh, let's double check it. We could easily tell by the amount of numbers there are on the other side. Because if we take 155 and times that by 4, and 2 of these should equal... Oh no, wait, that's slightly off. Wait. I did math somewhere's wrong. It's like about 20 levels different than what I just said. Where did I do math wrong? It shouldn't be that hard. Because you gotta take... Okay, let's go back to the total level. And do it back from there. So the total amount of levels in the game, if you count everything post 200 as 4 and ignore the first 20, is 1,380. So all we should have to do is take that by 2 and then divide that... Oh, okay, I think see what happened here. So 1,380 is the total amount of levels. So wait, does dividing that by... No, that can't be right then. Wait, how would you do that backwards then? Oh, never mind. You would just divide that by 2 and that would be the level. Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. I see what I'm doing wrong. Wait. I was right the first time when I divided by 2. You need level 690 to be halfway there then. But that means you minus 200 from that, then divide it. Okay, I see what I did wrong. I did that wrong. Okay, so you take 690, you minus 200, then divide that by 4, and then add 200 to that. Level 322.5 is the halfway point. My bad. Yeah, level 322.5 is the halfway point if you ignore the first 20 levels as tutorial. Because that's when you have the half amount of the total amount of levels in the game. If you count every level post 400 as, or post 200 as 4 level. Yeah, there we go. I got the right math this time. It is 322.5. If you ignore the first 20 levels as tutorial. But there we go. Definitively, that should be the correct number then. That's a really weird number. Yeah, 322.5. Or 323, I guess, if you count tutorial to some degree. The 322.5, if you're just counting post 20, is the exact halfway point of Brighter Shores for 500. And I am not even remotely close. My closest skills are like 100 levels from the halfway point. Which is like 400 levels because you know how post 200 works. It's actually insane how far we are from even halfway to a max level. We're like scary far away. We're like not even close. We're miles upon miles away from one. But yeah, 322.5 is my final verdict. With all correct math now completed. The big issue I had before is I forgot to minus the 200. The math's not mathing? How do you figure? But yeah, it should be exactly 322.5 if you ignore the first 20. I don't know, did anyone else get a different number? Because that should be the total amount. And we could figure that out by doing the inverse of it as well. So let's go do it inversely then. So, actually, how would we do this inversely? My brain hurts trying to figure out. Because you would have to break apart the other thing from it. Because my biggest issue earlier is I was counting the first 200 as 4 each. Which obviously are only 1 each. Oh yeah, so you'd have to separate the 200 from it again. And then you'd figure out the number. Oh yeah, that's how you do it inversely. So we take the 200 from that. And then you take the 122.5 and times that by 5. And then timesing that by 2 should give you 1,680. Or sorry, 1,380 for the halfway mark. Let's see. So yeah, if we subtract 200 from this. Times it by 4. Add 200 to this. Times 2. Yeah, it gets 1,380 again. So yeah, that's the correct number then. I just did it inversely now. I know, I double checked it both way. But 322.5 is halfway. At least as far as total amount of time allocated. I don't know, what numbers were you guys seeing? Because any math I'm doing right now seems to be coming out to that number. I haven't seen any meme that mentioned the halfway point. But that should be the halfway point as long as you ignore the first 20 levels. The reason you ignore the first 20 levels is they're kind of hard to calculate. Because the first 20 levels is like maybe 5 levels pre that. So maybe add like 1 or 2 to the number we mentioned. If you're counting like the first 20. It's just really weird to calculate for because all 20 of them are different. Whereas 20 to 200 and 200 to 500 are all the same. So they're really easy to calculate for. But everything 0 to 20 is like a weird fraction. So technically it's closer to like 324. Or 325, depending on how you count all the fractions up. But I assume most people just ignore the fractions. But absolute most is 325 for a halfway point, even if you count the first 20. But if that is the case, that means I'm like, yeah, like 90 levels off from being halfway on any skill. It's kind of crazy to think about. After 1,000 hours, we're not halfway maxed on any one skill in the entire game. Obviously, we're going pretty wide as far as our farming, but still. We're not halfway on a single skill yet. Should we go calculate the 1/4 point? What would the 1/4 point be? We'd have to take 1,380 divided by 4, minus 200, and divide it by 4, minus 200, Oh! Maybe that's the problem. Should I be minusing by 180? No, I should still be minusing 200. No, I should be minusing 180. Oh! Yeah, the math is wrong. I'm minusing 200 instead of 180. When I should be doing 180. Even though there's 200 levels there, the first 20 we're not counting. Oh, that's what's wrong with it. Yeah, you're right. It is slightly higher, but only by like 5 levels or so. And we can figure out exactly how many. It's exactly 5. So we gotta add plus 5 to whatever we said. So 327.5 technically. Or it'd be 330 if you count the first 20 levels. So 330 is basically the highest number you can get then. For the halfway point. Is the bottom line. But yeah, I forgot to account for the fact that we are not counting the first 20. Alright, let's see. So if that's the case, let me go do this again for this. If we got the 1,000... let me clear this. I want to see what the 1/4 point is. So if we take 1,380, which is all the total level, not counting first 20, minus 180, not 200, and then divide this by... oh, no, not divided by 4. Yeah, divided by 4. No, not divided by 4. Wait, where are we? Where are we in the formula? Okay, yeah, divided by 4. No, what were we trying to do? We had to divide it by 2 first. Wait. We gotta minus the... Gosh, why does it be so weird? No, we have to... You would just divide it... No, would you divide it by 2 first or after? My brain hurts now. Not a good day to be doing maths. The other number is definitely right. I'm just trying to figure out the 1/4 thingy though. Maybe that could be slightly off with that other number then too. I don't think it is because we do it inversely. It still comes out the same thing. So what order did I do it in the first time then? I'm pretty sure I subtracted first. I'm trying to go back in the thingy. I know, my brain hurts. Too much math. I'm still confident with the halfway point number though. But now my brain doesn't want to do more math to figure out the 1/4. Because I'm doing something in wrong order. Good old order of operations. Alright, I found it. I did the right order this time. So you divide that by 4 because I was just brain thinking for a second. I was letting my brain think for a second. So you divide that by 4. Alright, we got the number. I just got a minus 180 from this. Wait. We got the number. Oh, so what happened to my other bone? Bone? Oh, I forgot a bone. That's what happened. I see what happened now. Alright, alright, no worries. I got the number. We got this. So you subtract 180 from this. Wait. We don't got this. Oh, yeah. And then you divide this by 4. My bad. And then you add that to that. Okay, it makes sense now. And then you add 200 to that. Alright. If I did math correctly, 241.25 should be the 1/4 point to max. 241.25, which means we're not even 1/4 the way there on any skill. But yes, if mathed correctly, 241.25 is halfway. Or sorry, 1/4 the way to max level. We don't even have a single 241.25. We don't even have a 241. But that's 1/4 the way to max. The thing that keeps throwing me off is you keep having to account for the pre-levels, because the pre-levels count for 1 each. And everything above 200 counts for 2 each, or 4 each. Which makes it way more convoluted. But yes, I think that's it. So, final verdicts then. If I did math correctly, 241.25. Of course, these do not count for the first 20 levels. But 241.25 is 1/4 the way to max. And 3... We said this would be 5 higher because I forgot to account for the other thing. And then 327.5 should be halfway to max. And there's actually one other way we could check our math. Is the difference between those two numbers, if we multiply that by 3, that should be max level. That's the other way that we can easily check. Because if I take the difference of those two numbers and multiply by 3, it should equal 500. And if it does, then that is the case. So, because I think I forgot to count for the other 5 for the other one, because I did the thing weird. Because I counted the first 20 levels, so that would be a 5 difference then. So it'd be 5 higher than what we said before, which was 327.5. So if we take 327.5, where's the other number? Yeah, so we subtract, where is the other number? Too many numbers here. Subtract 241.25, and then times this by 2, because there's still 2 more intervals of this, and then add this to our other number. This should be the number 500. So I have to add the other number we said earlier, which was 327.5. So if we add 172.5 and the 327, it should be it. Plus 3... Where is it? Yeah, 327.5. That should equal 500. It is exactly 500. Okay. So final verdict. This should be correct. I have done so much math right here. With all of our work shown. But, yes. So ignoring the first 20 levels... Gosh, okay, I think we finally got it. Because we're going to put this in the chat now, just to keep track of it too. So 1/4 equals that. An interval, and we'll also post the interval between, because we might as well. So 1/4, this doesn't count for the first 20. So 1/4 is, where did the number go? 124.21. 241.25. Those are two different numbers than what I just said, but let's see. Semicolon. Then half is we got this. So half was the okay, I should probably click on bones. Here we go. Have some bones. It's not as AFK. Okay, I've officially done all the math. All right, let's see. So that's the 1/4 point. This is now, where was it? The 327.5. 327.5. That's the half. Let's see. Levels towards 500. All right, 1/4 equals that. 1/2 equals that. And then interval. Let's see. Interval between 1/4 equals what is that? 86.25. 86.25. There we go. All right. And that's counting, you know, post 200 levels. That should be it. Unless we mapped somewheres wrong. That should be it. Level 500. There we go. I posted into chat. But level... So, level towards 500s. 1/4 of it should be 124.25. Halfway to 500 should be 327.5. And you get every 1/4 after 86.25 levels. But keep in mind, those are 86.25 post 200 levels. Obviously, being level 86.25 does not make you 1/4 the way there. But it's accounting for post 200. So each one of those of the 86.25 is counting as 4. But after all that math, that should be it. And those other two numbers do account for the 200 as well. But do not account for the... or they account for the 180, but they don't account for the first 20 levels. Though, you know, they're still getting counted towards it. But if the math is right, that should be it. They're all weird decimals, though. But that's mostly because it doesn't account for the first 20. Because they're just really weird to calculate. Because they're so quick. But yeah, that should be the final verdict. They might be like slightly off, but as long as they didn't math incorrectly somewhere there, that should be it. Where if you hit level 241.25, you're 1/4 the max. If you hit 327.5, you're halfway to max. Which technically means we know what 3/4 to max is. We add another 86.25 to that. So for example, we could take 327.5 and then add 86.25 to it. And that means you are 3/4 to max at 413.75. And then, of course, the final 86.25 levels get you to max then. So I didn't actually put that there, but yeah, 413 point, whatever number I just said. 413.75 is 3/4 to max. And then obviously getting another 86.25 levels gets you all the way to, you know, max. But yeah, that math should be right. The math is mathing. There might be something slightly off, but the math is mathing there. The math is definitely mathing. That's my final verdict. It might still be slightly off, but it should be very close, if not exact. It just doesn't take into account the first 20 levels because they're really weird to calculate for. But they're still accounted for in the math. They're just kind of ignored. Like, the time that it takes to do the first 20 levels is ignored, basically. But they're still calculated for in the, you know, level that you need. I guess the only real exception is you can kind of consider them to be a few levels off in that regard, depending on how you calculate for the first 20. It just complicates too much to really bother. Gosh, I feel like that took me like 15 minutes. But the math is adding up at least. But that basically means every 86.25 levels you do post 200 is 1/4 the way closer to max. As far as total time invested in the skill. How's our gather level doing since we were doing all that math? Oh, we're at 178.5 now. Nice. We're getting there. I'll say, whenever we bring up calculator, I need to start bringing up, like, the calculator on screen. So we could show everything. There's like 20, 30 different inputs for all that. Well, we got there in the end. But yeah, long story short on everything earlier, we are nowhere near maxing. I haven't gotten a single skill to 1/4 to max yet, which is kind of crazy. After all this time, almost 1,000 hours, not a single skill is 1/4 the way to max. Which, how many time do we have? Where's the time thingy? There they are. Timer. Yeah, after basically 830 hours, we have 0 skills that are 1/4 the way to max. That's the final verdict of all that data. As we would need about a 341 to be 1/4. Technically 341.25. Our closest ones are mining and watch person. So by the time the combat rework comes out, I will be 1/4 the max on watch person. Maybe we go all the way. We're already going to be 1/4 the way there. Because we're currently 3 times less on Mindfighter right now. Our Mindfighter level is 3 times lower than our current watch person level. Especially if we already have it at the 1/4 mark once we get there. It'll be even lower than that. Because numerically it doesn't look 3 times lower, but time invested wise it is over 3 times lower. Which means I am probably just doing 200 Mindfighter. The only downside of only doing 200 Mindfighter, though, is the alchemy supplies. But honestly, most post 200, I'm probably just doing the AFK alchemy anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Like, I think we can live without most of the things in this higher range until our ults eventually get there in like a year from now. Because of course we could just buy them from people too. Like, what's post 200 that we really care about that isn't an AFK activity? Like a natural potion. 15-minute fear, 9 minutes are good enough. Plus 80 cryo, plus 40s and 60s are enough. Like, what are you using these for? Like, maybe bosses? But you just buy them for bosses from other people. You don't necessarily need to make them. All these other potions that we don't need, the other boost pots. Okay, the 10% EXP is like the only other thing. 10% EXPs are nice. But they're not worth getting 500 alchemy nice. That's like the only thing we're missing out by not doing post 200 alchemy. Then some of the good AFK pots. But we could just be AFKing for them anyways with alchemy. But yeah, the only thing we're missing out is plus 80 cryone. But we can get those from other people, or eventually train it to 2770 and just don't go any higher. And if aside from that, just 10% XP pots. And 8%. I want to see 10%. Like, that's it. 8% XP pots, 10% XP pots, and plus 80 cryone. Everything else is just AFK things we'd already be doing here and there anyways. Like AFKing this all the way from 200 to 219, stuff like that. So we really don't need higher than 200 alchemy, for the most part. Especially if you are a guardian. You actually quite literally don't need it for anything other than XP pots. Though unfortunately Cryo Knights do need to go to 277 eventually. I'm not in a rush to get to 2770 alchemy though. Is how much power we're going to have with all the rework. How much of a difference is plus 40 extra cryo they even going to make? Like, obviously it's double as effective. But if you compare like 40 to none, And you compare like 40 to 80. It should, in theory, be the same difference. Like, the difference between a 40 and an 80 is the same difference between using none and 40 currently. Or pretty close to it. So if you're not plus 4 boosting every fight you ever do ever, it's the same difference of if you're plus 40 boosting compared to plus 80 boosting. There we go, 162 bone rate. 6 levels until we can go and actually process all these bones. Oh, about to gain a gather level 2, nice. There we go, and back-to-back levels. There's our gather level. Still got 5 more we need to go get. And after that, I might do a femurs for 1 level. And then after that, we probably go over to... oh, I just realized I'm going to run an inventory here. Oh, well. Still going for it. And then after both of those, I guess we do a little bit of carpentry. Get on that carp grind. Because I meant to get 67 last night and didn't. We're at 66. We're pretty much there. We got a lot of planks we need to go do. Or logs. Because I haven't processed a single ash plank from or log from yesterday. We got like 500 something? 600 something? Something big. Enough that's going to take a while. We're not doing all of them today, though, of course. I just want to get to the point where we can start doing them, which is 1 carpentry level. We'll definitely do some of them, at least, obviously. We'll get 69. Stop with the funny number. Because I would just have to do the bad ones for 1 level, then we could do the good ones for 2 levels. Ooh, combat's working even harder now. On the what should you do to prep for combat being more combat, it's at 45%. Actually, never mind. That's actually slightly lower than before. I think it was 47% earlier. After the several more votes. So never mind. It's actually going down, not up. It's still so high, though. So it does make sense doing combat to prep for combat. The main reason I'm not is combat is just definitively quicker later. Unless they nerf XP like absurdly high. But assuming they're only doing like a 10% nerf to the overall combat XP rate, you're still getting like 30 to 50% more XP than what you're getting now per hour. Even with like a 10% nerf. It really just comes down to they like absurdly nerf it or just like partial nerf. Though the funniest thing is if they keep the XP curve completely unchanged for combat. Like every enemy given the exact same amount of XP that it gives now. Because that would be really quick XP then. As whatever the improvement of the new system is how much extra XP you'd be getting per hour. As a percent. Like, you know, if you're killing 30% higher, then you're getting 30% more XP then. It's hard to calculate if they nerf it, though. You have to account for the, you know, nerf percent. But assuming there's no XP change, whatever the increase in time to kill is pretty much your increase in XP rate. So that's 10% quicker, 20% quicker, 30% quicker. Obviously, at different level ranges, that could vary. Like your build at only like 100 is probably going to be getting less overall percent per hour compared to like, you know, 235. Or technically 195 as far as the obelisk compared to a 60 obelisk. It really depends how early on we can make like a min-max build. Like about how many... that's something we don't really know at the moment. They probably don't even know until they make the system. But we don't know about how many obelisk levels you would need to get like a really, really broken build. Like are we talking like 50, 100, 200? Before we have basically all the unlocks on the tree that give us something like absurdly strong. Because initially it's not going to be that impactful, like, at all. But the deeper you go into the obelisk as far as the synergies you can get with the benefits, it'd keep going up and up and up. But it depends a lot on the layout of the skill tree and everything else. You might have to grab a bunch of useless upgrades to get the ones you actually need. You know, not completely useless, but, you know, ones you don't necessarily need, but still have to take to get to where you need to go. Hello, campaign! Welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. Currently working on the bone grind. Still working on 200 gather, 200 bone rate. And we're getting pretty close. The goal is 200 by Monday. Oh, 200 gather, not 200 bone rate. I wish. 200 gather by Monday and 168 bone rate by Monday. And by the end of next week, definitely 200 bone rate. I'm trying to think of what we're doing tomorrow other than gather, though. There's only problem with the next 3 days. Because we're basically Hope Forest locked for the next 3 days. Again. Because today we pretty much are. Tomorrow we pretty much are. And then Monday, because it's such a short stream, we pretty much are. It's only after that we can start branching out a bit more. But even then, do we want to? Because by then we have 200 gather, like 170-ish or slightly higher bone rate. I guess the goal then is just power grind bone rate to 200, so we don't need to deal with it. Because by then we'd have every bone banked. So however much XP we're going to get towards it, we already have banked. That's the whole reason for doing gatherer first. So it really comes down to, do we want to do alchemy or woodcutting carpentry? I might even go pull that tomorrow. Because tomorrow would be a good day to go pull that then. Unless we get like an update tomorrow. But I think tomorrow's the poll on if we do the woodcutting carpentry or the alchemy grind. I'm not doing alchemy all the way to max, though. If we did do the alchemy, I'm actually aiming for like 170-ish, I think. Even slightly lower. Because we're going to hit a lot of walls, like a lot of walls. Technically, it's to like 131, to be honest. Just so we can get the 7% mining boost potions. Would probably be our cutoff if we did do alchemy. Whereas the cutoff for woodcutting carpenter is probably 200. 170, I believe, is when we get like the final tier of what we really need for crafting everything. But you know, if we're doing 170, we might as well go to 200. It's basically there already. Because at this point, I actually can't get 200 alchemy before we do the combat. And I'm not doing the combat until the rework. So we're kind of awkward when it comes to some alchemy levels. I think 131 and a little bit higher than that's like the highest we can get with what we have banked and or are willing to buy. Because everything beyond that, we hit a little bit of a wall until we can gather it ourselves because it gets so expensive. Or really annoying to gather. Technically, it would make sense to do the 131 alchemy grind first. So I can use the few 7% pots I have on carpentry level ups. And literally only carpentry level ups. Because that's another thing to consider too. Is I have 69 7% pots in the bank. Technically a couple 6% too we could use. But we got 69 7% because we did 323s. That's how it ended up working out. And every single one of those is going for knowledge points on Carpenter. Ideally double dipping it. So that we get a, you know, double knowledge. So we can do it for effectively 138 knowledge points. For 138 knowledge points, we'll be able to dump into Carpentry with a 7% bonus rather than a 5%. It's not a lot, but it'll sure help a lot. That means every 50 knowledge points we'd save, you know, we get one free, basically. Which, again, that doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up. Use 50, get one free. Plus, we'd be doing it on the carpentry itself, so we get 2% on all the carpentry we do for 2 minutes as well. Not just the knowledge point, but also 2 minutes of carpentry being buffed. Which, of course, only lasts us a few hours, but, you know, it's a few hours better than none. So technically it would make sense after we do the Gather or Bone Right to then do Alchemy to about 131 or so. Then do Woodcutting Carpentry. And then hope that the combat rework is out so I don't have to go do the other three. You might notice I've kind of been avoiding Chapter 1. But it's because fishing and cooking is basically dead in the current state of the game. And I don't need foraging to do most of my alchemy goals. I mostly need Minefighter for my alchemy goals. Foraging would help a little bit, but not a lot. A lot less than I thought it would, to be honest. But that's probably the game plan then. Get 200 Gather, then get 200 Bone Right, then get 131 Alchemist, then get 200 Woodcutting and Carpentry. Then hope the combat rework is out. And if it's not, it's probably the fishing cooking pivot. So I want to go throw Forager in there too, but we'll see. I was not sure what order I would want to do the other three. Technically, the best way to do it would be Forager, then fishing, then cooking. Or fishing, then Forager, then cooking. AKA do Forager and fishing before you finish cooking. Mostly due to the potato. And obviously because all the fish for cooking. Though most of them will not be banked, though, is the weird thing, though. Like, 200 fishing banks, like, 0 fish. Pretty much. That's the thing that's kind of awkward about it. I'm almost considering unlocking the Venture for fishing as well. Maybe that's the pivot, then, afterwards. 131, or, you know, finish 200 Gather into 200 Bone Right. That then goes into 131 Alchemy. That then pivots over to Fisher until we get a good Venture that we can actually cook with and everything. And then pivot back to Woodcutting Carpenter. I think that's the plan. I think that's the master plan. And that should hold us over until the combat rework. Now, what level are we talking about here? I need the next tier of lobster, basically. I need, the number in question is something. Somewhere's here. The fishing level in question is level 107. Up from 52. So we have to more than double our fishing level, basically. But yeah, that's the number in question. That way we could start passively every day getting not only something we need for cooking recipes. And the main reason I want to do lobster is lobster requires 4 items to make. But if you already have one banked, it technically only requires 3 items to make. It still requires 4, but you already have the other one banked, so it's technically 3 as far as when you're doing a shopping run for it. And that greatly increases its viability as a task from something you would almost always avoid to something that's actually viable to take. You would only get 24 per day, but with how many cooking contracts we do, that should hold us over for the cooking contracts that we would do. Unless we're doing it like every hour. If we're only checking them like, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 times a day. Something like 24 a day should hold us over. Especially since there's some you wouldn't take. Like ones to bad locations or ones that require way too many, like 9 of them you would never take. The highest you could ever take is an 8. Even then, that's sketchy unless it's like a really good turn-in location. Because I want to get that operational rather than doing the detective one. Because the detective XP I've kind of been wasting the last like almost month. The mining one's really good, but from an actual XP perspective, the detective one's pretty trash. And we don't have the good one until a long while from now. So I'd rather be putting that into free fishing XP every single day. Even though we get less profit from it, the fishing XP outweighs the detective XP. But yeah, that's the master plan then. Master plan discovered. As far as our plan before the combat rework. So that's 200 Gatherer, 200 Bone Right, 131 Alchemy, which might be done while we're, you know, feeding into Bone Right thing. Then we do the 10, whatever thing I just said for lobster. The 107 Fishing Grind. Then pivot back to the 200 for woodcutting carpentry. While we run the venture for fishing plus mining. Sounds like a game plan to me. If we need more grind after that, we'll figure something out. But that should hold us over potentially until the combat rework. And or trading is released. And or something that would make us pivot. And somewhere's in there I gotta go to 210 leather worker. But it can be at any point. Doesn't really matter when we throw that in. Though it would be useful before the alchemy grind. Though it's not required, because I think we already have enough cash on hand to do it, but we might not. The problem is trading doesn't exist yet, so we can't cash out anything. I'm saving every potion we make. But I can't cash them out without trading. Unless we use them, but there's a lot of them we can't use. Like the arboreal potions and stuff like that. Like, we could use them. It'd be a waste to use them, though. They obviously all XP pots and everything we're using ourselves. The only ones I really plan to get rid of are arboreal. Because I don't even plan to make the yellow ones. They're just too annoying to make. And all the green ones we're just going to sell because they're easy to make. But we don't actually need the potion. And there's a reason I'm dodging Forager, by the way. Some of the things in Forager require Fear Potion. And before I do that, I want equipable potions. I refuse to finish the 200 Forager grind, I think, without equipable potion. Just the amount of quality of life that would instantly give. There's a lot of grinds you need equipable potion for. But it's like one of the few where it's like, I kind of almost need to have it. That's something else that becomes quite a bit better, too. Merchant becomes so much better with equipable potion. Because you can actually go use them. Something that's really annoying to use right now. Like, you can right now, but it's really clunky. But that kind of changes everything for merchant, as you're just getting a flat increase rate on something that's already absurdly quick. Though I'm definitely saving all my bigger boost potions for Leatherworker, though. But 5% obviously you can use on Merchant. Who knows? Maybe we even invest in some spicier ones, like 7% or something. I don't think they're worth it, though. Chronopolis potions are actually pretty expensive to make and annoying to make. Out of any chapter, I think they're actually the most annoying. Because of how you obtain the items is based on a timer. You know, the venture timer. So it's generally not worth actually making them. Out of every 5% we mass buy, I'm probably buying the most of Chronopolis pots. Because they are by far the most annoying potion to actually make if you're going to manually make them rather than gather everything. Or, you know, if you're going to gather everything to make them rather than buying them from the shop. So if they do get price hiked, they're going to be the ones that sell for the most based on current ones that exist right now. Because we already know you're going to be able to gather them for Chapter 5. We can tell based on the Delver icons. Because the material you need for them are from Delver. Which means you can gather them like, you know, how you would for Forager or Gatherer. It's going to work the same way for Chapter 5. And for Chapter 3, you just do it through Mindfighter. But Chapter 4 has a really annoying method where you have to do it through Ventures and everything, which gives you a really hard cap on how many you can get per day. Of, like, literally 20 per account. Which is really, really, really low compared to every other skill, be able to do hundreds per hour. Which makes them by far the most annoying potion and most expensive potion when trading comes out. So I'm probably buying way more Chapter 4 potions than any other one when we do mass buy them before the price hike. It's probably where most of my gold right now is going towards. It's going to be all into EXP pots. Though honestly, like 60 or 70% of them probably going into Chronopolis 5%. For a couple reasons. Is we need it for the 500 merchant grind. We need it for the 500 leatherworker grind. If we're really committing to the 500 watch person grind, we need it for that as well. Might as well. And then, yeah, they're just really annoying to source if you have to source them yourself. Like, if they start to cost like 5, 6, 7 silver each from the shop, and they're currently only like 3 each right now, you can't just do the alternative of just make them yourself. It's not viable. Whereas you can for the other potions if you really had to. But it's not viable to do for Chronopolis potions because of the 20 limit per day. Plus it eats one of your venture slots for a skill that's already good XP rate. So you're wasting basically a whole XP drop for the venture as well. So not only do you only get 20 per day, but you're basically wasting one venture XP slot too. Because beyond the first time bonus, they're not really worth running. With the main exceptions probably being perfect bricks and perfect tiles. You currently can't run them, but when you can, they might be worth it. But aside from those two exceptions, other than for one-time bonus, they're all pretty much pointless to ever do. Like every merchant venture in the entire game. Just because you're getting XP for the quickest XP skill in the entire game already. Where that would be much better put into fishing or mining or literally anything else. Even detective, it'd be better off it. Like literally any other venture in the whole game would be better. The only exception is for builder, though, because we don't know how useful perfect bricks or perfect tiles are. For all we know, they could be insane builder XP. Or it's actually worth it, because you're taking the hit on merchant XP in order to get a lot of builder XP, potentially. But currently you can't do those ventures, so it doesn't matter. Currently. Every builder venture is disabled. They might be locked behind a quest, or when Chapter 5 comes out, or something. But currently, they are not doable. The way that they talk, when you talk to them, it seems like it's going to be quest locked. But it could just be when Chapter 5 comes out locked. You just have to put some kind of dialogue there. To be like, hey, you can't do this yet because we don't want you hoarding a bunch of XP for Chapter 5. You still can get them from chests, but it's really inconsistent compared to if you had the venture. Alright, almost got our next level. Still got 4 to go, though. Which is like, what, an hour and a half? Based on how long we've gone so far? Or, you know, an hour and a half more. Of these sweet old bone spikes. It's gonna feel nice being done with Gatherer, though. And Bone Rate. I can't wait to see the day. We're still gonna have to do the more eventually, way, way, way down the line. But being done with Bone Rate is gonna feel so nice. Not needing to touch it again for, like, months, if not years. Because my alt's gonna have 500 Bone Rate in, like, you know, 9 months from now. So we have a long while that we don't need to do Bone Rate or Stonemason. With my current game plan for the alts, like we mentioned our master plan for our main account earlier, which right now is 200 Gather, 200 Bone Rate, 131 Alchemy, 107 Fishing, and then 200 Woodcutting Carpentry, and that should hold us over until combat rework, hopefully. So that's our master plan for the main account, but the master plan for the alts is they're currently AFKing Lost and Found. They already have all the quests done. Or, you know, all the main storyline quests. Not all the quests. But, they have the main storyline done. They are now AFKing Lost and Found. And then after they get Lost and Found done, one of them's going to get 200 Bone Rate. The other, or sorry, 500 Bone Rate. The other one's going to get 500 Stonemason. And then they both come together and go do 500 Alchemy. And I just feed all the AFK pots over to the main account. They will be making negative money then, but by then trading will be up. Because we're talking like, you know, 10 months from now. By the time they're at that point. Like actually doing like post 200 Alchemy. We're talking like actually probably even more than 10 months. That's almost like a year from now. But by then trading will obviously be out. So we'd be able to supply them with all the supplies they need to go do the AFKs for, or you know, all the money they need for the AFKs for the potions. And then we either funnel the potions into our main account or sell them. But honestly, we're probably just using them all. Because it's going to be way cheaper having the 2 alts run it than buying it from people. That way we also don't feel as bad about doing a lower level pot that we're getting less XP for. Like even if we're getting half the XP rate, we don't really care because it's on the alt, not the main account. So it might even be worthwhile to camp some that are really, really good, like the +4 boost pot. Because otherwise, the maximum I'll have, not counting buying from people, is going to be however many you can make from 200 to 219 3 times over. Because the main account, 1 alt, the other alt, boom. That'd be the maximum we ever have to our name. Is it going to be however many from 200 to 219 3 times over is. Which I'm not sure how many that would be. I want to say, what, like 180-ish per? So it should be like around 500-ish total. That doesn't last that long. That lasts for like 2 months. 3 accounts doing 200 to 219 alchemy lasts you for 2 months if you were to perpetually use them. Of course, you're not always perpetually using them like that. You only use them at certain level ranges. So you're not like constantly using them like you would at XP pot. So it's not like a perpetual 2 months. It's like a spread up 2 months. But even then, let's say it's half a year. That many only last you half a year. Which sounds like a while, but given that this game is going for like years, if not decades. Like half a year is not a long time. Like compared to how long the game's been out, you know, like a little over 2 months. Like it sounds like a lot. But relative to like the macro scale, 6 months is like a day. It's like it barely lasts anything. Lasts for like half a year doing 3 accounts from 200 to 219. Though of course you can do it again when you get to the +5, but the +5s cost a lot more to make. Like a lot more. I think they're almost double the price. But you do it because of the XP rate. Also lets you do it 1 level earlier, but the benefit you get from 1 level earlier is not that big. The other ones matter a lot because +3 and lower is not enough to do a post 200 one. Whereas +4 and higher are. So only the +4s and 5s matter, but the +4s are way cheaper to make than the +5s. It's just their XP rate eventually hits a wall where they're not worth making. It is going to feel weird once we're done with the bone rate grind, though. Because we've been at this for so long. Like, slowly getting it up over time. We've basically been on this bone rate grind, indirectly, to some degree, since, like, week 1. Like, the end of week 1. Like, when we were starting to grind out the, you know, the 40 we needed for Lost and Found. So we've been at this grind for like 2 months now, a little over. And we're almost at the goal by sometime next week. And then we don't need to train it again unless we like need an item from it or something. Because I'm not doing post 200 for a very, 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 very long time on Bone Right or Stonemason. It's one of the other reasons I kind of want to only go for 200 Mindfighter as well. Because I don't want to feel guilted if they ever do add chapter capes to need to go get 500 all in that chapter. Even though we're going to be getting 500 mining and 500 smithing. I do not actually plan at the moment to go get 500 Mindfighter, Bone Right, or Stonemason. Eventually, obviously, yes. But a bit lower priority. Our combat arc is just going to be like 200, 200, 200. And then we can start 500ing every chapter afterwards. Where we do 500 Watch Person, then 500 Shield Breaker, then 500 whatever Chapter 6 is called. Technically it's called the Obelisk in the area. The Krog Obelisk. The Dark Heart Krog, or whatever it's called. Technically, these aren't actually called what they're called anymore. Combat in Chapter 1 is just the Hopeport Obelisk. Chapter 2 is the Hope Forest Obelisk, so on and so forth. I might still refer to them by their names. But it's going to get confusing by Chapter 6, because Chapter 6 is just going to be called the, like, it's never going to have a different name. The original name that's going to be releasing with is just going to be called, the Blackheart Krog, Obelisk. It's not going to be called, like, Sage or something. Who knows, maybe I'll get a fancy name like that. But they don't need to do fancy names for them anymore. They might still do it for the sake of it. Especially because it'll still have, like, an icon on the cape and everything. But, they technically don't need to anymore after Chapter 6 forward. But maybe they'll still give each one a fancy name. Because otherwise every combat will just be referred to by their obelisk. AKA literally the name of the chapter. So I kind of hope they do keep the naming conventions up. There's something that's not really clear at the moment. Is how they're going to go about doing the cape design for Chapter 6 onwards. And will they even add a name for each skill, combat skill? Or is it just going to be called the Blackheart Krog Obelisk? Because that's what it's going to be called starting next chapter for the other 5. Chapter 1 is just the Hopeport Obelisk for combat. Chapter 2 would be Hope Forest Obelisk. Chapter 3 would be Mountains of Matubin Obelisk. And Chapter 4 would just be Chronopolis Obelisk. Like, it wouldn't have a fancy name like Watch Person, Mind Fighter, Scout, Guard. You know what poll I really want to go do? But we need trading to be out. On day 1 of trading, I'm really curious what the definitive yes or no on trading is. We're still undecided. People still haven't decided on the day of. Like the amount of people who are going to stay Iron Man compared to enable trading. Obviously, we've done that poll like twice now. We did it once a couple days ago and once like way back when. Like almost a month or 2 ago. Like pretty much like I think the first few weeks of launch. But I'm really curious like day of what people's final decision will be. Because I think I have fully committed to enabling trading. It's just if we want a self-sufficient something, we can. We're just going to be doing a middle ground. Where if we want to go use trading, we can. But if we don't want to do it and still do everything self-sufficiently, we can. My playstyle will, for the most part, barely change. But there's some things that we can speed up with trading. We probably would here and there, if really relevant, just to skipping a lot of time that we'd otherwise need to grind for. One pretty noteworthy one in that regard is 500 smithing. 500 smithing becomes way easier to do with trading. Even if you do 500 mining. Because 500 mining does not give you 500 smithing. Not without utilizing AFK and knowledge points and everything. That reminds me too. Our current AFK activity is set up to smithing. What if I should be doing anything else with it at the moment? I'm trying to think what other things we could really put into that are worthwhile. Nothing comes to mind. Alchemy post 200, obviously. Which would be a pretty big one whenever we get there. Because we wouldn't need to do it on combat, because it's going to be almost quicker than merchant, depending on how they balance it. Like, all combats are almost going to be quicker than merchant. I do want to do it in some dead zones of merchant, but merchant's already so quick. Leatherworker could be okay, but we're basically also burning money for doing it. But yeah, I guess it would be Leatherworker and Carpenter are the other two. Because the best... There's like a few that are like really, really good to do it on. It's Bonewright, Blacksmith, Stonemason, generally whichever one you need most. Or, you know, based on your class. Then also the AFK for Armor Maker when it comes out. Alchemy, Carpenter, and Leatherworker. Carpenter allows you to get all the weapon stuff. Leatherworker lets you get all the armor stuff. as well as absurd profit. Alchemy gives you a bunch of potions that you would otherwise need to buy from other players or source yourself that are really, really strong, all the post 200 ones. Plus you're getting free alchemy XP for later buffs and everything else. But yeah, those are the main ones. You can technically do it on some gathering skills if the tool is boosted. Like, those are the main ones. Mining gains a really big benefit from this because nearly every AFK except for gold panning is boosted. But the problem with Gatherer is the only one that's boosted is the Bone Right AFK. For example, the first one post 200 is, I believe, at 288. It's right when you get the good bone too, which is kind of unfortunate. Which is the sheep rib. This is used for like the 280 or 270 or so Bone Right AFK. But that actually gets boosted by rake. Like whatever percent rake you have, actually gets boosted by that. The same as something like woodcutting. If you went like super deep into loppers, or better yet, just doing the hatchet. Like if you did like the woodcutting AFK for hatchet would be kind of good, because I believe that takes into account your axe upgrade. So for example, the first one post 200 would be at 225, where it takes into account your axe upgrade to go get a bunch of extra XP. I don't believe you're getting any material from that. I think you're just getting money. But or you know, you're not getting any material, but you are getting good XP from it. Which I guess the only big downside of it compared to something like mining, or most of the gatherings, is that they tend to pay out in XP. Like, you get XP while doing it, but they also pay out in another AFK XP. Whereas this gives you a ton of XP for woodcutting, but only pays out in money. Whereas that's one thing that's also really good about mining. Mining actually pays out 100% in AFK material. Every AFK you do for mining feeds into another AFK for a skill that is really, really, really absurdly useful to be using it on. It's one of the reasons why loppers actually aren't too bad to go and upgrade post 200. As even though you're getting less XP than axe, there's a lot of AFK regions that you could end up doing that in. And every single one of them is carpentry AFK. Which you can end up using down the line for, you know, your carpentry thing. Other than the splitting wood, every single AFK for woodcutting gives you carpentry XP. And the splitting wood just gives you good XP for woodcutting, since it takes into account your axe upgrade, which will always be higher than your lopper. If you have a level 25 lopper and a 25 axe, your axe will have a higher percent, because it gets more bonuses than the loppers do. It's one of those few weird tools that get a better percent. There's 3 of them currently in the game. The spear for fisher, the pickaxe for mining, and the woodcutting axe for woodcutting. Like the actual hatchet. All gain a way higher XP rate than every other tool in the game. For reasons I don't understand exactly why, but they do. It's one of the reasons why pickaxe is so strong as well. It already naturally has so much extra XP on top of it. Compared to every other tool. But I'll have to see. I'm definitely doing a lot of post 200 armor maker AFK when chapter 5 comes out. I'm not sure if we'll need to do it for builder as well. But armor maker in particular, we gotta go AFK until it's like caught up to our smithing level pretty much. Is probably my game plan for it. Like we'll manually train it up to 200 and rush it probably in the first few weeks. Or no, maybe even first week if we really grind it out, if we have the material and everything for it. But beyond that, yeah, we'd be doing a lot of AFK on armor maker. Also, by then, we would know how meta armor is, and hopefully by then they would also buffed armors and given them like a special 4-star effect or something. Because one weird thing with the combat rework is armor becomes almost irrelevant. Not completely irrelevant, but if you could just spec all into DPS, like quite literally, not just special attacks, but you know, make your weapon proficiency higher, why would you have any need to really go for good armor? You just absolutely obliterate everything. Like, obviously you'd be wearing some amount of armor, but you wouldn't need like good armor. You would just wear, you know, whatever you can. And it just go a completely respec into special attack damage and, you know, whatever damage type damage you're doing. And movement speed and, you know, whatever else you kind of need just to go damage them out. And if you truly need more durability, you would just go and put some HP on you. You'd get some extra regen. Maybe some defense against that type instead of armor proficiency. But it's going to be a really weird meta where armor's not going to be that needed. Obviously in PvP and stuff like that, it's going to be absurdly needed. And probably some bossing will end up making it so you can't cheese it with, you know, bad armor. But as far as a standard enemy as we know it today, what enemy do you need armor on? Like, it's basically none. It's going to be a really weird meta for the next few months. Or, you know, when the combat rework happens and then a few months after before Armor Maker comes out. Because not only do we not have access to good armor, but even if we did, do we even need it initially? Because there's no units in the game where that would justify needing the good armor. Similar to how there's no units currently in the game where you need like the 35% heal pot. It's just way too overkill for how much healing you actually need in a fight. Bossing, raid, stuff like that, PvP would all fix that. Because obviously all those things you would need decent armor for. But not current units in the game, you don't. But I'm really curious to see what happens out of all that, though. But basically, long story short, I do plan to rush 200 Armor Maker and then still do the AFK. But I probably only need an AFK to, like, what, 250-ish? Because assuming it has the same 60 production thing that all the other ones are getting. Something like 250 lets you make 310. And realistically, are you going to need much better than that? Because after Chapter 5, you'll be able to wield up to 180. And then every armor proficiency point will give you X amount of extra levels you could put into your armor. So let's say they are 10 each and you put like 10 points in. All you would need is 280 armor then. Even if you're fighting like a level 400 or 500, you'd be using like 280 armor in that situation. Which sounds like that would be bad, but your weapon would be like 500, your DPS would be through the roof. You'd have a bunch of extra HP, regen, and mitigation through your skill tree, rather than through the armor itself. So it might sound bad using like 280 armor against like a 400, 500 enemy, but you'd be able to get away with it with all the other perks you would have. Oh, I keep clicking this like it has like a right-click deposit all. Oh yeah, when's that update coming? Out of anything in the quality of life category, equipable potion and right-click deposit all and storage rift are like #1. Obviously, those are like the two hardest things that you could possibly code right now for quality of life. But I really hope they do it at some point in the next month or two. Right-click deposit all and storage rifts and equipable potions are going to be so nice quality of life. They're both kind of annoying to code, though. Which is likely why they haven't happened yet at all. These are the potions. They said they were going to put it behind a quest, but then also have to make all equipable potions function in a different screen. And for storage all, I think the biggest issue with that is probably making it work properly. Like getting it to check all the correct banks and actually put it into the right banks. Because normally when you do it, you're only doing one item at a time into one bank. Like, you know, you're doing it to the correct bank type already. But the game needs to identify, like, every single resource to its correct bank, if it even can be banked and everything else like that. There's, like, so many things that need to check all at once within, like, a half a second of time frame. Which is something they're probably still figuring out. But I can't wait till the day it happens, though. Right-click deposit all and storage rift. This could be so nice. Alright, let's see, we'll do that. Because my concern with it is, I hope it's not like how it works in old school RuneScape, when you deposit all in some boxes. Because, they got it sorted for, like, the bank. But when it comes to other objects, it actually works really weirdly. Like, if you're trying to deposit all onto, let's say, clue scroll items, it individually checks every single item in your inventory. So doing it deposit all actually takes like 3 to 5 seconds. Because the game has to double check, like, okay, does it go in this pile? Does it go in this pile? How many are in the stack? Can this item even go in here? Can it even go into this exact storage menu that you have? Because there's like different parts of the storage menu that you put it into. And it takes a good 3 to 5 seconds before the game checks everything. It's not like you right-click, deposit all, and boom, like half a second later, they're all in. It actually has a really long delay because how many things it has to check. And I hope that's something that they can sort out for Brighter Shores. Because that could be the other reason why they haven't added deposit all yet. Because it might have a really long delay. And if it has a really long delay, it's not worth doing. Like putting them in manually one at a time, and, you know, opening up the screen and putting them in one at a time would be quicker than potentially the deposit all right click. I hope they do get that sorted though. Because oddly enough, Ultra RuneScape hasn't. It only affects some storage locations though, not all of them. Like when you deposit all into a bank, that works correctly in Old School RuneScape, but there's a lot of storages where it checks for like 5 seconds before it lets you put them all in. Which I'm hoping is not the case for right-click deposit all for these storage rifts. Otherwise, the delay would be so high that they're not even worth right-click deposit alling on. We'll have to wait and see. As long as you can get it below like 2 seconds, it should be fine. If it takes longer than that, it's probably not worth it. Actually, even under 3 seconds would probably be fine. As long as your guy isn't stalling there for like literally forever. One way you can kind of mask it too is maybe make a longer animation when you click deposit all. But in reality, it's just an animation covering up all the checks that are actually doing it. Like checking to make sure where all the items go and everything. But you could just disguise it as a longer animation. Because there's already an animation before you go in the menu. They could just make it a little bit longer when you click a deposit all. But in reality, it's just hiding the fact that it's checking everything. Like, make it double the length of how much it currently takes to do Storage Rift. But put all the checks during that duration. Alright, 3 levels to go. We're almost there. Not sure if 1 hour gets us there or not. It should get us pretty close. Hour and a half definitely does. And that would be our main goal completed. It's not the only thing we're doing this stream though, but our main goal that we want to get done today. Still want to get at least 67 carpentry, and that point might as well go a little bit higher. Not all the way to our woodcutting level though, but higher than it is now. Because then we can start doing the logs from yesterday at 67. And start getting the best XP rate we can get at our current level range. Hey, we're still top 20 for now. Until we get kicked off completely. Technically closer to 25 if you count all the invisible people. We've been slacking. What's kind of crazy is Casey is almost top 20 with 4 500s. He has 2 500s and 2 that are nearly 500. It's actually insane. He'll be the first person with 3 500s, but I think it was the first with 2. And I believe he's going to be the first with 3 and with 4. And what's even crazier is he's nearly top 20 with 4 500s. In all fairness, 3 of those 4 are absurdly quick to trade. And I assume he's dumping knowledge into a leatherworker. Like every knowledge point he has is going to a leatherworker. Which means after he has all 3 at 500, it will go a little bit slower. Because that means he has to manually train leatherworker to 500. Without just like acknowledging it like crazy. It's still insane though. Pretty much top 20 total while having 4 500s. I don't think anyone else... I don't think anyone on top 20 currently has a 500. And in like 2 to 3 months from now, he'll be top 20 with 4 500s. Actually, that's not true. Didn't my LZS get 500 merchant? Merchant's a really quick one, though. Same as a 500 combat. Let me double check. So there might actually be one person already. Because I'm pretty sure they finished, oops, not what I wanted. But there we go. I'm pretty sure they finished 500 merchant. And now doing leather worker. Yeah, that's what they're doing right now. Or probably are, before the leather worker nuked. So there are some people on top, but it's only, I think, merchant. I don't think any of them did combat, oddly enough. Did Rat Spy? No, he went pretty heavy on combat. No, he didn't. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't think anyone in top 20 has a 500 combat. There is a 500, but not a 500 combat. Only 500 merchant, which is the quickest skill in the game. I am curious to see if a combat will be quicker than merchant after the reworks, though. If after special attacks and the, you know, the skill tree and everything, there's a good chance it's more XP per hour than merchant. And more knowledge per hour than merchant. Who knows, maybe even more money than merchant. Because when trading comes out, those 3 and 4 stars are going to be pretty valuable. Particularly the armor pieces pre-armor making. Yeah, that's another thing to consider too, that combat has is like a really big edge. The only way you get armor right now is combat, pretty much. Until Chapter 5 comes out. There's no way to produce it. So if you actually do want armor pre-Chapter 5, it's going to go for so much money. I'm definitely not buying any. If I get any good armor pieces, I'm probably just selling them. Because I'd prefer the value of selling them over keeping them. Because once Chapter 5 comes out, we're just going to make all of our own. And the value from selling and investing in other things would be better than holding it. Even the armor I'm wearing right now, I'd probably sell. Not initially, because we might be using it some. But down the line, like just 218 body and leg, and the 199 shield. Like every single one of these would just get sold later. Not just because we're out the level range to use them, but also just because I don't need them. Most likely. I don't know, we'll have to see how the combat works. I say that, and I have like, I'll be wearing like tier 1 armor at like level 140. And it's like, wait, why is this enemy killing me so hard? We'll be in like full 1-star level 140 armor. It's like, wait, how's the enemy killing me? It's only a level 250. And we'll see how big of a difference it really makes. I just feel like we have enough damage to account for it. Also, you still get durability unlocks. It won't be coming from armor. You'll be getting HP, regen, damage mitigation. It just won't be coming as much from your armor, but rather from your skill tree, the obelisk bonus. That's one thing I'm slightly confused by the combat rework, though. Because doesn't that mean by Chapter 13, you'd just be able to wear full 500 gear? Because unless I'm missing something, I'm pretty sure you would. Unless I'm misunderstanding how, unless you get like literally 0 weapon perfect, that might be the case. I think that might be the case. You might get literally 0 weapon and armor proficiency from your level. It might just all come from Obelisk. But that can't be the case either, because then you'd have to use level 0s until you get to like level 40 something in the chapter. See, I'm not sure, because otherwise the inverse issue happens, where by chapter 13 you just walk in and be able to wear full 500. Or, you know, you wouldn't need like any weapon or armor proficiency once you get past like the initial 40 levels, because you'd already be at 500 combat. It's the only thing that the current system they propose seems kind of confusing on. Like, what happens after chapter 13 when you're at level 500? Two and a half levels to go. So close yet so far. It'll be worth it though. I'm gonna go dunk all this bone right XP. This is a bit slower than if we were just doing the fruit and dropping them on the ground. But it pays off later. Like, it takes longer now, but it'll pay off for how much time it saves us on bone rate. Also, this is how we make our 199 weapons as well. This is like the material we've been talking about for ages now when it comes to Gatherer. This is like the material. This is where all of our 199s come from. Plus, it goes all the way to 282. So not only can I use this for 199, I can also use it for 260 when we have 200 bone rate. But the extra 60 that comes in with the new update. So not only is this 199, but it's also 260. Which is the highest we're going to be able to craft for a very long time. Hey, another point. Good old bone right, get in there. Hey, that's something else I still want to go do too. I want to unlock the AFK activity for every single thing we could possibly unlock it for. I'm probably doing that during Merchant, whenever we do Merchant grind again. Maybe even Leatherworker, just so I can open up the inventory. That might actually be the first thing I use Knowledge on after Bone Right. After I have 200 Bone Right. I might go unlock every AFK activity we can possibly get up to based on our level range. This will eventually be needed because we'll technically need it for every post 200 at some point. But the main reason for doing it as well is whenever we gain a level, it'll auto-scroll all the way to the bottom. This saves barely any time at all, but it's still convenient. And for completionist sake, I would still want to have all of them. And for every single skill post 200, you'd eventually need to use them anyways. Even if we don't plan to like immediately go for them. It does sacrifice a bit of levels though. But if you consider like what you need for post 200, not that many. Like to get a skill to 200 is like what, 40-ish knowledge? Where's one that's like right at the threshold? You need like yeah, like 40-ish, give or take a few, in order to get to their activity. And pre-200, that means a lot. That's like 10 levels in a skill. That's really expensive. However, post-200, that is only 3 levels. The amount of points you need to get to 200 AFK activity for something is just 3 levels if you were to put it post-200. That is not horrible to go do. Unlock something that gives you like infinite XP post-200, or 3 levels. One is a little better than the other by a very large margin. So initially it feels a bit bad because we're losing out on so many levels. We're losing out on 10 every single time we do one to 200. However, post 200, we're only losing out on 2 levels, which is basically nothing. It just makes it slightly longer for us to get to 200 all. That makes it more convenient once we actually are at 200 all. And the main reason for that is, what else do I really have to go knowledge then? Because the only other 2 is basically carpentry and alchemy. Carpentry, while requiring some amount of knowledge, honestly doesn't need that much if I'm using 5 and 7% on it to get it all the way there. Like, we are acknowledging it, but, you know, we're going to have the better pots and everything for when we do. In alchemy, we will to fill some of the void, but not a huge amount. Or maybe a huge amount, we'll see. At the lower level range that we're at right now, it's fine. It's mostly everything from about like 140-ish to 200 that's the concern. Or I guess technically 197 because we already have 197 to 200 solved. So basically everything from like 140-ish or however much our 200 Mind Fighter gets us. Or our current amount of Mind Fighter. But let's just say 200. Like the biggest concern is basically everything from 131 or slightly after that until like around 140-ish. Like everything from like 140-ish to 197 I think is the problem then. As far as like the dead zone. Not that it is a dead zone. It's just some of the things that we would need to do to get XP from that area is not ideal. Because let's see everything from that area. Everything from that area includes Chronopolis potions, which we're not making because you can't get that many per day. Stonewall Hill potions, which we're not going to be making because we're not going to need them for such a long period of time that's just going to be sitting there doing nothing. Unless people really want it when trading comes out for some reason, but they likely won't. Because they're not coming out until like months later, so that's basically pointless to make now. It's just dead money just sitting in the bank. So they're not really worth making. That's really cheap. I'm not sure if they are, but I'm pretty sure they're not worth it. I need to double check once we do get to the level range though. I'm pretty sure not worth. The only one that might be worth is the 158 potent, but we'll have to check when we get there. The 164 healing we're probably not doing because we're skipping Forager. The 170 healing, if we only do 200 Mind Fighter on the dot, we're barely going to be able to make any. We'll be able to make some, but not like a huge amount. Not enough to get to 200, that's for sure. And then after that, Hope Port is dead because I'm not doing foraging. 185 is dead because I'm not doing foraging. Or at least not by the time we do that grind. The Arboretum, I have a few banked, and that I have all the way banked to 200. So yeah, it's a pretty dead area. Long story short. Where I'm going to basically have to do what I'm doing for Bone right now. Where we're going to have to, like, knowledge 30 levels in a row or something. Like 30, 40 levels in a row. That will actually come up with alchemy. Let me actually double check that, though. We were just talking about that. How much money do you lose on the Stonewall Hill potions? If we go check alchemy real quick. Alchemist, alchemist. Alright, let me go check. Alchemist. How much is a Stonewall Hill potion? If we were just outright buy it from this shop. So Chronopolises are way too much to bother. Okay, yeah, they're actually not horrible. We burn 6.5 silver per one we make. However, we're banking 7% for chapter 5, which obviously is all going into Armor Maker. Maybe a little bit into Builder, but otherwise all into Armor Maker. That's not horrible. How many would we need, though? Does that have the XP rate per hour? How many can you make per hour? I just want to know, how many potent potions can you make per hour? I actually don't even know. It says the hourly XP rate. I want to say it's like about 100, 110, 120. Sounds correct. I know they're a little bit slower because of the process. I never actually timed the exact number per hour, though. It shows the XP rate per hour, though. But it doesn't say how many are made. Probably because they all make the same. Or, you know, all potent potions make the exact same. It's not like any are different from each other. I wonder if it actually says that somewhere on this page. Like, because I believe it's like slightly under 100 per hour, I want to say. Oh, wait, we can actually figure it out based on the XP drop and the XP per hour. Even if it doesn't say it somewhere's over here. Let me go check. Because we can reverse engineer it. Wait. We could reverse engineer the numbers. Wait. Yep, there we go. So we have to divide this number by that number, and that's how many you can make per hour according to the wiki. Let's see, which is good enough for me. Let's see, 641, 520 divided by 59, because I'm trying to figure out how much money I'm burning per hour. You can make 108 per hour according to the wiki. Sure, let's go with that number. Alright, so 108 times, oh, but I don't know how many levels I'll need, though. Because we need to go bring up the XP chart to figure out the thing. We can assume that's about 2 levels, though, based on how XP generally works in this game. We can assume that's about 2 levels per hour. So if that is the case, and we're burning how much per hour? 108 times this number, because we're just banking them. I'm not selling them. I am banking every last one of these things. So if we were to take that number and times it by 6.5, we are burning 702 silver an hour. Ouch. Ouch, I might as well get the exact number if we're going this close. 108 times 6.46. There we go. Okay, it's 697.68. So yeah, 700. 700 silver an hour is how much we're losing. We're not actually losing it. It's just being converted into 7% Stonewall Hill potions. Until trading comes out, it's technically lost money that's just sitting there, though. But yeah, that means it's burning 0.7 gold per hour. We're not actually losing that money. It's just staying stationary, doing nothing. And how many levels would I have to do that for? Let's say we're getting 2 per hour, roughly. I would have to do that until 170. So I'd have to do that for 6 hours. Okay, that's not too bad. I would have to burn 3.5 gold. Wait, that's actually cheap. Wait, did we just do all the way to 200 alchemy when we did the alchemy grind? Wait, that's like dirt cheap. And we're banking like 1,000,007% for chapter 5 as well. We can't use them for like 3 to 6 months from now, but you know, we're still banking them. But yeah, that only burns about 3.5 to 4 gold all the way to the 170 pots. That's not bad at all. It's actually pretty cheap. I think it's worth doing. And they're worth more than that as well. You just can't trade them until trading comes up. Plus, I might even just hoard them until, you know, the day of. I might just use them. Might not even trade them out. Might just use it to speed up, unless someone wants, like, absurd amount for them. Otherwise, I'm probably just saving them all for Armor Maker. Use knowledge points on Alk. We are going to be doing some, but you have to keep in mind the potions are still worth it. Like, I say that we're losing 3.5 to 4 gold, but when trading comes out, that's worth like 10 gold. The exact same stack that we just burned. Like, in the short term, we burned the money doing nothing, but in the long term, we actually, like, doubled our money. While also getting all the XP. Because there's no way those things don't go for anything less than 10 silver each, like, the day of Stonewall Hill being launched. Like, the week of Stonewall Hill, like, before it comes out, and the week after, there's no way those things aren't, like, 10, 15, 20 silver each. Because in order to make a 8% and 10%, you need, I don't know, 470 and 490 alchemy. So realistically, the best potion people are using is a 7%. When it comes to Stonewall Hill launch. Only, like, the richest of richest people who are going for rank 1 are buying the 10% hope, or, you know, Stonewall Hill. Like, everyone else is just buying the 7%. You gotta be, like, mega, mega rich to be able to afford those 10%. Because those 10% are like 50 silver each or something on, like, launch day Stonewall Hill. So, you know, spending like 20 or 30 on the 7% sounds a bit more enticing in this situation. Or just keeping them to use ourselves for Armor Maker. There we go, 182, 2 levels to go. I mean, that's something I never checked with alchemy. How many potions are worth making just because they're useful? Regardless of how much money you burn making them. Not too many in that range that we wouldn't already be doing. But Stonewall Hill is one of them. And I'm trying to think of beyond, like, 131, what is every viable potion if you just buy it from the shop? Obviously 131 is. It's a silver and a half each to make. And we already have a lot of it banked as well. And even if we need more, it's like free to go get. So those are fine. Chronopolis, I would say no. Unless you really want to rush the area. Stonewall Hill, yes, is 6.5 each. Worst comes to worst, you sell them for the same price you're paying for them almost. But realistically, you'd be hoarding them for later. 32%. So both of these you would never buy from the shop. You'd have to forge them or gather them. Same as Hope Port. It's not worth it for the cost. Unless you really want your 10%. That's really expensive. You're paying 20 silver each. Same as the Arbores. Though these we already have banked. But, yeah. So that's it. Stonewall Hill's the only other good potion then. Stonewall Hill's Potent Potion is the only other good potion after the Mind Fighter one. Everything else you gotta get the resource yourself or it's not worth it. Stonewall Hill is like the last really, really good one you could do. You're still burning 6.5 silver each, but it's cheaper than doing it later. So it'd be the last viable potion then. Unless we bank it. Is that 158? The 158 potion is the last one. So everything beyond that we'd have to use a lot of knowledge on. Because this requires doing a lot of very specific foraging. This requires you to basically do 200 Mind Fighter, if not post 200 Mind Fighter. These require you to do post 200 foraging. Or really high foraging. I forget the exact number you need for those. But it's definitely foraging related. These we have barely any banked because it's not worth it. These we already have enough, or sorry, these are the ones that are, we barely have banked. These are the ones we already have banked to 200. And then boom, 200, we're done. So the main solution we need is for something in between there. My original plan for this was Mind Fighter. But since we're kind of skipping Mind Fighter, yeah, I think we just knowledge all the way through. The only big downside of that is we're going to have very, very little 35% heals. But once again, what on earth are we using 35% heals on? There's like nothing coming into this game in the next like half a year that needs 35% heals. If the first boss is coming after Chapter 5. And the first raid's coming after Chapter 5. And the first like anything worth needing heal pots for is coming after Chapter 5. Like we need those Stonewall Hill 7% before we would even need the 25% heals. Or the 35, I mean. So we could pretty much skip these, just do 25%. Mass buy them before the price hike. And just camp 25%. And just ignore these and just knowledge pretty much from like 170 to 200. Or technically 197 because then we could just do these for 200. Since we have like 400 or 500 of those banked. But yeah, I think we do the 200 alchemy grind. The only big downside of that is how many Stonewall Hill potions do we want to make? Because every Stonewall Hill potion we make is money burned until either Chapter 5 comes out or until trading comes out. Technically a combination of both because no one's going to be immediately buying Stonewall Hill potions when trading comes out. Or if they are, they're trying to snipe it for like free. They're going to buy them for like 8 silver each or something. Which is technically profit, but not worth it. Initially, I probably just plan to keep them for myself. Unless they eventually go like over 20 silver each or something. Which is more than triple what we paid to make them. I think that's my threshold. They'd have to be like over 20 each for me to sell. Otherwise, I'm just using them for armor maker. And ore builder. But probably mostly armor maker. The one thing to keep in mind, let's say hypothetically they are 20 silver each. Is that even good money per hour? It would only be 1.4 gold an hour. That's actually crazy to think about. If they were to cost 19.5 silver each, aka like 20 silver each, you would only make 1.4 gold an hour making Stonewall Hill 7% pots. That's less than how much we make from Leatherworker right now. I didn't even think about that just now. Gosh, so many potions are going to cost so much money. But even if they were 20 silver, that's only 1.4 gold an hour for making them. And that's with current prices. It's going to be even less when they get price hiked. This would be closer to 1 gold an hour after the price hike at the shops. But if they were to sell for 20 each with the current market of, or not the current market, but you know, if they were to sell for 20 silver each with the current cost of how much a shop costs, you only make 1.4 gold an hour making them. Which is not a lot. It's not nothing, but it's not a lot. At the level range that you're making them, it would be, I guess. But in the scheme of things you could be doing to generate money in the game, not so much. There's also a really funny angle we could do. Though it would cost us a lot of gold. But it'd be really hilarious. With the assistance of knowledge points. We could make the Stonewall Hill potion all the way until 200. Is that worth doing? Probably not. But we could technically make them all the way to 197. How many levels in a row is that? Gosh, it's too many. That's 49 levels. No, my bad. 39 levels. We can make them for 39 levels straight. While using knowledge on it, obviously. Which is more like 30 levels straight. How many would we bank? We would have literal thousands of them. Because there's just nothing else worth doing in that time frame or in between. If you account for how much time it takes to gather them and everything. Because the heal pots, there's nothing to use them on. The hope port ones, I guess, could kind of work out. It's like the only other exception. Is a 10% hope port. But that burns a lot more per is the problem, though. How much are we burning per? Let's see. Relative to XP rate, you're burning 20 silver, though. For almost double XP rate, though. It's like 70% better XP rate. But you're burning through triple the money per hour. Oh no, I'm kind of liking the Stonewall Hill idea. Now I'm seeing like these numbers for every single one. Especially that our main plan before was only like 33% better than what we would be getting from Stonewall Hill route. It could be the play. Invest in the future of Chapter 5. Maybe that's the plan. Do we make a Chapter 5 investment pivot? That might actually be the play. Get all the tools for Chapter 5 maxed out to level 50. Or, you know, what is effectively max. Get the gold for that. I think that might be the play. Is the Chapter 5 investment. Chapter 5 investment includes the following things. Get Merchant very high. Get Leatherworker very high. Get Watch Person to 500 so the Obelisk effect will affect Chapter 5 Shieldbreaker. Or whatever they're going to call it. The Stonewall Hill Obelisk. And then invest in thousands upon thousands of 7% Stonewall Hill XP pots. Because there's no way we're using 8 or 10%. They're way too expensive. No one's using those. Unless you're going for like rank 1 of like total in that place. And then we'll have a bunch of 7%. Like literal thousands of them. Like we'll literally be chugging them every 2 minutes we could. Potentially if we really wanted to. Actually, how much would that cost per hour? Let's see. 6.5 times 3. 30, I mean. It would cost 200 silver an hour to be perpetually 7% boosted. That's honestly not that bad. Like, that's a little pricey, but you're already going to have to be spending like 3 point something on the 5% anyways. So spending a little less than double for the extra 2% isn't that bad. But yeah, I think that might be the pivot. The long-term pivot. It's still, everything I said earlier that we're still doing is still in play. It just has a little bit of a different alchemy route. Because we were already considering that 500 watch person grind for the Dragon Keep, obviously. But yeah, I think that's ultimately the play. Alright, the master plan is settled. But yeah, that will definitely be the play then. Alright, we got a plan. I'll just set it in motion. But yeah, when we do alchemy, we're going to go to like 180, 190 or something. I don't think I'm still going to go all the way to 200. We'll go stop a little bit beforehand. We will go pretty close to 200. Like striking distance of it. Where like one session would easily get us to 200. The main reason I want to leave a little bit of wiggle room is I'm still not sure when we're doing 200 Mind Fighter. Because everything you get from 200 Mind Fighter we'd actually be processing. Oh yeah, that reminds me. If I was to go back to the 7% pots for mining, what's the XP rate? If I was to backtrack to a 131, the XP rate is 381,000 per hour. That's too low. Ooh. Yeah, we can't backtrack that far. So anything we get from Mind Fighter would just have to be dropped at that point. As far as that material, anyways. We're in too deep for that to be worth it. That's kind of unfortunate. Ah, do we have to do 200 Mind Fighter before combat rework? I think we have to. That's unfortunate. There is one upside of that, though. If we do 200 Mind Fighter now, that is a level 160 Obelisk that can give a bunch of perks to Chronopolis when we do the 500 grind there later. But yeah, we might be forced to still have to do 200 Mind Fighter. I don't see any way around it. There's just too much alchemy XP that just becomes pointless after if we don't do it now. Other than just selling it to players. But as far as us actually be able to use it, I guess we can send it to our alts. That's always the other play. Oh yeah, maybe we do still wait. Because we do have 2 other accounts. Or, you know, 2 other profile slots that you could use. So I guess that's not as big a deal. Never mind, scratch that. We don't need to do it then. We're still doing the 200, 200, 200, though. The 200 gauntlet for combat before we go to 500 watch person, though. Or Chronopolis, Obelisk, whatever you want to call it. Whatever it's going to be called as of the rework. I'll know it as the skill that gives us the 500 Dragon Cape. The Dragon Cape skill. Oh. 1.5 levels to go. So close yet so far. That's the only problem with doing this method. When I mentioned it would bone spike almost entirely to 200. Is we'll be thankful for this when we start dunking them for bone rate XP. But gosh, this is definitely lower bone rate XP per hour. I mean, gather XP per hour. But it makes up for it for how much bone rate we bank later. And the fact that we actually need these for items later. Like, we're actually legitimately crafting, like, best in slot gear out of what we're collecting right now. One thing that's going to feel really weird, though, is the day we finally hit 200 all. It's going to feel so weird, the XP curve, then. I think knowledge points will be the weirdest feeling one. Like, knowledge points still do what they do now, but, you know, everything will be going that 4 times slower rate. So no longer will you, like, knowledge point from, like, 1/4 for bar, and it's like, boom, level. That's something that doesn't happen anymore. You'll need like 4 of them to equal the same effect. Like you basically needed like an hour's worth of knowledge to do what 15 minutes of knowledge does now. That reminds me, on the Forager that I've been ignoring, when do you get good stuff? That's something I haven't really paid much attention to now that we have some time to kind of contemplate on it, since we're almost done with Gatherer. Wall Plant is, I believe, 28% heal. It's one of the heal pots. Periwinkle was also heal, I think. I think it goes with like the Wall Plant. Monument Piece is obviously for Monument. Shell is for one of the useless Cryonate pots. Nettle, I forget what nettle is for. Potato is for cooking. Large monument piece, obviously for monument. As one of the other reasons I've been waiting on this, we need fear potions to be able to do this. I need 104 alchemy to be able to do monument pieces. It's one of the few activities in the game that actually requires you to use fear potions currently. So I was kind of waiting until equipable potions and or 104 alchemy. If you wonder why I keep trying to ignore Forager, there's like 3 main reasons. One is that, but the other big one is the tools. The tools cost a lot to upgrade if you want the best XP rates for every single one of them, because there's 3 different ones that you kind of need, which consumes a lot of money. But then monument piece, then the bell plant. Monument piece. It's not a monument piece. Useless tool that you don't need for Cryonate pot. Better potato. Hogberries for the better yellow pot. These I'd probably bank. Same as the limpets that you get from it. Interesting. I'm really considering just level 10ing both the 2 other tools and just leave them there when we do the Forager grind. Until we get to post 200. I might just level 10 the net and level 10 the other thing for a few gold, since they're pretty free to go do. And just leave the one that actually gives cooking supplies as the upgraded one. There's a lot of things that you touch don't get the benefit from it. Like, I'm looking over every item we need. And what do we need? We need the potatoes. We need a few things that we grab from rocks that don't use any tool. We need the monument pieces that don't use any tool. The racks, I'm pretty sure, use no tool. Should we go check the Forager route? Is there a full list of every single thing that in the tool that corresponds to it? Because other than the healing pots, which are just weaker than the other ones, I don't think the other 2 tools use anything. Let me go double check. I want to see the full list on this. Because this could be a situation where we just kind of ignore them and just get them to level 10. Which is like the equivalence of ignoring them, because level 10 is like free pretty much in how little gold it costs. Let me see. Forager. No, not Forager Warehouse. It's Forager. No, not what? Just go to Forager. There we go. I guess the S kind of confused it. Alright, here we go. So, kelp. These are needed for healing potions. And they are, they don't get used for any tool. Let's see. Does it actually say over here the potion to go for? No, that would have been really convenient. This, I believe, is also for healing potion. And they use secutors. But they're all the weaker healing potions. These aren't the stronger ones. White periwinkle. I forget what it's for. Maybe healing potion too? But not that needed. These are for our cryonite ones. This uses trowel. I already have this upgraded. So we can still route them in. So yeah, do you need any tool other than trowel then, really? Pre-200? If I ignore the ones that aren't as good? There might not even be worth getting to level 10. No, it's probably still worth it. So I'll have to take them like some amount here and there, like touching them. Well, let's see. Let's see if it's worth or not worth ever collecting. Not worth. Probably not worth. Not worth. Maybe if we want to make a bunch of weaker potion. You eventually need it for higher cooking level. Also, I'm talking about like the highest variance of these. What is Tangled Pond and Wave used for? These are Pond Net and the other thing. Let me go double check. I believe this is used for the weaker 6% potion. I am pretty sure. No, it's used for Arboree. Wait, it's used for Arboree? I thought they were all in chapter 2. Oh, okay, well those are useless. We don't care about those then. Alright. Yeah, those are just the Arboree pots. Yeah, let's keep looking. Yeah, let's see. But yeah, useless, useless. Bell plant? This was for that other side, the Arboree. Monument pieces, no tool. White water lily. That one we do need for our Cryonade, but it's for a weaker Cryonade, so we don't really care about it too much. What am I doing this in the? Yeah, bone right. Why am I even asking that? Obviously it's bone right. I'll keep double checking. But yeah, I don't think we do anything other than that tool. I don't even think I need the other two. Because if you do a beach route into Potato, into Monument, you never touch anything that isn't trowel. And you can still do a C-shaped loop into it. As long as you don't mind doing a little bit of fishing. You can still C-shape loop it to the storage rift. It also allows you to get some material that people tend to skip. For example, one material I believe people skip pretty often, which might go for a pretty penny whenever it gets price hiked, if you're doing the higher tier one. I forget what it's used for, though. But there's a material, I could easily find it on the map when I go there. There's a material all the way in the top left. I feel like most people don't route, but if you would do trout only, you would always route it. Let me double check what it's called and what it's used for. This right here is normally off route for everyone. And is rack. What is a rack used for? Rack. They're not worth much at the lower level range, though. But the higher level ones, the ones we care about. What is a rack used for? Oh, it's for 7% pots. And that means the other one's for 10% pots. Ah. And you don't use any tool? Right? Yep, no tool. Ah, okay. I think that's the game plan then, because I think that one shell doesn't use any tool either. So when do we ever need any tool that isn't trowel? With how I plan to route it, it's either neutral or uses trowel. I'm never really camping anything that uses secateurs or pond net. Like post 200, you would kind of need it, I guess. But at least pre 200 was what I plan to do. You actually never use anything but trowel. It's either trowel or it doesn't get any bonus. Because everything on the beach is trowel or nothing. Everything in that other room that I go to is trowel or nothing. And all the monument pieces are just nothing. Every single thing in that room has no bonus. So when do you get the better one then? You get it at 209. What's the other component you need? So 209 spiral rack. What is the other component of this potion? Oh gosh, they're 10 silver each too. They're not bad. Blood nettle. No! Blood nettle! I believe a blood nettle uses a material that is not, alright, that's a problem. Yeah, blood nettle is secateurs. I could always get one component and just trade for the other or buy it from the thingy though. It does require 206 forager, which does mean post 200 forager. But of course, post 200 forager just feeds into monument eventually. Interesting, interesting. But yeah, I didn't think about that. I actually don't need anything but the trowel. For the most part. A little asterisk next to that. But we don't need anything but the trowel. Because we'll probably be taking the offbeat route that a lot of people don't take, which is still, like, decent. but not normally the one most people route. Because post 200, I don't think you could really do it other than at the 200 rack or the 206 rack. But it's basically a route that puts into 206 rack and the other two for plus 80. Which one can you even do the plus 80 thingies? Because it might still be plus 60 at that level range. Because I'm looking for the, not the pond thing, not the bell plant, not the water lily. Okay, these are way too deep. Oh no, you can't do them till way later, never mind. I was going to say, can we actually get the plus 80 yellow potions? No. We'd still be dealing with the weaker ones. Interesting. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to do the stronger ones then. Oh, sorry, it's 209 rack, not 206. Oh, you even get the upgraded trowel at that point. So what would our route be at that point then? It'd be potato. It'd be a very heavy potato route. Where you'd kind of do like circles around and go around, just keep doing stuff with that. It'd be a very, very heavy potato route. Oh, we're almost at our final level. But anyways, we'll worry about that more later. But long story short, with the way I want to do it, I think we could just ignore everything that isn't trowel. And just build trowel-related routes into neutral or trowel-related items for the entirety of Forager. And it yields half of the ingredient I need for my potion, which we could fix with trading and or buying it from the shop. As well as half of what we need for the 10% pot, which we can fix with, you know, the shop or other players. And then, because I believe people tend to have a lot of blood nettles, but not a lot of racks. So blood nettles will likely go cheaper than racks. Not to mention the shop sells them for like 1 to 2 silver more expensive anyways. Because if you're not doing a trowel only route, you tend to not go over there. Because it tends to be more efficient to go to that area. I think the other issue is there really only one room of rack? Wait, does rack not have a second room? I didn't even think about that just now, or is it all the way over there or something? Oh, maybe it's all the way in top left. Wait, are you trying to tell me the only other rack is like in top left or something? It is! Oh! Yeah, that's another issue. You can only ever route 3 racks. This is 4 in the room, in which case you can do 4, but I'm pretty sure it's only 3. You can only ever route 3 racks. The other 3 rack leads to a dead end. Which you can only ever get if you're fishing, but it's too far of a bank and it's not routable. Whereas you could probably route all 6 to the other one, but you can only ever route 3 of a rack. Alright, that would also explain the price. Or why people also have less. Is even if you wanted to get racks, you can only route 3 per run. Unless you double dip it with the new respawn thingy. In which case you could grab like up to 5. So we'd probably have to do a route that grabs 5 racks when we're at 209. And use the respawn timer to our advantage. It's gonna be so annoying to start routing Forager. I think that's the other reason why I'm scared of Forager. The routes that you could do now with the new respawn timer is kind of insane. You gotta keep track of like 5 internal head timers. Like if you thought it was bad when we were doing like a bunch of random stuff on the ground for merchant, we're gonna have to do that like ×2 whenever we do Forager. But once we get into a groove of a route, it'll be fine. It's more so figuring out the routes. Because a lot of them are different now with the respawn timer. Because you can just double spawn the entire room over again. Which changes a couple of things that you can do. Like grabbing 5 rack instead of 3. Which is something that wasn't doable before, but is now doable. Whereas other routes would have only been able to grab 3 of them. Yep, I keep trying to do that every time. And not every time, but definitely some of the times. About 1 level to go. And then we'll see how good femurs are. I probably won't do too many femurs right now, though. At absolute most 1 level. Just to get it to a nice 185. One less level we need to do tomorrow. Because tomorrow we're definitely doing 185 to 197. And then after that, we should be pretty much in the clear. Because then on Monday we finished 197 to 200. And our bone rate's definitely 168 by then. So how many more gathering skills do we have now that I'm looking at it? We got 1, 2, 3. We only have 3 gathering skills left that aren't 200 yet. Forager, fishing, and woodcutting. Fishing is the one that probably scares me the most. Do you feel you've been cheated with the combat changes? No. Especially with my level distribution. If anything, I feel like they made the distribution like exactly for our levels. Pretty much. But I could definitely see people feeling that way if they went for like 500 Scout or 500 Minefighter or something. Anyone who went for 500 Guard or 200 All are in a pretty good position though. Or did less than 200 All combat. Only people who kind of got gypped is if you went for 500 Scout or 500 Minefighter. Not that you got completely gypped, but it's best to do, like, you know, from top down, starting with Hopeport. And because I only plan to 200 these, I don't care too much about having Chronopolis so high. Because I plan to get it to 500 anyways to help with Chapter 5. And then potentially then go and do every single level afterwards. So, you know, we'll do 200 of all these once Combat Rework comes out. And since they're so low, we're in a pretty good position to go do it. And then we do 500 Minefighter, utilizing the 200 we do 500 Watch Person due to 200 Minefighter. Then with our 500 Watch Person that then assists our Shield Breaker, we then do 500 Shield Breaker. And then we do 500 Shield Breaker into 500 Chapter 6. And then 500 Chapter 6 into 500 Chapter 7. And I simply start it at Chapter 4 rather than at Chapter 1. I'm still effectively doing the same loop. Or just be starting it from the newer chapters rather than the older chapters. So anyone who went for 500 Watch Person probably gained the biggest benefit. Or if you really want a 500 all combat, 500 Watch Person, or, you know, a guard, I mean, got the biggest other benefit. Scout and Minefighter just got a little gypped. And if you went to for 200 all or less, you're in a perfectly fine position. You didn't really get gypped at all. But my plan is basically 200 all these after the combat rework. And then just start 500ing every chapter thereafter. Starting with Chapter 4 and going till, you know, forever. And just kind of skip the first 3. Because we're not really set up too well to go do them. But if I had 500 Guard right now, I would 500 everything. I would then go do 500 Scout, then go do 500 Minefighter, then go do 500 Watch Person, then go do 500 Chapter 5, 6, 7, so on and so forth. Or it's going to be starting from Chapter 4. It just 200 everything else prior. But I'm waiting for the combat rework first, though. The only exception to that is 200 Minefighter. Still haven't decided if I'm doing that before or after. I'm considering just waiting till all... I think I'm just going to wait until the combat rework to do any. Aside from AFK raid dens. I'm pretty sure I'm doing no combat until combat rework happens. And then when we do, we're doing so much combat. It's going to look like a skilling only account to a combat only account. It only takes 1 day for that to completely shift. But this account's going to like turn on a dime the second they add special attacks and the new skill tree thing. It'll go from like a skilling only to combat only for at least a month. Yeah, one level to go. So close yet so far. And after that, we're probably doing some of the carpentry grind I meant to do off stream. And then do some of the part I meant to do on stream, which is actually do the ash logs from yesterday. Not all of them. We'd be here for the rest of today if we do everything in that bank. Off stream, I do plan to do quite a few of them, though. Probably even off stream, I probably won't finish them, but I do want to put a pretty good dent into them. Between on stream and off stream today. Just so we don't have to worry about carpentry stuff. That way we're finally at the point in woodcutting carpentry where all I have to carpenter is all the new woodcutting supplies. Because we haven't been at that point ever since Spider Nest Grind. The end of Spider Nest Grind was pretty much the last time we were ever at equilibrium. Where every single last log in our bank was consumed. Because obviously we were trying to feed Spider Nest quest. But we've actually never reached a point since then where we've had a 0 log bank. And I want to get back to that point before we do more woodcutting. Get to a 0 log bank. And then the only ones we'd ever have to do are the new logs then. But overall, I'm looking forward to the combat rework. Like, a lot. It's pretty much everything we've been prepping for on the account to some degree. Is just waiting out until combat becomes viable. And that's definitely something that makes combat pretty viable. The only big issue is we're not getting any bosses, raids, or anything for like another half a year. So even though we're going to be getting all this power and all of these cool things to use for combat, we can only use it on what's currently already in the game. But there's still a lot of levels to grind. And worst comes to worst, when all those bosses do come out, we're going to be so leveled for everything. Oh, I just realized, if I do that 200 forager grind that we were talking about earlier, that kind of solves the rest of my alchemy, doesn't it? The big issue with it is it does require post 200 forager. But the upside of it is, we bank a lot of EXP. Like basically all of 185 to 197 being banked. And we're gonna need that forager level eventually, I guess. Kind of. I just hate that we have to go 9 levels above 200 and then still keep going a little bit. But I guess it's worth it. I'm not sure though yet. Because I'm still considering not doing it for 200 grind. It's just tying up a lot of cash and stuff we don't need. Or at least not immediately. Like, let's say hypothetically I get 10% pots for Chronopolis. I mean, for Hopeport. Like, what am I using them on? I would already basically have 200 alchemy done. Which would be, like, the main target you would even use it on to begin with. Cooking's not that bad to go do manually. I guess maybe fishing almost? Because honestly, I think fishing is almost more annoying to go get up than cooking is. Alchemy is definitely the hardest of the 5, but it's already 200, and, you know... There's one thing that's kind of ironic about the 10% Hopeport pot. Is, like, what are you supposed to do with it? Because at the point that you get it, I guess you would consume it as you're going from 185 to 197 to speed it up. Or for post 200 alchemy. But otherwise, when are you really supposed to use them? Because the main thing you would use it on is alchemy, but by that point you almost already have the alchemy level you need to not need to use it on alchemy at all. It's in like a really weird level range as far as when you unlock it. You unlock it nearly at the point where you don't even need them anymore. Assuming you were going for like 200 all for the chapter. We could still use it to speed up fishing and stuff though. But you can't really use them to speed up Forager because you have to go do Forager first to even get the supplies for it. So you'd have to use it on either fishing or cooking. And neither of those really need to be used on. It would help, but, you know, 5% are fine. I skipped a bone at some point. Hey, when I did that. Though whenever I do skip a bone, I guess that means we can go bank the whole thing. Because that means I can get another double 8 without it over encumbering. Alright, half a level to go. That'd be really funny if the next bone gives like 3,000 XP each. Regardless of how much bigger the number looks, it's not as big as it seems because of how much further the bank is. Got to put into account the bank space, or, you know, the bank time and everything. Hey, on the poll, oh, we do have several more votes in. Let's see. With the upcoming combat merge in Brighter Shores, what seems best to be doing for combat prep? Currently, alchemy is at 23% for the boost pots and XP pots. The production, which is one of our main plants, is only at 8%. Rip. Rip us. So no one's making those 4-star weapons or anything. Or a lot less people. Money, which is basically everyone doing trading, are at 28%, the second highest. Basically getting all the money and just buying everything outright. All the 4-star weapons you need, all the potions you need, all the anything you need. Just being bought outright. And the highest one, oddly enough, combat is at 41%. As far as the best thing to be doing to prep for combat. Even more combat. I'm still curious to see how the XP curve for combat might change after they do it, though. Like, not the curve itself, but, you know, the XP per unit you kill. Because if time to kill is quicker, they're probably going to do some amount of tweaking. We just don't know how much of a tweak they're going to do. Like, is it going to be like a 10% nerf, 20% nerf? Because even a 20% nerf might still be a 30% buff. If your time to kill is enough higher. With special attacks and all the combat changes and everything. We'll have to wait and see. It is something they haven't really discussed if they're going to nerf XP rates or not. Because I assure you, it is quicker later if not. There's no way XP rate goes down, that's for sure. It only goes up if they don't change anything. But if they do change anything, it comes down to how much of a percent are they nerfing everything to accommodate for how much quicker you can kill everything. Oh, come on, I keep forgetting it gets queued, so I actually have to do a manual walk. Oh, whoops. Also, where do I keep forgetting a bone? I keep only getting 5. Where's this other bone going? Oh, no. It's because I did the 3 and then banked it. I see what happened there that cycle. That wasn't me actually forgetting a bone. I just banked weirdly. No bones were left behind. But yeah, but that's official then. We're officially going on the alchemy pivot after 200 gather. Which would basically be this Tuesday then. I think it's full-blown alchemy pivot time. There's something I'm considering doing with it as well. Which I'm not sure if it would enhance or dehance the viewing experience. Because one thing I kind of really want to go do, because I need to go do the grind anyways in the other game. I kind of want to do Alchemy and Brighter Shores and Old School RuneScape at the exact same time. We're doing the new Alchemy minigame in, or technically whatever you want to call it, in Old School RuneScape. We're also doing the more intense one in Brighter Shores. I just do both of them simultaneously. We did do that once for like 10 minutes before. But if we're going to power grind it, I want to like really power grind. Might as well power grind 2 games at the same time. Because that's always been my complaint with it in this game, in Brighter Shores, is there's not enough to do during it. Especially now that you can queuable action it into a perfect cycle. So what better way to add complexity than to do it 2 times over at the exact same time? It definitely make things a lot more complex. It also means we'd be able to power grind it pretty easily. Like 3, 10-hour streams would probably get it done. Maybe a little more than that. Maybe I'm underestimating how quickly we can get Alchemy XP. Or overestimating. This is probably going to take a little longer than that, actually. Because in that time, I'd probably be able to finish that minigame while also be able to go get 200 Alchemy. Basically, Alchemy, getting max Alchemy 2 times over in 2 different games at the same time. Because otherwise, when we do the Alchemy grind, it's literally just going to be the same thing over and over and over again on the one potion making thing. Like, you know, the little minigame that's in Brighter Shores. If you want to even call that a minigame. Especially with queuable action, it's so free right now. You just queue up like 80% of what you have to do. Technically 75%. You can't queue the final thing. Technically slightly less than that, because you also have to queue a manual walk. Because it only requires 5 clicks, 3 of which are auto-queued, where you refill, then you hit the little temperature thing, then you hit the little pressure gauge, then you manual walk to the end location, and then you wait until the end location is ready, and then you repeat, and then you do that until your alchemy level says 200. Alright, looks like about 2 more trips and that should be it. And there's 2 other things I would want to go do. Probably do femurs for 1 level. Just to kind of get reacquainted with it. Oh, but we get the lower tree. Maybe I don't. I might just do 1 trip of it. Because I just forgot. We don't get to good Suave. We need 115 woodcutting first. Oh, wait. Do I have to do the 115 woodcutting grind now? Oh, I'm going to be doing so few of them. I guess I'll do them without it. It's not like I'm camping them. I'm going back to Bone Spike after like a level or 2. I want to bank some femurs, but not a lot of femur. Because we don't really need femur for anything. Which, out of curiosity, what are the actual weapons you make out of femur? Like, let's say we were a guardian, requiring guardian equipment. What do you actually make out of a femur shard? I know you make a shield. What are the other ones that aren't a shield? You make the longbow, which is the best green weapon. You make a poleaxe, which I believe is the slowest hitting fire weapon, if that's ever relevant. And you get a heavy crossbow, which I believe was the deaf one? Is it either physical or deaf? I don't remember. So one of these, this is probably deaf, this is probably fire. Well, definitely fire. This is green. And that's just a shield. But yeah, the main one that we care about then, or that anyone would care about then, well, we care about the wooden shield. But the longbow is the one that's actually good. If you're like a guardian. Because that's your best green bow. Because I'm pretty sure that's the really good green bow. But we only care about it for the shield for the most part. For those good old shield upgrades for when we occasionally need them. But if we can use all class equipment, that bow I guess is somewhat relevant. Like we already have a bow that's green on Cryonite, but the percent on it's going to be way worse than that. Really comes down to what its special attack is and everything. Or for even respect into Guardian or not. Because that's something else they didn't really explain. If we'll be able to spec into each other profession individually, or if it's like one big number that keeps going up as you keep getting it. We also don't know what the cap is. Like, are we talking 90% effectiveness? 95%? Even lower? Because if we're getting 80% or less, you're pretty much never going to touch off-class equipment. Unless you just really want to mess around with their special attack, or if their special attack is just so needed for something. 90% is like the minimum threshold for it to be viable. Because at 90%, that bow would be better DPS against a green enemy than what I have. If we had a 90% effective longbow, or, you know, a guardian bow, it'd be better at killing a green enemy than our green bow. But at 80% or less, I'm pretty sure it's worse. We'd have to do a lot of math eventually for it, if we ever know what all the calculations are. But I'm pretty sure at 80% it would be worse, but at 90% it would be better. And at 95% it would be way better. We still don't know what the percents are. Or how many points you have to allocate before you even get to a percent that's that effective. Because any points that you're putting into that are points you are missing out on everything else. That could be extra damage or HP or anything. So even if you can do it, doesn't mean you should do it. Like, even if it's viable, it might still not be viable, ironically. Like, even if it's worth doing, it might not be worth doing. Just because of how many points you would have to allocate to get there. Alright, let's go try it out. Let's go check the femurs. Oh yeah, I don't have 5% pot to use here, but that's fine. It's not that big a deal. How much XP per? Yeah, I was saying there would be about 3k, and yep, they are about 3k. 2933. So much better. The problem is the banking time, though. It's not ideal. But these are 900 more XP each. But that's not accounting the bank time, though. So why on earth is he doing Suave Tree over here? I'm so confused. Wait, what? Oh, maybe this is an infinite loop Suave room. I think he's infinite looping the Suaves. Because I can't think of any other reason why you would chop Suave in this exact room. As it is in the middle of nowhere. Also, hello, Joey! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Yeah, that's another thing. What level bone rate do you need for these bones? I don't even think I bothered checking them earlier. Because we were going to get so many more bone spikes. But, they're used at 178. Interesting. So 10 levels higher than the Suave. I mean, 10 levels higher than the bone spike, I mean. But I think we're just doing the 23 for now, then. Still got to deliberate later on how we're going to be going about these. We definitely got to get rid of the potion if we're going to be camping them. I was not sure if I'm going to bother getting 115 woodcutting first just for that. It doesn't seem worth it. I think what we do later is just grab a few hundred and just never touch them again. And go back to Bone Spike. Like, it seems like we're getting way better XP rate, but if we don't drop these, our XP rate is basically the exact same as Bone Spike. But we're getting more bones banked when we do Bone Spike. Which is relevant. Is this bank time right here? It takes too much. Alright, let's just teleport then. We're just doing this one. Oh, but I still need to go get to a bank storage. I really wish Hopeport had a storage rift, like, right there. Because I always actually want to go teleport to Hopeport. And then realize, oh yeah, I gotta get rid of everything else I have. Because even though there's a lot of banks there, there's not like a storage rift that's convenient. Alright. Let's go check our cooking contract. And figure out where we're going next. Which I assume is carpentry. Alright, let's go to Hopeport. Get a cooking contract. Go do like a 12 thing of sandwich. See if we actually have a triple that we can go do. Or 6, or however many we can go get there. Let's see, Big Sheen, Hairdresser. So far all of it's east pathing. We got a really east heavy route. We do have some fish items we need to go to the shop for, though. Do I need to grab any XP pot right here? I don't think I do. Let's grab our bacon. Grab our sandwich. Double check what on earth we have for bounties. Oh yeah, we got the new guy in. Ella's not bad for that. Everything else is pretty pointless, though. Yeah, we'll take that one. Alright, so we can't do a run quite yet, then. Oh, I got raw meat. Should probably cook it. My help. Every time we check our board, we're just going to do a whole inventory of sandwich. Until we can do the whole inventory of stew kind of thing. Just to get a little bit of XP for already going to be here. We're already pathing there, might as well go one extra step. Plus, if we have a bacon sandwich objective, we get it in for free as well. One nice thing about being at this level range. Yeah, we're almost at the 100. But after this, I think we go to carpentry then. I wanted to get at least 67. I wanted to do this before the stream even started, so we can start on some of the ashes. The ash logs from yesterday. And then off stream, I'll probably just run the rest. I just grab a little bit of earlier dinner for once, so I don't have to eat at midnight. Like we have been a lot of days, including yesterday. I didn't finish eating last night until like 1:30 a.m. And I was still up for a few hours because obviously I didn't like immediately go to bed. It's kind of funny because I actually had a burger last night too. Almost reminds me of that one Patrick meme when he eats a burger at 3 a.m. Like, who on earth would eat a burger at 3 a.m.? We pretty much did last night. Except it was closer to like 1:30. Which is basically 3 a.m. Alright, let me go grab the double potions just so we don't need them. Should probably grab them beforehand, actually. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go the 12 or 11 route, but we're going to go the 11 route. It's a little bit more annoying, but it allows you to 5% boost everything. Just so we don't have to keep banking for it. Alright, that should hold us over. Alright, let's go ahead over there. Over to Central. And I'll just do 11 log every time. That's not going to be something else that's going to be kind of funny about getting 200 all in every chapter. You know one really funny thing we could end up doing? Is in chapter 1, 2, and 3, since we're not doing combat in them as much, you know, once we get after 200, we can allocate every point we can into movement speed and running away and anything else that helps with that. And just make it so we max out movement speed in combat as well as the runaway time speed. And you can use it basically as a skilling buff rather than a combat buff. In case you do get caught if you're not bothering with a fear potion. AKA the intersection right there. But yeah, these are the ones I meant to do off stream and never got around to. This stack, and this stack, which easily would have gotten us 77. Or sorry, 67 that we need for these. And these were all the ash logs we got yesterday. Well, let's start with the better ones, then we'll work to the other better one. The really weaker one we'll do off stream. And I want to, at 67, start doing some of the ash. Because that makes pretty big shield. We calculated out yesterday, it can make up to a 177 shield. That's not too bad. That's nearly a 199. Not quite, but pretty close. And it's only for tier 3. Tier 4 goes all the way to 199 and above. I think it even goes to 260 as well, which is nice. Which will be the highest bone rate we'll be able to do for quite a while. So I just realized... Gosh. I just realized something. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, no, I guess it's still somewhat relevant. I'm kind of glad we didn't make save a bunch of 199s earlier. Because with the extra plus 60, it's so much easier to get a 199. It should be a lot more relevant to make like 300 or something. Or, you know, something beyond the 200 range. Now with the plus 60 bonus that you're going to be getting from the changes that they're going to be adding. 199s are still useful though. But their accessibility is way higher now that you only need 139 after the change to go make them. Whereas currently you need 199, of course. But you'd only need 139 after the change. Actually, you know what? Maybe you would still need the higher level now that I'm thinking about it. No, you wouldn't. The other ones still go there. Because there are still some things in that category that would. Like at 139 for smithing. Your metal bow would easily go there. This metal bow goes all the way until, no, 188. Oh, maybe you do still need the smithing levels for them then. Ooh. Because it goes to 188, but not 199. Oh, you actually would still need the level. Due to how the cap thing works. That's weird. Yeah, even if you can craft higher, you might still not be able to craft higher. Which is actually kind of ironic. Unless it gives you base 60 for these as well, but I don't think they do. Like, be able to make this at, you know, like 129 rather than at 189. But I don't think they work that way. Otherwise, there'd be a billion things you can make at level 0. But yeah, it would actually still need some amount of that intermediate level, then. Like, for example, we could do it based on the shield. I know it's not a weapon, but it's still something. So that shield is exactly at 200. Which means the other material below it can make a 199. Which means, if we go do it backwards, the kite shield before this can be made into a 199. Which is, this one. So you would still need 148 smithing to make a 199 shield, even with the plus 60. You still need the 148. Otherwise, the item itself would not be able to go as far enough. Which means the first weapon you would need to be able to do so would be whatever's right after that. Which is, where to go? Actually, yeah. So, flanged mace. So you would need 150 smithing to make a 199. I didn't think about that. Even with the plus 60, you still have to respect the level range on them, unless they're changing level ranges. But assuming they're respecting the current level ranges that are on them, you would still need 150 smithing to make a 199, even with plus 60. As this flanged mace would be the lowest thing you could make. And the realistic lowest thing, because that's annoying to make, would be 154. So you'd need basically 154 smithing to be able to go make a 199 weapon that you can fuse if you're not a Cryo Knight. Or 150 at the lowest, but that's annoying to make because it requires the carpentry component and everything. Whereas this requires just iron ore. Or sorry, carbonice, I mean. I believe we're out of U now, which is unfortunate because it's the best thing we can make until 67. Luckily, we have a billion of these banks, so our XP rate goes skyrocketed the second we get a level. But it's not worth using a knowledge on just because I do plan to do all of them regardless, even the bad ones. I will do the slightly better ones right now, though, so we're not here forever. Because the Suavies are only level 14 or something, or 12. But the other thing's like a level 30 something. And of course we'll use the 30 something now, even though I do plan to process both of them. This will go a little bit quicker if we do these instead, the polars. Because these are like a level 40 something. Someone's asking, how do you guys keep yourself motivated in this grind? When they're talking about carpentry. That's funny. Of course, there's someone in the carpentry house saying that. I don't think I ever seen anyone in any room mention that. It's only here. Though the main thing that keeps me motivated here is all the gear we'll be able to make with it later. Yeah, it's a 43 carpentry material. It's not that much worse. It's 16 worse than the worst we could be running right now. It's not that bad. It's like 15 to 20% worse XP per hour. But we already have that bank, so it makes up for it for the fact that we don't have to go and buy it and everything else. Also, U-logs are really expensive. They're almost like 3.5 each, even only at tier 2. But luckily, as soon as we hit 67, it's free. Yeah, that's what we collected yesterday when we were doing the catkin grind. Like all the catkins over here with the ash trees. And now we have a ton of them banked. We're going to have over 1,000 planks for later. And the planks are used for shields. Whenever we need a shield upgrade is what we need them for. Every shield upgrade for the rest of the time. And that particular one builds up to a 177. I believe that's what we got to. Let me go double check. I think so. That's what we inferred earlier. The highest tier shield for, not that, for bone right. Yeah, it was a 177. The shield right here. You make a 177 shield out of it. Out of the plank that we get to make at level 67 carpentry. Makes a 177 bone right shield. Which is not too bad. For 71 woodcutting and a 67 carpentry requirement, going up to 177 is not bad at all. I just realized those are a bunch of like little mini tables together. I always thought this was one table, but it's actually 6 small tables. I never noticed that till just now. Because normally I'm at this angle or something, where you see like the little groove, but it almost looks like part of the table. But then I was looking at the legs, and it's like, wait, those are actually 6 individual tables rather than one big one. That's funny. I never noticed that. 6 mini tables instead of one big table. I would love to see a quest where one of these tables gets put away so we can actually get to the back over there. Maybe to go repair the water wheel quest. There's a lot of area over there you could utilize if you curve it over. You could definitely put an entire quest over there. Or, you know, not an entire quest, but you know what I mean. Like part of an entire quest. So we can go through that back door. There's plenty of room over there. Just gotta curve it to the right rather than to the waterway. And you can connect it to the other room over there. Yeah, we're halfway there. A few more inventories, and we should be able to do the ash planks, which should be a lot better XP per hour. Yeah, we were doing the math earlier to stream on about how far, like, 1/4 and half the level ranges and everything like that, as far as getting to max. And we don't even have a single skill to 1/4 the max yet. As if we did the math right, it's 241.25 if you ignore the first 20 levels to get to max. Because the first 20 are basically tutorial level. But if you ignore the first 20, it is 241.25 levels to get to max. I mean, to get to 1/4 the way to max, I mean. Which we have 0 there. We have 2 skills that are nearly 1/4 the way there. It's kind of crazy to think about. After that much grinding, they're not even 1/4 the way. It's crazy that people already have, like, multiple 500s. As we're not even 1/4 the way to our first 500. Even if you combine both of them, that's like halfway to 1/500. If you count all the time we did mining and all the time we did watch person. It's like half of a 500. I was about to go look at something here. Don't remember which I was about to go look for, though. There's already 20 people for the top, right? Yeah, the full leaderboard has already been taken. Still going for it, though. I still do plan to do 500 watch person, as it helps you get 500 shield breaker. I'm not sure if we're immediately rushing shield breaker, though. We're definitely 200 alling that chapter. I'm just not sure if I would 500 any of them as priority before 200ing them all. I guess it really comes down to how good is the gathering skill in chapter 5. Like, how good is Delver? Because if you need a lot of Delver supplies to do Builder, as well as, forget about Armor Maker. Imagine if you need it for Armor Maker somehow. Like, we 100% have to go all in on it. But if you only use it for, like, a very small amount of Alchemy and a very small amount of Builder, and maybe not even use it for Armor Maker at all, then, yeah, we could probably just skip it outright. Just ignore its existence. But, yeah, I'm still not sure if we're doing that pivot or not when it comes to Chapter 5's release. Like, the first day or two, we definitely go play through it normally. Probably try to get the requirement to get all the quests unlocked for the chapter. Like, basically do a full rush on every quest. Do the main storyline, then do the 3-star quest, do the 5-star quest, do whatever star quest is in the chapter. And then we pivot over to whatever we do after that. Which might be 500 gather, we'll see. I'm not sure if I want to commit to a 500 grind. And if it is, I almost want to do Shield Breaker so we can mess with the new combat system. Obviously by then it wouldn't be new. But it'd be the first time we get to do it in a new chapter. Also having 500 watch person to give it even more of a buff. Because that's the other thing too, you might get a bunch of builder supplies while doing combat. That's something I'm really hoping for. Is that you get a lot of secondary builder supplies just from killing things in Chapter 5. Because if that's the case, I think we do the 500 rush for combat. And see if we make top 20. Because we're going to be set up perfectly for it. We'll have 7% XP pots. We'll have all the gear we pretty much need for it. Ready to go. And we could easily craft at any point. We'd have 500 from this, which would give us a full Obelisk bonus for the following chapter. I know, we'll have to wait and see. Depends how burnt out we are from doing 500 watch person. If we're still in quite a combat mood, I think we would when Chapter 5 comes up. See if we can make top 20 500. Because we're going to need it for builder anyways. With how much builder supplies you would get from doing 500 shield breaker. And that way we're 500 on every combat going forward. So whenever a new chapter comes out, we'll be way ahead. Or, you know, not way ahead, but, you know. Like, we'll have the best amount of benefit we can have for the following chapter. So whenever it does come around, we don't have as much of a reset. Because keep in mind, chapters, even after the new set, or, you know, after the new changes, still quote-unquote have, like, a reset to some degree. You're not going to have your full strength until you get your first 40 combat levels, for the most part. Even with the new system. You're still not going to be at your full power when you first step through the door. Something that would help with that, though, of course, is having high combat in the previous chapter. And some of your obelisk buffs go to your following chapter, but only the exact following chapter. So 500 watch person is the biggest thing that can help you for combat for doing 500 or any amount of shield breaker. At least would want 200 for it, which would make 200 for shield breaker a lot easier. Oh yeah, that's something else that we could do that would be really funny. Yeah, we're definitely going for 500 shield breaker. You know what we can do? We can use every bit of banked armor making we have. Get to like 200. Oh, but that's still gonna take a while to get there though. And then dump all the knowledge we get. I'm still doing it that way though. But yeah, I think that's the plan for chapter Okay, so the chapter 5 plan. Alright, let's break this down. We step foot day 1 into chapter 5. What do? The first day or two, we just mess around and have fun. We go through the storyline. We see everything that there's there to offer. We do a little bit of everything. And we try to complete out all the quests there. Like, you know, any of the side quests that are there. Obviously, the main storyline will get done day 1. But, you know, start working towards all the side quests there as well. Then after every side quest is completed, I believe we hard pivot to using every last bit of armor maker supply we have in our bank. Whatever that is by that point. Then after that, we do 500 combat. Using all the knowledge we get from it into armor maker. And then eventually we have like 200 something armor maker. Also having 500 shield breaker. And then we worry about builder and the other thing. Then after that, we go do the forging thing to 200 and do like builder to 200. And if builder's really, really good, maybe we go post 200. That's the main thing that's up in the air. We don't know the viability of the gathering or builder skill yet. Shieldbreaker almost guaranteed drops builder supplies. The gathering skill almost guaranteed drops builder supplies. We don't know if any of them drop armor making supplies. And we don't know what the secondary purpose of builder is. It could be absurdly good. Like, must have 500 level good. But we don't currently know its viability. We don't even know what it does. Like, you build things, but that could mean anything. Are we talking about permanent facilities? Is Chapter 5 basically going to turn into Chapter 1 and that's like a home base that you always teleport to? Because that's literally everything you could ever want. Like a storage rift, like 5 tiles away from a teleport. As well as like a billion shops everywhere right next to each other. We don't know exactly what builder does. Do you get to build your own little mini town? Could you imagine that? You know how broken that would be? Imagine you could build your own little mini town with like 5 facilities. So you could have like a teleport location and have like your bank there and have your like, I don't know, potion shop there or something. Your potion storage. That'd be funny. I highly doubt it's going to be something like that though. But it could be. Like, not a player-owned house, but almost like a little mini base. That kind of hub area. What it reminds me of is, I vaguely know what it is in Old School, or in RuneScape 3. But RuneScape 3 has something like that. It's called some kind of base. It has a proper name. But basically, you build it up, and it has, like, a ton of different facilities that are really good, that are really close together to each other. And I'm really curious if that's what they're going to do with Builder. I forget what it's called. Someone who plays RuneScape 3 would probably know. But RuneScape 3 has a functionality like that, as well as quite a few other games. But it's basically a big hub area. No, not construction. It's something different. Though I believe it does utilize construction some. But I feel like it's going to be more like RuneScape 3's big base, rather than how construction is. Because they already said it's not going to be player-owned housing or anything. But it could still be like a fort, where it has all the facilities like right there. Because they confirmed it's not anything player-owned house related, even remotely. Like, it's not a house or anything. But it could be a fort. It'd be like how RuneScape 3 handles it. I do not remember the thing's name, though. But my vague understanding of it is it has like a bunch of different facilities there that can help you with stuff. It's all in like a nice close-knit area. So you tend to use it for quite a few things. Now I kind of want to know what it's called. wait, I'll go figure it out. It's called Fort something. But I wonder if they're going to go down that route with it. It's something that Old School RuneScape doesn't have even something even remotely close to. Let's see. Here it is. Let me go check. If I just type in the word fort, it's probably going to come up. Yeah, Fort Fortinity. This place. I feel like they're going to add Fort Fortinity in there. My vague understanding as an Old School RuneScape player is it's basically an area that has like almost everything you would need. Like, it has a bunch of different things that you could build up. You could train a bunch of different skills here, though likely to just be in chapter. But basically, in the equivalent of this in Brighter Shores would be maybe things that can auto-make some things. As far as production, it would be able to go and have a bunch of things really close-knit, like maybe a teleport close to a bank. It would have your potion storage. It would have your armory where you can sell your stuff. Stuff like that. But I feel like they're going to make a Fort Fortinity 3, whatever this mechanic is in RuneScape 3. I feel like they're going to potentially add that to Chapter 5 around the builder skill. Potentially. Old School RuneScape doesn't have an equivalence of it, though. But they might add an equivalence to it in Brighter Shores. Because that'd be huge if so. Because the community manager said it's his favorite chapter. And that might be the reason why. It might be more of a hub town than Chapter 1. If they end up doing that. If you can use the builder skill to do something like that. Maybe it's something like Merchant where you can fix things up. Yeah, it could be down that route too. I was mentioning that too before Builder came out, or it still hasn't, but you know. They might do it like Mahogany Homes in Old School RuneScape. Which the easiest way to explain what it is basically bounties, but for construction. Or not bounties, I was on the wrong one. But it's basically bounties, but for construction, or in this case, bounty, but for builder. Where you go to a place, you fix it up, you fix up some furniture, you fix up their building, and you get a bunch of XP for it, as well as get paid, likely. You don't get paid for it in Old School RuneScape, but you would likely get paid for it in Brighter Shores. Where you'd spend a bunch of material, and they would give you just a bunch of coins for it. Various amount of silver. And then you get bounty complete and do it again. But I actually kind of hoping to go the RuneScape 3 route. Because Old School RuneScape never added that mechanic. And it doesn't seem that bad of a mechanic. The only big issue with it is it would make a lot of players go there. Like, it would nearly kill Chapter 1 as a hub town. This Chapter 5 would become the new hub town. It's the only big downside I could see of that. That, and you might need a really high builder level to fully fix it up. Like, if you're actually quite literally building a fort of sorts. You might need like 450, 490 builder before it's like fully done. Almost like the monument, except it actually does something. Yeah, one more inventory and we'll be there. We can actually start doing the good XP log again. And the rest of these low XP ones I'll just run off stream then. I do want to get to a nice even number right now though. Maybe aim for like 70. Which sounds like a stretch, but we start getting a lot more XP once we get to the next log at 67. I wouldn't say it's double, but it's probably like 30-40% better than what we're doing now. Come on, don't tease us like that. I'm probably just going to do like 5 of them just to push it over. Just because of how much better XP the other one is. But I'm still really curious to see what happens with Chapter 5's builder. There's so many potential routes they can go with it. They have confirmed it's not player-owned housing, though. So you're either going to be fixing up buildings for people, or furniture, or building a fort, or something. But they did confirm it's not player-owned housing. But it doesn't mean it's not player-owned forts. As that mechanic is a lot easier to do. As it's more so based on building facilities rather than like a super customizable house. Because there's far less assets and everything they need to make. There's one thing I still didn't consider when I was mentioning all my leveling grind later, as far as the pathing we're going to be doing. How am I getting 200 bone rate? Like, where am I getting all the knowledge from? I guess we can dump it while we do 210 leatherworker. That might be where we get the rest of the knowledge from, or part of it. 210 leatherworker grind. Oh, Zan is here. He's still pretty high. He was rank 1 when everyone else was hidden earlier. There we go, 67. Still gotta finish what's in our inventory though. So my SES and Chino's still been rising a lot. The highest 2 people who we've added. I would actually talk to most of these people, rather than like saying hi maybe like once in game. But my SES and Chino we definitely talk to the most. I think they're the only people on top 20 who I've actually talked to any degree. Like beyond just like saying hi like once or twice when we just see each other in game. There it is. The average ash plank. It might be average, but it's the best XP rate we can get right now. Let's go do them. Technically a good cutoff point would be to do to 72, but I think I'm just going to go for 70 for now. I will be doing more off stream, so by the time we start stream tomorrow, we will be way higher than 72. I think our main goal for now will just be to get to 70. We'll be way above 72 by tomorrow. Actually, our carpenter level might be higher than our woodcutting level by tomorrow, actually. But how many we have banked right now? Alright, let's start doing the good stuff. Let's see, how much better XP is this? This should be a pretty nice chunk. There should be over 200 per log here. Should be like a 220, 230, 240. Yeah, 267, even better. Wow. Oh, I forgot. This is a one-step log. Oh, these actually go pretty quick then. I forgot, you don't do the second step at all. Oh. Wait, that kind of changes things a little. I completely forgot about that. These are the weirder ones that you do in one step. There's like 2 of them that are like this, and this is one of them. I don't think you have to process them after. I completely forgot about that. Oh, that's a slight problem then. These don't work as well for XP pots. The XP rate's great though. Gotta bank twice as often though. Which is not ideal, but I do need them. These make 177 shields. You can even see it right there. They make 177 shields. Which is not quite 199, but still pretty solid for merging into a shield. Given our smithing level and stonemason could easily be higher. Particularly our smithing. So it could still be helpful for making like a 200, 250 kind of shield around that level range. I'm not sure if these are worth XP potting for. I gotta waste a lot of the XP pot's value. Unless I do a mix of like these and the other thing. I do like a partial half and half. Because otherwise I'm only using like 3/4 the time of my XP pot. The rest just gets completely wasted during the walk. Might still be worth doing though. These are pretty cheap. They're like 2 silver each. It's not like they're really expensive. But yeah, I believe it's these and juniper that for some reason are done in one and go. You don't actually have to etch them on the little thingy over there, on the wooden lath. You simply just do them once and they're done. Juniper, I believe, is purely used for bonerite. And this is also purely used for bonerite. Wait, that's interesting. 2 of the 3 material that are only used for bonerite are done in one go. I never realized that till just now. They both the 2 that are one and done are both bonerite equipment. This is for bonerite shields, and the other one's for bonerite range weapons, I believe. Oaks are bonerite only, I believe, but they do require both steps. But 2 of the 3 that are bonerite only are one and done. So bonerite's actually not that bad in that regard, then. Use the carpentry for a lot of stuff you make in them is a lot quicker. If you're just making shields or range weapon. It's only the other stuff that's kind of annoying. And range weapons can upgrade melee weapons, by the way. You don't need a melee weapon to upgrade a melee weapon. You do need a shield to upgrade a shield. And any armor piece that isn't a shield to upgrade any armor piece that isn't a shield. But when it comes to weapon, you can use a 2-hand to upgrade a bow, or a bow to upgrade a 1-hand, or a 1-hand to upgrade a 2-hand. They're all interchangeable currently. One other interesting oddities, you can also use any type of armor to upgrade any armor, not counting shield. Which has the main purpose of, you can use things like when Armor Maker comes out. You can use something like gloves. Like, gloves to upgrade, armor piece. Like, our chest plate and legs can be upgraded with, like, boots and gloves and helm and, you know, all the cheaper ones that are probably way lower to make. So you can make the things that are super free to make, like a pair of gloves, and use it to upgrade a chest plate, which likely requires way more material to make when Chapter 5 comes out. I'm not sure if they're going to change that by then, but currently you can. And there's almost a guaranteed chance that, you know, a chest plate will require less material than a piece of glove. So you would always want to make like gloves or boots in order to upgrade your chest plate and legs and stuff like that. Assuming they don't change that by then. That is how it currently works. Where they're all interchangeable. The only one that's not interchangeable is shield. You need a shield to upgrade a shield, there's no substitute. And you can't use a shield to upgrade this other stuff. But any of these other 5 you can use interchangeably to upgrade each other. All which are made through Armor Maker, of course. Which currently doesn't exist yet. But it will eventually. Good old Chapter 5. All 3 of the top carpenters are here? That's kind of funny. Everyone who's been going all in on carpentry are all in the room with us. What's kind of crazy is no one has 500 carpentry yet. It's one of the few skills where there's no 500. Sap will be the first person because they've been trying to do it since like day 1. And what's crazy is they're still not even there yet. They're at like 500 something. Or 440, 450 or something. I can see. Carpenter. Yes. Oh no, they're almost there. 486. Oh, he's really been on that grind then. He's almost getting more carpentry levels than me in that time. And we're pre-20. Or pre-200, I mean. Yeah, he's been at it non-stop. Including right now. Oh yeah, remember that one red bean guy? I said last night he wasn't in the room with us. He actually was. He was just stacked over the billion other people. He was making weapons out of carbonies. Or shields or whatever he was making. He was making something out of carbonies. But, yeah, he was making equipment. The only reason we didn't see him is he was stacked under like 10 other people who were also doing the same thing. But, yeah, he was there. Including this morning. Every time. Like the last week that I've checked, he's been in that room. Doesn't matter when I check or how often I check, he is there. Including last night when they said he wasn't there. He actually was. I just didn't realize it because he was under like 5 other people. I didn't bother using the area scan. Because you can use this to check nearby players. Oh, apparently this thing has a higher than 20% cap, this room. Because you use this to see everyone nearby. Like if we couldn't see Sap, we could see that Sap is still here. As he always is on that 500 grind. Wonder what he's going to do after 500. I assume he's going to get the rest of the area to 500. Oh, so there's one thing Sap is doing, though. Even though he did do all of the woodcutting himself and all the carpentry himself, I believe he has no bone right banked. I'm pretty sure he's doing sell method. I don't think he's actually going out and bringing them to the cart. So even though he's done 500 woodcutting and 500 carpentry, I believe he has almost 0 carpentry supplies. Because I'm pretty sure he just keeps selling all of them to the shop over there. Which would make sense, because that's really good carpentry XP to do that. Is the only weird thing about rushing stuff? And one of the reasons why if I do want to rush one, I kind of want to rush a combat. Because you don't really waste much when you rush combat. As long as there's a bank somewhat close by to go, you know, bring all the drops that you get from enemies. Especially if they ever add that Quartermaster feature by then. Because they did mention during the Q&A that the eventually Quartermaster will probably let you sell directly to him. Like the Quartermaster spell. Currently, you can get to your storage, but you can't sell your stuff to him currently from there. So down the line, you'll probably be able to sell. Which will make going for a 500 combat even better. Because then the only thing you ever have to bank for is supply drops. Which in case of Chapter 5 should be builder supplies. Maybe the occasional potion supply, but mostly the, what's it called supply? All the builder supplies you need. It won't drop you everything you need to go train builder, obviously, but, you know, it'll help. It's more than nothing. Like, doing 500 shield breaker is probably 10% of the total builder XP you would need. If you bank everything. But, you know, that's not a lot, but it's more than nothing. The exact percent we don't really know, obviously, until everything comes out. But if it's based on other skills, it seems like it gets around there. The only skill that's kind of an outlier is Mind Fighter. Mind Fighter drops a absurdly high concentration of alchemy supplies compared to the other 3 combats in the game. Also, I just realized something funny that we could be doing. We could technically be cutting some trees on our way back. Oh no, is there a 0-time tree near us? I don't think there is. That's the only problem. Because these are the same logs that we're using anyways. So we could technically whack a few trees while we have the 5% bonus. We have to go slightly off route, but it's not that bad. The biggest issue is the amount we'd have to grab from the thing is kind of weird. But it'd still be 2 clicks. Because I think it autofills whatever the rest is that we are missing from our inventory. I'm gonna go try it. I think we can grab like 2 trees. It's not that many though. Well, what if we just grab 1 so we only need to grab 10? That would actually work out perfectly. Let me grab 1 singular tree every time. Whatever the closest tree is. Let's see, this tree is like 3 away. Like, is there any tree closer than 3? This one's looking a little closer. It kind of looks like it's also around 3. Oh, I'm just going to use this corner tree. How many tiles are we wasting? 1, 2, 3, 4. About 4-ish for 1 log. Is that worth it? And now we only need to grab 10 each time. Not sure if that's worth it, but the fact that we can do it's kind of funny. And now we only have to grab 10 instead of having to do the double click. And grab 1 singular tree each time. I really wish that tree was less inconvenient. If they could have just made it like 2 tiles closer to the door, that'd be great. Because even when you're doing the full room cycle, it's so far away that you can't even go to it because it's not worth it. It's the furthest tree in the entire room. But it's somewhat close to where the carpentry thing is, so it kind of works for what we're doing right now. Makes every single time so we need to withdraw 10 rather than have to do 10 then 1. Yeah, we'll keep doing the 1 tree. Is it worth it? No, but it's pretty convenient. I like the concept of what it is. If it's actually better or not is within question. But it feels right. Just so we only have to withdraw 10 instead of 11. We also burn through logs like, what, 9-10% slower? And of course we get some free woodcutting XP. While we do have a better tree, it's not that much better. We will get around to them eventually. Probably even some tomorrow. But the bigger focus tomorrow is to get our gather to our next bone. 184 to 197, those 13 levels. Doesn't matter how we do it, it needs to happen though. Doesn't matter what we're picking up from the ground to go get it there, but it needs to go get there. Though, oddly enough, these aren't that much better XP rate. It's because we have to bank so much. Their XP rate's kind of in like a weird in-between. Because we have to bank 2 times as many times, basically. It's the same issue with doing like Femur Shard compared to Bone Shard. The Bone Shard is kind of, or the Bone Point, whatever it's called, is almost better, just because of how much closer it is to the bank. Luckily the Oaks, once we get them at level, what, 71? Or 72. Yeah, 72. Those are a double like this. Or, you know, not like this, but, you know, you do both the steps. So you do get a lot more carpentry out of them. Actually, let me go check. What do you use oak for? Not there. Let's see. I know it's for bone rate only. But, what do you use them on specifically, other than a shield? Oh, they're used for the clubs. You use it for Tertian, Cudgel, and Club. Actually, you don't even use it for shield, duh. But, yeah, use it for those 3. The 2 wacky ones and the best in slot melee. So technically all 3 wacky ones. But that's, physical, death, and, the best green weapon in the game. But the best green weapon in the game being the more noteworthy one, of course. As would be expected. What's the main one that Guardians would use it for? Or should I say the best one-handed green weapon in the game. Because their 2-hand is technically better. But with the one hand you can wield a shield. Oh, so that's something that's interesting. I wonder if that's something they haven't clarified as well in the very, very long list of things with the combat rework. I wonder if, this might sound like a dumb question, but you never know. I wonder if the shield is considered weapon proficiency or armor proficiency. Like, yes, obviously it's a shield, so it's armor. But also, it's kind of under the weapon category in the sense of how they're made and everything. So I'm not sure if they're classified as armor or weapon. Because obviously they're armor. But I'm not sure if they're classified technically into their weapon category. But probably not, because they're armor. What does this thing say? Yeah, they're under the armor tab. They gotta be classified as armor. They're almost guaranteed gonna go over your armor proficiency instead of weapon. Which means 2-hand weapons are even better than they already were. Not like they weren't already amazing. But that means even more of a buff to 2-hand weapons. Because your shield is almost guaranteed based on shield or, you know, armor proficiency rather than weapon proficiency. As it's quite under a tab that says armor, and not under the tab that says weapons. I know. I tried right-clicking on the thing, but accidentally right-clicked on the tab. And apparently that freezes the world. Oh no, I found a freeze glitch. What's interesting is you still keep moving. It just freezes visually. Oh, I gotta be really careful with that. Does that happen to old school RuneScape as well? No. They gotta fix that at some point. Yeah, right-clicking the tab completely freezes time. Alright, that's not ideal. That's the first time I've ever misclicked that, but yeah, be careful not to do that. I was just checking with old school RuneScape. It doesn't do it for that. Or at least with RuneLight, anyways. Yeah, they gotta fix that at some point. Otherwise, you literally just freeze time. It freezes everything. Obviously, the actions are still happening, but visually, it looks frozen. But they'll fix that bug at some point. I'm actually surprised that's the first time that's happened. But I guess I've never really needed to right-click something super high up on the screen yet. Where you can accidentally misclick the bar. Let's see, do we finally have the most of these yet? Because I know I didn't bank too many of the other ones. Yep, we officially have the most. I knew we were getting close. Yeah, you can tell exactly when I started saving. When the piles started to reach like 1,000. You can tell the exact point where we started saving them. When you look at our tier 1 stack compared to our tier 2 stacks. Like pretty much the exact moment. It's like, oh yeah, there they are. The main reason I'm saving them all is in case we ever need them. I know it's worse XP per hour by probably quite a margin. But, I don't know, I still fail to need to bank them. Because if you ever do need them, you're basically going to have to do the same walk anyways. Because you know what you need to go do if you want to go buy them? Assuming you're not doing player trading. And even if you do, you have to pay a premium for them probably. But you'd have to go walk all the way to this room, talk to this guy, trade him, and then walk all the way to where we're going anyways. So you're going to have to do the walk regardless. Maybe this costs you like 2 tiles, but it saves you all the money. What I'm doing now costs you 2 tiles, and that's it. It costs you less than 1 second of time. Compared to if you have to go buy them later. Plus you have to actually spend resources on them rather than getting them for free. But yeah, all this does is waste 2 tiles every time we bank. If you're going to have to buy them anyways from the shopkeeper. Obviously we might be getting more than we need, but you know, I'd rather have too much than not enough. Whereas, of course, when you're buying from the guy, you can buy the exact amount you need. Like, if you need 100, 200, 300, 400. Only thing you don't really know is the RNG, though. Because you might need anywhere from, like, 20 to 300. You don't know if you're going to get lucky or unlucky. So it's pretty variable. That's why having spears is helpful. So how much do these sell for, by the way? Wow, they are so cheap. Yeah, they cost like 2 or 3 silver each, I'm pretty sure. Actually, let's go see. How much do these cost? To be able to make a 177 shield. Not quite a 199 yet. But I am curious. Because we only sell them for 0.7 silver. Not even a full silver. But I'm pretty sure they cost like 2-3 silver, and that's before the price hike. That's the other reason why I'm banking a lot of these too. Like, these could easily be like 4 or 5 silver each after the price hike that they do. Problem is we just don't really know how much they're going to increase stuff by. Could be a few percent, could be tens of percents, could be double. Just to discourage using shops, but still having the option to do so. Because this was definitely a shop that's used a ton. Just to bypass having to do the carpentry and woodcutting grind. Which we have also used quite a bit in the past as well. Let's go see. Trade. They are 2.1 silver each, and the next tier up is 4.1 silver each. And you get 2 every log. So every 1 log, we're getting 4.32 silver from. Effectively. Every log we cut is 4.32 silver. It's not awful. And it's basically double that on the next tier. And that's before the price hike. There we go, 165 bone right. We're getting there. That's what, 12 more knowledge? Technically, 11, because the 5%. So there should be about 11 more knowledge points, 12 at most. Let's even just say 12. That means it would only take us 4 hours then. Regardless of what we do, pretty much. I'm not going to be doing that all right now, though. I think our main goal is to get to 70 carpentry. Or maybe we just go for 69 for the funny number. And just finish the rest later. Actually, that might be our goal, then. We'll go for 69. We'll stop at the funny number. And then go grab some dinner. And whatever's still left, probably one of my goals for off-stream is to clear out this entire bank. I'll be doing it in between a bunch of other stuff. But by the time we start tomorrow, I want this bank to be empty. Or close to empty. Obviously, it'll all be stored in the other bank. But this bank in particular, I want to be empty. Which we're kind of close to doing. Someone's chatting all the way from the other side of the room. That's funny. I was trying to figure out where he could sell his thingies that he got. It's northwest from here. At the, KFC! Oh gosh. That is a answer, that's for sure. But no, it's northwest at the gatherer place, whatever this place is called. The Timberwell Supplies. KFC's a great answer though. It's not wrong. I wonder if he still hasn't gotten his answer yet. I should probably answer him. Is he still trying to get an answer from someone? I think that's still the same guy. I was wondering what that was. I thought that said 0 spells for a second. But no, this is just a spell icon. I thought that said 0. 0 spells available. But the XP rate for these almost seem like they're worse. The more we keep doing these, just because how much more you have to bank. Because they don't have like the multi-step thing. You're also getting worse knowledge per hour. But these are required for every class though in order to upgrade your shield. Guardians need it to make their shields, and everything that isn't a Guardian needs to upgrade their shield. So every class eventually need these. Either directly or indirectly. Now, does it come down to the fact of, will shields ever be relevant? I feel like they will be in PvP. I feel like they'll be really common in PvP. Maybe in bossing. It's just in most situations in the game, you're just not going to really need one after the combat rework, though. But they're probably going to be huge for PvP, where you use your two-hand almost more so for a spec weapon. But main hand is shield because you need the extra durability. Also, there are ranged weapons that could be used with a shield too, which is huge if so. Well, not if so, they definitely do. But, you know, if they're actually meta in PvP, I mean. I just realized something too. Is every single class's weapon a one-hand or a two-hand? Because I didn't think about that. That's one thing that's actually really good about Cryo Knight. Because I believe the other two, they're a two-hand weapon, aren't they? I'm pretty sure both Hammer Mages and Guardians' corresponding color range weapon is a two-hand. Because for Guardian, it is, I believe, a bow, which is a two-handed bow, obviously. Because you kind of need two hands to work a bow. And for Hammer Mage, I believe it's like a dual-wield hammer. They're like yellow. And of course the other one's green. But Cryo Knight, their blue range weapon is one-handed, not two-handed. So you can actually wield a shield with it. Which means Cryo Knights in particular actually would use shield a lot in PvP. It would likely be Rapier, the Frost one-handed throwy weapon, and whatever on Earth our best spec two-hand is. Where we would main hand the Rapier and the little throwy disc while wielding a shield the whole time. And then have like a two-hand just spec out DPS weapon. Because yeah, the other two classes I don't believe have it. Because Guardian is a green bow, two-hand. And Hammer Mage is like two little throwy hammers that are yellow, which is two-hand. Cryo Knight's the only class with a one-handed range as the primary color. Which means they get to double dip shield for both range and for melee. Or for one-handed melee. Hey, Tara's here. I saw him doing carpentry manually earlier. Now he's here doing the AFK. He was wishing us good luck on the 2,500 grind yesterday, which we did achieve, of course. Luckily. Took us like the whole stream, like 11 hours, a little over 11 hours, but we did get there. Hey, he took my name is still here too. I've seen a lot of repeat people. And another 500 woodcutter. But they basically live here. This is the Guardian chapter after all. Even though we're taking one tree every cycle, it almost feels like our woodcutting XP is going up quicker than our carpentry. I know it's not actually that way. Almost feels like it though. Good old carpentry. Still got a while before we get to the next really good one, though. 110 is when we do Suave. There's 115 woodcutting and 110 carpentry. Is it time to take off the winter hat? Someone said. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of people haven't been wearing the festive hats. I stopped like weeks ago. I stopped pretty much as soon as it turned 2025. We've been rocking the helm again. I said, hello, Pelican! Congrats on finally catching up to you again on Hope Far's level. Nice. Well, we're gonna be, I don't know, we'll be coming back here again soon. Because after 200 Gatherer, I'm not sure if I'm doing the woodcutting carpentry grind right away. Because I kind of want to get the fishing venture going so we can start getting some free XP for it. That I should probably have been doing ages ago instead of putting into detective. And I'm considering the 200 alchemy pivot soonish. After we finish 200 Gatherer. Start working up bone right a little further. Yeah, we've already done almost half of them already. Just because I forgot that they would go twice as quick. So we've gone through way more than I thought we would. Since they're a one-stepper instead of a two-stepper. But yeah, that's the other reason why a lot of people, when they were doing woodcutting, were probably skipping Juniper. Juniper and Ash Tree are really bad for carpentry XP banked. Not as bad as Brambles, which gives 0, but Brambles are just such good woodcutting that you kind of have to do them. But Ash Trees and Junipers are a little skippable, as they bank far less carpentry XP, due to how much more often you have to keep going back and forth. Even if you're selling them, they're probably still less carpentry XP. Like, especially if you're banking them. Yeah, Suave and Bone Spike are just so strong compared to every other tree and bone. It's kind of insane how broken they are compared to every other one. For bone rate XP, for weapon upgrades, for just how quick they are to bank, bone rate, carpentry, woodcutting, gatherer. Like all 4 of them it is insanely good for. Especially if you're at a level range where they're worth doing. But even if you're not, they're almost not horrible. Just because of how accessible they are to bank and everything. But especially at their level range. I don't think there's a single resource in the game that has a closer bank than them. He's only one tile off. The only way you could have a closer bank is if something is a 0 tile bank. Without having to path out of your way at all. Which I don't recall of any in the game that's a 0 tile bank. I should probably go check our cooking contract soon. We're almost at the end of the hour. Gotta work towards that 100 cooker. Technically, we need 102 for the next level upgrade. Or profit upgrade. There we go, another 11 to go. Until 168 bone rate, we can actually start doing some of the bones we have banked. And we should have a lot of bone spikes to go to. Might even do even more bone spikes tomorrow. Instead of femurs. Because if we're banking femur, I'll probably still get a few hundred of them. But I'm pretty sure bone spikes come out to pretty much the same XP per hour, except you get to bank more of them. AKA more weapon upgrades for later. Is there anything we'd be doing out of femurs, like make shields maybe? Maybe a few other things that you make out of them if we can use the class equipment, but probably barely ever. And even if we were to in that regard, we'd probably need the tier 5 femurs. Those are only tier 4. Tier 5's not until, like, way post 200. We're talking, where even are they? Yeah, we're talking 304. If you want to have a femur that goes to, like, 450 or something. For some weapons. Which we are not doing anytime soon, I can assure you. Hello, Sean! How's the grind been going today? Very grindy. We're currently trying to do some of the logs from yesterday on our 2,500 total grind. Their XP rate and knowledge rate seems to be really bad, though. But it's not going to stop me from processing every last one of them. Not all today, though. I only plan to go to 69, biggest funny number. Or at least on stream, anyways. I'm probably grabbing dinner break until tomorrow. I'll still be grinding more of it tonight, though, just not on stream. How many have we done so far? We've done 550 so far. Still got a little bit to go. But by the time we start stream tomorrow, I want to have that bank like completely cleared. We're only going to do the 69 for now though. But I do want to do like every last login here. Between hopefully now and starting next stream tomorrow. So we don't have to deal with them. This also gives us our 72 carpentry we need for the next object. Or I sure hope it does. That'd be kind of unfortunate if it doesn't. It should. If not, I'll just buy used for whatever's left and just take the hit on the money. It should get us to 72 though. I'd be really surprised if it doesn't. But there's a non-zero chance it doesn't. I thought it would be by a lot, but I forgot these ashes work a little bit differently with how you do them. I forgot there's not a second step to the process. So their overall XP is almost worse than the previous log. Especially with how much more we have to bank them. That's why when we do gather tomorrow, we might be doing mostly bone spike rather than femur. Even though femur's giving more XP each, the banking aspect of it makes them take so much longer. That they're almost giving less per hour. Though it could also just be that carpentry is slow. Which it very much is. First person hasn't even hit 500 yet. Though they will be by tomorrow, probably. But in the next few days, the first person will have 500 carpenter. One of a handful of 500s that haven't been achieved yet. How long until we hit 200 on Bone Right and Gather? Gather, I plan to do on Monday. Because we're going to basically keep moving up one bone tier. So tomorrow we're going to go from femur to goat horn. And then Monday we'll finish goat horn to max. Which will be perfectly on number 69. To finish out the bone zone. And then probably another week until we do... Oops, I grabbed one too many. Or probably another week until we do... what's it called though? Finishing Bone Right. At 168, we can run all of our bone spikes, which should give us a decent chunk of levels. But after that, the femurs won't really cover much because we're not banking that many, maybe like a few hundred. So we're going to have to knowledge like a good 25 to 30 levels beyond what we already have. Let's say we have to do 30. That's 120 knowledge points at a rate of like 3 to 4 an hour with most activities. Which would take a very long time. We were talking about like 30, 40 hours more of gameplay. Probably close to 40 something. Before we have Bone Right to 200. And it's not counting dunking the bones either. It's just the knowledge. But obviously we could do anything with that, like 30 to 40 hours. Like we could do literally anything in the game and we'll get there. After like 30 to 45 hours. Like literally any activity. Whereas the dunking of the bones, obviously we have to be dunking the bones. But everything else can be literally anything. Can't you craft weapons for the XP? Yes, but also no. We can, but I'm saving all the supplies for 4-star weapon upgrades when special attacks come out. So I'm actually not going to be getting any XP from them. Yeah, that reminds me, do you have to do post 200 to be able to do the AFK activity? You do. You gotta go to 208 before you can AFK post 200 carpentry. That's rough. I don't plan to anytime soon, but it's good to know for the future. You took a break from Leatherworker? Honestly, I need to head back to Leatherworker soon. Because I want to do the 200 alchemy grind. But I gotta do at least a 210 Leatherworker grind before I do 200 alchemy, just to make sure I have enough money for everything. There's a lot of stuff I'm not selling back to the shop. I'm gonna be keeping it. Pretty much every potion we make here fourth will be kept instead of sold. Which means any money we put into it is completely tied up until we either use it or sell it later. Or, you know, sell it when trading comes out. Which means if we're spending like 5, 6, 7 silver on something, that's that much gold is completely lost. At least in the short term. In the long term, we'll get value from it in some way, shape, or form. But in the really short term, it's basically just money being burned. But yeah, I'm considering the alchemy grind next week. Not like this current week that we're on, or, you know, this upcoming week. But like the week after that. I think we'll be in a position to really grind it out to 200. Though maybe we'll do it sometime next week too. Because we can start it without having all of our money already. Just can't finish it until we have a little bit more money than what we have right now. Because we're currently sitting on, what, 8 gold? And we're going to need a bit more than that to get to 200. With how I plan on doing it. 8 gold will not be enough. But however much we have by 210 Leatherworker should be enough. If we spend a day doing literally nothing but Leatherworker, we can get 210 in a day. I'm just not sure if I want to stream that sometime this week. The Leatherworker only stream. For 7 levels. No boosting with knowledge. Just pure leather being sold over and over again. I do want to bank some of it though, because I haven't banked any of it yet for this tier, I don't believe. I've just been selling it because we need the money. Oh, you've been grinding some combat before the combat rework? Nice. Yeah, you definitely want to have at least 30, 30, 40, 40. That's pretty much required for when the next update comes out. 30 in Chapter 1 and 2, and 40 in Chapter 3 and 4. Alright, I think that's the final batch we got to do for now. How much gold do you need for the alchemy grind? I have no clue. Because I was looking over everything, and I think I'm going into a pivot where I make a bunch of Stone Song Airy. Not Stone Song Airy, wrong game. I was thinking of Mountain Area, wrong game. But not Stone Song Airy. Gosh, whatever it's called. The Stone Mall Hill. But I was going to make a bunch of 7% Stone Mall Hill potions. Just so whenever we do any grind in that area, we'll be good to go. And when I say some, I mean thousands. It burns 700 silver per hour of doing it. But you make like about 110 per hour, give or take a few. And every single hour we do it, we burn 700 silver. I plan to make a lot of them. Like several thousand. Like at least 3,000. And it allows us to skip having to do any forager. And skips even needing 200 Mind Fighter. And it sets us up for Chapter 5. Because one thing I also want to do to set us up for Chapter 5 is get 500 Chronopolis combat. Or whatever the obelisk is called. I want to go get that for the obelisk buff that we'll have into Chapter 5. So we can start doing 500 all combat going forward. We're doing 500 for Chapter 4, then Chapter 5, then 6, 7, so on and so forth. I only plan to get to 200 in the other 3. I'm waiting until after the combat rework, though. Where we'll go Guard 200, then Scout 200, then Mind Fighter 200, then, all after the combat rework. And then, Chronopolis 500, And in every chapter, therefore, if we do 500 over and over and over again, forever. That is the game plan. Anyways, I think for now we are going to be calling it, though. I will be doing more carpentry later, but I kind of want to do it between a few things. But the main thing being, I'm going to grab some dinner. But before we do, let's go and get our chef bounties. Go to an AFK activity for like 2-3 hours. Set it up with the potion. And probably do the smithing one. We'll go from there. Let's see. Are you going to leave episode 1 to 3 at 200? I'll get it up if there's like a boss or something in the area. But my current plan is to leave the first 3 chapters only at 200, yes. That is the current game plan. Is get them to 200 and just ignore them until a feature makes me have to not ignore them. But my current game plan is to keep the first 3 at 200. There might be a wrench in that plan when they add content that actually uses those areas. But at least at this current moment in time, yeah, it's the current game plan. You know, I'm just going to use only 1 for now. Shouldn't take that long to go to dinner. You know, I'll shoot it 2. Just in case. I just hate wasting these. I really hate that these don't, like, partially drink. It bothers me so much when it comes to these. They get all consumed at once. So even if you only use them for 10 minutes, you still use an hour of potion. Alright, 2 of these are pretty free. But only because they're bacon sandwich. Oh, I should have done this when I brought it with me. I'll do it on my next cycle. I gotta remember next time I come here, when I go do it later tonight, to go make bacon sandwiches ahead of time like I normally do. I just didn't right now because we're trying to get to our thing. Alright, let's go head over there. But that's currently our game plan. We were kind of going over earlier, but we need to go discuss our master plan again. Because I think we planned all the way until, like chapter 5. We did a lot of deliberation today. But we're almost, like, pre-planned all the way to chapter 5 at this point. Let me go fix the map. There we go. I was like, wait, why is the map all crooked? I forgot. I was using that whenever I do carpentry. So it's nice and even. Which is a slightly quicker way of getting here. Obviously, we're using the slightly quicker way. But it's still kind of insane how far away it is, though. Like, this is the quickest way in the entire game to get to this area. And it is still a mile walk. Let's see. Moment of truth. Is the bean guy in here? I don't see him here, but he's probably still here. What was his name again? Yep, Red Bean. He is indeed here. And he was last night, too. I just didn't do the thing to go check. But yeah, he never leaves this room. He literally lives here 24/7. Anytime I've ever entered this room, he has been here the last, like, 3 weeks. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. We will be back tomorrow with our main goal being to get 197 gather, just slightly short of 200, as well as getting 186 or 188 bone rate, or sorry, 168 bone rate, hopefully, so that we can go finish that out so we can start dunking the bones. We're probably not going to do all the bones tomorrow, but we're going to have access to doing all of them. And then on Monday, it will be finishing out 200 gather and then probably dunking the rest of the bones, whatever we haven't done by then. As we'll be able to go do all of our bone spikes, of which will probably be a few thousand, so. But we'll be splitting across 2 days as well as slightly off stream, so shouldn't be too bad as far as how many we need to go do. We'll just finish those up on Monday, getting 200 gather and hopefully finishing every last bone spike we have. Or at least a good majority of them. That's our game plan for the next 2 days. And then Tuesday, we really got to reevaluate what we're doing. Because we could do anything at that point. Our 200 gather grind will be done, and we need to go get bone rate XP by getting anything. So we are allowed to do literally anything after that. So we still got to figure out what we're doing on Tuesday then. Because unless a patch comes between now and then that pivots us a little bit, we could do literally anything in the whole game. And it really comes down to do we want to do alchemy, or fishing, or more cooking, or woodcutting carpentry, or what exactly is going to be to deal with it. But we got to do something to feed into bone rate knowledge, so figure that out then. But at least we got our next 2 days planned out. But anyways, guys, enjoy your weekend. Stay safe out there. Catch you guys soon. Thanks for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciated. And I'll catch you guys later. Bye, everyone. And thanks for watching.